మారినా? I'll be quiet.
All right, we're on. We're live. Hello. What is up, people?
Right. Okay.
How is everybody?
Nice. Nice. Okay. This is all working on my end. You're good.
Hello, CS. Hello, Senti. Hello, Olive Drop. Hello, Dear T.
Your audio is doubling.
Oh my god, bro. Why would it be doubling?
Wow. Game of Thrones.
Wait, why is that the case? The fuck?
Wait, no, I was retarded.
Oh,
Never mind.
fuck you, retard. Get out of here.
Uh,
Look at this fucking guy. This fucking guy. Unbelievable. This is why.
Alright.
This is why people don't like conductors. Am I right? Wow.
Can't even conduct his own sound on his PC.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yep.
We're gonna go ahead and hold him in criminal contempt.
Yep. What is the consequence there? What is his penalty for being in contempt?
No more conducting. Oh no, he has to
Oh.
let me choose the next movie. He has to
Oh,
let me
shit.
choose the next movie for
Wow.
his conducting.
Wow.
Is it the Lincoln Lawyer? You seem like a Lincoln Lawyer fan. I'm gonna be honest.
It's not a bad movie.
It is. It is not a bad movie. I'm just saying, like you just like it a little bit more than most people should.
Yeah, that's fair, but that's just because I like Come Town. But no, I think that my favorite lawyer movie, I don't know. I think Rainmaker. I really enjoy Rainmaker.
Not My Cousin Vinny, dude.
It's a good movie.
Wow.
Like it is the best. It is the most accurate legal movie, but I think it's it's fine.
I prefer legal shows, like actual good ones like Suits,
Yeah. All right. Stop lying on the record and kick this
Yeah.
thing off.
Okay.
All right, Zip, when you're ready.
Yeah. All right. Ready for the show? We all good? Hobbit, we're ready. Cap, we're ready.
Yep.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Then all rise for the Honorable Judge Kafka Esquire.
All right. You may all be seated. Bailiff, you are temporarily relieved of your office in order to defend the accused. This court was created for the review and potential appeals of online bans. Today we'll be considering bans from the Destiny.GGG community, or Destiny.GG community, sorry. Specifically from their live chat. This court does not have the direct power to unban these individuals and may ultimately only make recommendations to the relevant moderation team. No participant in the court today nor any member of the relevant moderation team has received payment from a banned individual for the review or appeal of their ban. While I'm a practicing attorney, and this show is styled to resemble a court of law, this is not an official legal proceeding in any way. This show is also in no way an arbitration of any dispute therein. My final opinion, if any, is not legally binding, nor shall it constitute legal advice in any way. The content of this show is merely for the entertainment of the audience who views it. Zip 45, normally our bailiff, will be acting as the public defender of the band. He will provide a defense to the best of his abilities. Meanwhile, HobbitFollower has volunteered as the representative of the chatters of DGG. He will be arguing to uphold the ban. I ask the audience to please not harass our participants or the band. This is intended to be somewhat lighthearted. While serious topics may arise and positions held may offend, they do not reflect opinions or beliefs of myself or the participants of this show. Okay, so out of the gate, we've got our first band chatter. His name is Steel Atlas _. His reason for being banned was for disagreeing with Destiny about property and poverty. The length of his ban was permanent. He was banned by Destiny. He had no prior offenses. Eye color brown, height 5'11". His statement that he provided was, the reason for my ban is Pepe. Frankly, I don't know what the ban is for. Sometimes I'll repeat myself in chat. That could possibly be why I got banned. I apologize for spamming. I am not trying to be annoying, just got excited when things are being discussed that I am passionate about and want to try to participate in the conversation. I am sincerely sorry for doing what I did. I tried looking up what I did with the chat search, but the link wasn't working from Reddit. If you can unban, I'll behave better and be more aware of how often I repeat a message. I hope you have a good day, whoever reads this. Oh, thank you. And again, I apologize. I genuinely made a mistake from whichever rule I violated and would appreciate clarification so I don't do it again. Okay. Thank you for that. Let's see. We're going to throw it over to Zip. Why are we here today? Why are we trying to unban this person?
Well, Your Honor, I would like to say for the record, this person has already been unbanned, as of yesterday, I believe. And
okay.
also, this chatter, Steel Atlas, was simply trying to make sure that their messages were being read. You could say that they were spamming, but certainly one would understand where if somebody's trying to communicate an idea and they're being ignored, certainly it would make sense to repeat it to try to make sure it's being heard. Wouldn't that make sense?
I understand the reasoning for why he might do that. I will say, Hobbit, since he's been unbanned, if you want to say why you think he should remain banned, that's fine, but it's a moot at this point. But I will say also, him being banned by Destiny, that's going to give me a presumption of unbanning. Destiny's known for unreasonable bans. But Hobbit, did you have anything you wanted to say on this one?
I would just say that if we could, for the record and any recommendations, just go ahead and put in that, this has happened too many times where people will just consistently spam the chat, and they're not the only one that's in that chat. So just for future, if this happens again, I would recommend that they remain banned because nobody likes a spammer.
While he's already been unbanned at this point, it is going to be still on his record. If he does get banned again, this will show up as a prior offense. These appeals are not retroactive unless the argument's made for it, and that wasn't made today. So his unbanning has already happened, but the record will remain that he was banned in the past for spamming. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to our next one. I think it's pronounced Pay Up. I'm going to go on my guess for that one. Reason for ban for disagreeing with Destiny about housing. The length of his ban was also permanent. He was banned by Destiny. His prior offenses were for using banned phrases blood and soil, femoid, and speed. His eye color is brown, height 5'11". Statement of the ban: I was being mean to Destiny. I should be unbanned because my input would have substantive to respond to, and I would have been happy to debate him on it. And I miss being able to see chat on big screen. Sad face. I will donate and subscribe as soon as I am earning income again. So we can assume that he is poor. Okay, Zip. Let me hear it. Why should this person be unbanned?
Well, for one thing, there is the mitigating circumstance that this person is in a financially unstable position. They're not earning income as of when they wrote this ban appeal. So I think that should be taken into account. Certainly as well, this person, PayUp, was just voicing their disagreement with Destiny. As we know, and as you mentioned earlier, Destiny is known for unfair bans and just banning people for whatever. This person was just being hyperbolic when Destiny was talking about housing. All they really said was that that our country is losing the middle class and being plunged into Weimar Republic fascism, and that Destiny is talking about how the middle class is entitled. So is that really deserving of a ban? I think not.
Fair enough. I'll say, being banned by Destiny, presumptive unban, that doesn't mean it's an automatic. I'm seeing words like blood and soil. Pretty hard to explain that one to me. Femoid, I believe I know what that reference is. Speed, I don't know that reference. So
I believe that was
let's hear Hobbit.
ISO Speed, Your Honor. Popular streamer.
Okay. Well, let's hear from Hobbit. Hobbit, why should we keep Pay Up banned?
This just goes back to the previous defendant that we had, or person that we were talking about. This is just an ongoing issue in the community. So Zip is correct in his statement about Destiny, kind of being a little bit looser in how he bans people, but we shouldn't take that to mean that somebody does not deserve a ban. In this circumstance, this person has admitted in the first line that they were being mean to Destiny, and I think that is an admission of their guilt. So although I am not going to uphold that they should remain permanently banned, I would ask for not only you, but see if we could do some sort of agreement that because of that guilt that they remain banned, but we go ahead and just lower that sentence just a little bit, but not all the way. I think that in the banned phrases that they've used prior, and they're admitting to this horrendous offense to being mean to Destiny in his own chat. I think we should take that into account because, as we've said here, he very regularly will ban people for these types of comments, and it's kind of up to the chatter to understand that that's going to happen. And so, just because you got ahead of yourself doesn't mean that you can just automatically say that you're sorry and then everything's all fine after that.
Okay, well, I'm open to a reduced sentence on this one. That actually, I think that's a good splitting of the baby. I'm going to go ahead, and unless parties disagree, I'm going to go ahead and make the recommendation that this be changed from a permanent to a, let's see, we'll put it at a 30-day ban. Is everybody okay with that?
I believe so, Your Honor. Let me, if I may, to see when this ban was put into effect, and then perhaps so it has already been, I believe, like about 20 days since this person was banned. So
Okay.
would you be open to having this be an extra 10 days in this case then?
That's fine with me. I'm open to it. So we're going to say 30 days from the point of banning, right? So that way we've got a few more days of his ban. He's got to do it out, but he gets to come back and get to see chat on the big screen as he desires. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hobbit, are you fine with this?
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. He's already served some time, so I feel like that's acceptable.
Right. All right, we're going to move on to our third person, our third chatter. Sorry. Third chatter is going to be Colin. He posted a comment about Destiny's leaked DMs. The length of his ban is permanent. Banned by Destiny. Prior offenses, he was banned by RTBA. Horny and knows better and loves minors. He was also banned by Destiny for being a troll. Eye color brown. Height 5'11". The statement of the band is made edgy joke. Sorry for my crimes. Please unban me, daddy. I appreciate him calling me that. Okay. Whew. This one's, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a rough one. I'm gonna go ahead and preempt. Even though there was a ban here by Destiny, he was banned in the past by RTBA. So I'm not gonna give you the presumption here of unbanning. This guy's got enough priors that it seems like he might, this might be a legit ban, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you make that argument, Zip.
Your Honor, I will merely say that my client, Colin, was simply being hyperbolic when referring to, in the chat logs, the message that got Colin banned. They were just being hyperbolic when they called Destiny a rapist after reading some leaked DMs. It was early days. This was all the way back in January, I believe the 30th. Can he really be? How much of a punishment does he really deserve for this offense?
Okay. Hobbit, how are we feeling? What do we think about this person?
Well, I've listened to a couple of downplayings of bans in the past. In all of my time having had to read over bans myself, I'm not going to allow this one to be just swept under the rug, though. So I'd like to go ahead and submit for the record a piece of evidence to you. I'll just go ahead and hand that over.
Okay.
I don't feel comfortable reading this entire statement, but
Let's see.
I will read some of it. Again,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge, for my language that I'm about to have. Sorry for anybody that is in this courtroom. Colin, on January 31st of 2025, said, damn, reading Destiny's DMs and he is so cringe. Nah, if you want to be a rapist, at least be cool and don't act like a sweaty bisexual 14-year-old who got his first taste.
We're going to stop there and let's go ahead and pull that off the screen.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and keep that ban in place. Let's hope that Colin gets the help that he needs. Let's maybe be a little bit more judicial when we throw up some evidence that might have some pretty horrible language in it.
Hey, it's my okay.
Yeah, fair enough. So Colin, you're gonna go ahead and stay banned. Next up, let's go. Oh, good. This one's gonna be. Whew, this is the other one. Tigronaut. Reason for ban was racism. Length of ban 180 days. Banned by Rinlux. Prior offenses, no prior offenses. Eye color brown. Height 5'11". Statement of the band: I said ugly Mexican slur for a lesbian to an ugly Mexican slur for a lesbian in the live stream. I'm not racist though. I voted for Kamala. Zip. Let's go ahead and see you do this one.
Yes, Your Honor. So I would like to bring up a couple points. So, firstly, is it a crime to use slurs in DGG? Certainly, many slurs are in use in DGG. This person also, I will point out as well, as a making a circumstance, this person did in fact vote for Kamala, according to themselves. That certainly would go against the accusation that they are a racist. And just because Tigernaut was trying to use the F slur in the past in other messages, and also was using the D slur for lesbians, is that really a ban-worthy offense? I will leave that to the court.
All right. Hobbit. Let's go ahead and
So again,
get it, get it across the line for me.
As happens pretty often in these kinds of things get downplayed. I am happy that the repeated attempts at the use of the F slur were brought up, because that is also another part. I just want to put for the record that this chatter's first message was on May 22nd of 2025, and it read, "I'm scared of brown people now." Sad face. Now, who hasn't said something similar to that? That's understandable, You say a little bit of an edgy thing, and it just goes out there. But 1 month or less than 1 month later, on the date of this offense, they started the day by saying, "It's good to see the military take back LA. Get them out of our country. Bro, Mexicans are so cringe. What is that lady doing? They all fled Mexico." And then the statement that we had brought up earlier, "Ugly D-slur Mexicans." I'm sorry, Your Honor, but just trying to read these things out loud is making me physically feel ill. And I can very plainly see why this ban was issued. However, I would like to note it is not a permanent ban. It is a 180-day ban, to which about 120 or so, 120 or so have already been served. So I believe that just by the severity of what this person has done, that the ban length should stand, and that this should definitely be noted in their prior offenses when they are unbanned.
Okay. I appreciate your arguments. We're going to go ahead and leave this 180-day ban up.
Your Honor, if I may respond as well, real quickly, I would also like to point out in this person's logs, they also wrote, "Doesn't he mean crepe this fucking French fuck?" Which I think is a pretty base message. And also as well, they said this persec guy is a retard. I would also like that just to be pointed out in the record as well.
Yeah, that'll be reflected in the record. Thank you. No, it's a good addition. Okay, and we've gone to our last. We're only doing 5 appeals this time. This is our first time doing a ban appeal court, so we're just doing 5, and we're going to go ahead and close it out with AB, 3 A's and 3 B's. Reason for his ban is schizo. Length of ban was permanent. They were banned by Cyver, Cyver. No prior offenses. Eye color brown. Height 5'11". Statement of the ban: I was banned by a mod called Cyver that banned me after someone in the chat referred to me as sink pisser in reference to me being Indian when I'm not even. He tried to equivocate me calling someone a Pakistani, the same as an unironic stereotype for Indians. All right, Zip.
Yes, Your Honor. So I have a couple things to say for this client. For one thing, my client does say that they are not in fact Indian. Um, and as well as in reviewing this person's logs, they were also being accused of being an Israeli, for which they also say that they are not Israeli. This
Mm.
person was being attacked by other chatters for defending Israel. Isn't this really what DG is all about? So is this really ban-worthy? And as well, this back and forth with several chatters began because someone was using the I mean emote for a Hassan tweet comparing the Israeli hospital being attacked. They were comparing that to the Gazan hospitals, and that was Hassan doing that. They were
Mm.
attacking Hassan for trying to
Mm.
equivocate the Israeli hospital being attacked to the Gazan hospitals. And it began by my client telling that person to kill themselves. Um,
Okay.
that is all I have to say.
Uh, Okay, thank you. And real quick, I want to make sure everybody understands the purpose of DGG and the purpose of this court. Of course, we all agree is to defend Israel. So that's on the record. But we're still going to give this guy. We're still going to review this appeal fairly. Hobbit, how do we feel about this person?
So it's very plainly written that the reason for the ban is schizo. It has nothing to do with the reference of anybody's race, anything like that. So I would just like to read off a couple of chat messages that happened on the day of the offense. There's quite a few of them.
Give me your top
Israel-
three on this. No, excuse me. Give me your top three on this if you can. We do have a debate after this.
Okay,
So
I can't read some of them because, unfortunately, yeah, I would say this person is a certifiable schizo poster.
Okay, you think that the allegation of schizo is accurate?
It holds accurate. They said that Israel should TOS people, telling people to TOS themselves, talking about. I mean, it's not a. I mean, I understand that in this court we respect Israel above all others, but he also said, and this is what I think is the most damning with that in mind, he still thinks I'm Israeli, omega lol.
Mm.
That seems disrespectful in itself. And I don't, if this is your courtroom, Your Honor, but I don't think we can have an omega lol after somebody is gloriously telling somebody that they could possibly be Israeli.
Well, I think
But-
no, I think it's a fair argument, and I see where it is. When it comes to schizos, as much as I like doing sentence reductions, unfortunately, whenever it's an accusation of schizophrenia, it's either you have to disprove the schizophrenia or they stay permanently banned. Zip, I'm going to just come back to you just on this real quick. Do you have anything that would convince me this guy's not schizo?
I think it would depend on your definition of schizo. But certainly this person, the accusation of being schizo was for perhaps they were being hyperbolic in telling people to kill themselves. However, the people who he was telling to kill themselves were defending Hassan, who was equivocating the attacks on the Israeli hospital to the Israel's attacks, glorious attacks on the hospitals in Gaza, which, as we know, of course, were housing underground tunnels filled with military equipment.
This is a tough one. This is a really hard one, I'm going to be honest. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to lift the ban. Okay. However, there will be no chance of return to the E-court if he gets banned again. This is a one-time, revoking of the ban. But I'm sorry if his name comes across my desk again, he's not even going to get heard. It's gonna remain. Okay.
Very fair, Your Honor. Very fair.
If Israel wasn't involved, he would stay banned. So, I will go ahead.
Can I just say one more thing? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Your Honor.
Go
I just
ahead.
want to read one more message before you gavel this in.
Okay.
The shittiest shelter in Israel is probably better than where you live, comma, Pakistani. So I just thought for the record, because they did include that as he tried to equivocate me calling somebody Pakistani. That is actually the reference that they're making. I feel like the rest of that sentence kind of backs up the
I'm
reason.
this court's not gonna defend that statement or endorse it.
Okay.
You know,
Just make it
I can agree with you that that statement is pretty extreme and borderline schizo. Although I don't know if I would say it's schizo. It really does actually come across as somewhat of a fact issue for the jury. So I'm not going to make a real ruling based off of that specifically. We're gonna, like I said, we're gonna go ahead and give him the unban. But I think it's fair to say we're going to unban him. But if we see him again, he's out. That's it. Okay. So I'm going to contact the moderation team, give them our recommendations, and hopefully next episode or an episode in the future we'll be able to do another set of appeals for the e-court, and that's going to be all these rulings are final. That's going to be it for the e-court. I'm going to take a 1 or 2 minute break so that Zip can get the main segment, the debate between HobbitFollower and Foodshops. And Mr. Mooten, 1 second.
Oh, is Mr. Mooten trying to involve himself in this court?
I had to give him a thumbs up.
Let's see.
So I'm gonna go take a short break, 1 or 2 minutes. Let Zip set ups for Foodshops and HobbitFollower. I'll be back and we'll start that debate. So later, everybody. All right.
We will be right back with the Foodshops versus HobbitFollower debate. This will be about the topic of how we treat our allies in the space. Specifically referring to people like Sweetpill and Natsu Erudite and their conduct at the Unfuck America event. Yeah, should be fun. Should be a good time. Let me fix the overlay while we get Foodshops in here. And then we will get into the debate. Should be some good
Hello.
fun. Oh, hey, Foodshops. Heard you
E-
coughing earlier. What the fuck was that? Were you hacking up a lung?
Oh, sorry. The audience was coughing. You know,
Yeah,
there's a bug going around. You know.
I see. I see. I understand.
Mhm.
I understand. Let me fix the size
already a let her
here.
cook emote in the chat.
Oh, what emote?
Let her cook.
Is there?
Yeah,
They
for
have-
Foodshops.
What?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
No, there isn't.
Well, they're using the let her cook emote. Oh, it does exist.
Well, somebody said
This is a new one.
Foodshops followed by the let her cook.
I see. Yeah, this was a recent
Oh.
email, I believe, for October. I don't know. Does it have a non-Halloween version yet? Not sure.
Unsure about that.
Bailiff, did Foodshops bring enough snacks to share with the court? This is a good question. Foodshops, did you bring enough snacks for all of us? From
No,
your
I'm
namesake
poor
food
and
shop?
unemployed.
Oh, I see. I'll take this into account. Fudge asks, when will the tar and feathering commence? That is a great question, Fudge. We will find it out. Hey, what's up, Orbital? Sorry, I've been ignoring chat a bit. Are they competent to stand trial? It's a good question, Luxer. For a lot of those chatters, I'm not sure if they are in fact competent to stand trial, but for the sake of the segment, we're assuming that they are. Certainly, some of those people seemed mentally ill enough to where perhaps they should not be able to stand trial, but that is just something we'll have to deal with. I'm just going to be looking at some malpractice claims after today. Hey, I did my best job as a public defender for these people. Okay, that's all I can say.
Oh, I guess I could say it real quick. Sorry,
Go
Kafka.
ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you coming back from a long ass break.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I was just messing around. Anybody that is currently banned from the subreddit that would want to do this and you feel like you have not been fairly recognized in your mod mail, you can feel free to send another mod mail. And if you want us to do this regarding your ban, that's also something that we're looking into doing so that we can do a little segment.
Yeah, and in the future, we are going to try to see if it's possible to have a band person come in and make a statement. We're still going back and forth on that because, as I'm sure everybody saw today, there's some pretty wild things that y'all say in that chat. So we're playing with that idea for now, but just plans for the future.
Just turn Twitch stream off and you'll be good.
Yeah, right. Okay, cool. Everybody in the chat and everything, thanks for coming today. We're going to go ahead. That was our first segment. We'd like to really start making the ban appeals kind of a good intro segment for the debates. And so then we go on and we're going to have like 1 or 2 debates afterwards. Today we only have one more formal debate we're going to go ahead and get into. So Zip, whenever you are ready.
Sure, give me one moment. Let me get everything open and then get into it. Yeah. Kafka, do we have a script for this one?
Actually, yeah, go ahead and just use the same one in the e-master.
We'll change it.
Yeah, I'll make one quick change and it should be ready to go. Okay, it should be ready for you.
All right. We all ready? Foodshops, Hobbit, Kafka, we all ready?
Yep, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, all rise for the Honorable Judge, Kafka Esquire.
You may all be seated. Bailiff, please proceed.
Alrighty. We've come to this bench trial today to resolve a dispute between the parties, HobbitFollower and Foodshops. We hear arguments regarding the should we be granting good faith to internal detractors of the liberal movement? For example, the criticism by other liberal content creators of Destiny's public statement requiring President Trump to disavow all political violence first. Okay, this is not a forum for discussion or an exploration of ideas. It's an adversarial trial with the pursuit of resolution. The judge will be adjudicating this dispute and will be acting as the fact finder. This means all questions will come from the judge and be answered by the parties. Parties won't speak with one another, nor interrupt the discussions between the judge and the other party.
While I'm a practicing attorney and this show is styled to resemble a court of law, this is not an official legal proceeding in any way. This show also is in no way an arbitration of any dispute therein. My final opinion, if any, is not legally binding, nor shall it constitute legal advice in any way. The content of this show is merely for the entertainment of the audience who views it. The bailiff, myself, and any person related to the production of this show, and the participants all understand and agree with the foregoing statement.
All right, each of the parties have submitted position statements and evidence for this court's consideration before this trial has begun. Both sides have had the opportunity to review each other's filings and have had the option to provide the judge ex parte questions to be read at the judge's discretion during the interrogations. If you would like to see these filings, we will be putting them on screen whenever they come up. After the conclusion of this bench trial, we might make some of the filings available.
To the parties, as mentioned before, I expect you to speak only to me and when spoken to. You will be given every opportunity to address the arguments and statements of the opposing party. I will determine when to speak to each party and when to cut off a line of questioning. Do not attempt to assist me. I recommend that you answer questions directly, then provide any supporting evidence or arguments. If you are unable to answer a direct question, I will infer an answer, and your inability to answer will be included in such an inference. If I find your behavior to be disruptive, I will direct the bailiff to mute your microphone when not being directly addressed.
To the live audience, if you guys want to submit questions to be asked, you can type them in chat. If I deem those questions relevant to the trial, I will be compiling an amicus brief, and perhaps a couple times during the debate, I will be presenting those to the court for review, and our judge may be asking those questions to the parties. As you can ask whatever you want, as long as it's relevant. If you super chat or dono, then it'll be included into that. And otherwise, I'll be adding some questions at my discretion.
Okay. So 2 things. So first, To the parties, I recommend that y'all make sure and have the document titled Party Actions During E-Court Open. It's going to go over the objections you're able to make, how objections are handled, and then also we are going to allow, we're going to try sidebars in this debate. So what that means is whenever whoever is not presenting an argument at any moment during the presentation of your opponent's argument, you can ask for a sidebar in which you and the other party will have roughly, let's say, 5 minutes to directly discuss back and forth the arguments. I will not involve myself except to make sure that the topics are relevant. If they, after those 5 minutes, then we'll resume like normal. You'll each get one opportunity to sidebar. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. We're just trying to give an opportunity to maybe have a little bit of back and forth between the parties if y'all think it would be helpful. The other thing is, so we're going to be doing this with a presentation of arguments. So HobbitFollower is arguing roughly in the affirmative here, so he'll be presenting first. That means that he's going to make his opening statements. I'll be interrogating him, and Foodshops. We'll be going back and forth between y'all, but Foodshops, you'll be mostly attacking his argument while he presents it, and then once that's done, Foodshops, you'll be able to present your argument. Foodshops, are you going to want to make your opening statement directly after HobbitFollower, or do you want to make it at the beginning of the presentation of your argument?
I'll make it after HobbitFollower.
That sounds great. Okay, HobbitFollower, since you're going to be going first, whenever you're ready, go ahead with your opening statement. Let's try and keep it under 5 minutes, please.
Well, my position is actually pretty simple, so it shouldn't take me that long. No matter if somebody doesn't agree with us on every position, if they have the common goal of getting Democrats elected, they deserve a bare minimum of friendly respect. Liberals have become scorned lovers by leftists and have begun purity testing anyone and everyone that disagrees with their approach. We have become no better than the leftists. If we continue down the road of hyper-criticizing our objective allies, we will find ourselves alone on an island. Disagree with methods, disagree with messages, but we should never for a second question the intentions of those that advocate for our candidates. Also, there's always going to be a better way to approach pointing out the hypocrisy of the other side without doing the most inflammatory way that turns everyone off who isn't an online retard. Your Honor, my position is pretty straightforward. It doesn't take that much to think out your statements that you're trying to make, whether it is a statement regarding somebody that is on our side or a statement in opposition to somebody else. We should always be able to put forth our arguments in a way that cannot be turned around against us, cannot be picked apart easily. These are concepts that everyone agrees with. We always talk about the optics cucks, the people that say, oh my God, can we just say something and people just understand what it is that we're saying without having to tear everybody down for the way that they said it? I understand these people. I understand the optics cucks, okay? All they are trying to say is that there's always a way in which that we can improve on the ways that we are criticizing people or the way we are trying to give them constructive feedback. And ultimately, I think that is what all of our goals are, to give constructive feedback to either our opposition or our allies. And I feel like it's really not that difficult to understand that we can always word things better. It does not make you what people would call, quote, an optics cuck, to feel like we can always improve on the things that we are saying. But I will just repeat one last time that we can disagree with methods, we can disagree with messages, but we should never for a second question the intentions of those that advocate for our candidates, and we can always present our arguments to our opposition in a way that is more positive and an easier message for our allies to carry alongside us. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Foodshops, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead.
I just read my position, right?
You can make whatever opening statement you'd like.
Oh, okay. Well, HobbitFollower, okay, this unemployed MF, okay, employed by Steven. All right, SMH, by the way, unemployed energy. So here's the thing, all right, for me to HobbitFollower, all right, the frustrating part with having to argue extremely contentious positions is having to discern the good faith criticizers with the bad faith criticizers. When good faith criticizers criticize you in public, it is not just in a vacuum, but rather it is mixed in with bad faith criticisms, Your Honor, that are worded the same way, Your Honor, but with different intentions, Your Honor. When friends and connections criticize you in public, like how not so erudite, so did, weaponizing her friendship with Destiny to criticize Destiny in front of a crowd of his enemies, it can be weaponized by people who want to see you destroyed against you, to incite infighting, instigate falling outs, and serve as a convenient way to portray the other side as divided and weak. Your Honor, I would know, as I am planning to backstab Destiny. Your Honor, I am not making a prescription to never criticize your own side, but rather, if you want to maximize effectiveness, you should criticize and fight in private, so that you do not make people look bad in front of their enemies, Your Honor. That's it. That's my opening statement. You can.
Apologies, I was muted for a second there. I was crying silently as I was banned from DGG chat during your opening statement, but I promise I heard all of it.
So was I, for the record as well.
Yeah, brutal for everyone. But HobbitFollower, before we go into the full line of questioning, in your argument, in your opening statement, you used a term that I think is going to be, we need to define it, and we need to make sure we're all using it in the same way here. You said purity testing in there. How do you view purity testing whenever you're using that word?
So I think that generally that word can be tossed around in a bunch of different ways. So I do thank you, Your Honor, for letting me define what I mean by purity testing.
We need to make sure.
Purity testing in its simplest form, in what it actually means, not what people want to throw around, just simply means that we are trying to find anything that is wrong with somebody to excise them from a group. So you are wanting to make sure that they are pure, which, similar to cocaine, the more pure, the better in these people's minds. When in reality, you can have things that aren't as pure, but are still great. So that's how I would define purity testing, is simply trying to find even the smallest of disagreements to then build off of to excise somebody. Okay.
Do you think that that's fine? And then I would ask, just as a quick follow-up, do you require the person to call it purity testing, do you require bad faith in there? Like the person is purity testing in order to get them kicked out. This is like a bad faith attempt, right? They don't care about the purity. They just care about kicking the person out for any reason.
I think that both can happen with people that are purity testing, but I think that the most important factor is that somebody is not giving any charity to the person when they are giving their statement. So I don't know if I would necessarily call that bad faith. I feel like bad faith implies some sort of intention to deceive, whereas I think these people believe that they're acting in a righteous way, in a way that should be respectable, but they are doing it in a way that is ultimately destructive.
Okay, that's fair. Let's go ahead. I'm just ask parties to adhere to this definition during this debate. If we believe it needs to be adjusted, we can have a discussion at that time. But for now, we're going to kind of generally adhere to what that definition we discussed just now was. Okay, Hobbit, in your argument, you say that we can disagree with methods, we can disagree with messages, but we should never for a second question those that advocate for our candidates, right? Mm-hmm. So what do you think the intention of Soy Pill was in his critique whenever he made the public critique against Destiny? What do you think that his intent there was?
So I feel like,
and I'm not asking for mind reading here real quick. I just want you to try and give me, like, where do you think he was coming from in that, and why did he do it in that way in your mind?
I feel like it was from a point of frustration, to be honest. As many people shared after Destiny, took his approach that he did to
Objection,
Charlie Kirk's
speculation.
murder.
I understand why you would say it's speculation here, but I'm specifically asking him to speculate. However, it's more of a general. I'm not asking for the specific intent that he thinks they had. Just why does he think that Soypill would have done something like that? And I'm going to come to you right after Foodshops, and if you disagree with that, you are going to be given a chance to respond to it. So, Hobbit, go right ahead.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would just like to state that I'm actually not speculating in this. I'm getting to Soypill's actual words, which were that he felt like he had to defend what it was that Destiny was saying. So in his mind, I think that where I say the frustration is coming from is the fact that people are asking him things like, I would imagine, so this is speculation, but we all know that anybody will start to point to people that are on your objective side and say, do you condone what this person is saying? It's not a speculation. Everybody has had that happen to them, and I think that this was just an instance where Soypill let that frustration get the better of him. I don't necessarily agree with the things that he said in the venue in which he said them, but I think that it's understandable that he could be frustrated.
Sure. Okay. So, Foodshops, from your perspective, how do you feel Soypill's intention was there? Do you see something beyond just a frustration that he's having with Destiny's statement?
As it is to see that HobbitFollower, my opposition HobbitFollower, has participated in speculation that was ultimately overruled, I would like to participate in my own speculation of Soypill's action, as I view that as just and fair. Your Honor, I believe that Soypill's action is of a clout chaser. Insofar that to present as opposition in front of Destiny, as to know that Destiny is a public figure of great importance and popularity, to present himself in front of his enemies in order to garner attention and criticism for his actions, despite having of reasonable intelligence, despite his unemployed aura. Despite his unemployed aura, I believe that he is of right mind to determine that indeed he is of the clout chasing mood. He knows that it looks bad for Destiny.
Your Honor, objection.
In
This
front of
is
his...
actually speculation.
Hobbit, I'll let you run with speculation.
Your
I'm gonna let
Honor,
her do
Your
so.
Honor, I'm
One second.
reciprocating. I'm
Foodshops.
reciprocating speculation.
Foodshops. I understand. I'll handle this. Thank you. You run with some speculation on this. I'm letting you both have a little bit on this one. We're going to hear her out, and I'm going to come back to you. So, Foodshops,
Your Honor,
let's go
Hobbit
ahead.
is a hoe.
I understand. I appreciate what you're saying right now, but let's go ahead and wrap. I understand your answer. Do you have anything else to add to your answer about Soypill?
Wait, sorry, who are you asking?
I'm saying about Soypill's intention. Do you have any more about Soypill's intention? Because my understanding is that you think that it was kind of a clout chasing. He knows that he's going to get eyes on him, and he's going to be able to gain personal benefit from that confrontation.
Yes, Your
with
Honor.
Destiny.
Yes, Your Honor. Hobbit and Soypill are gay. Okay, I concur.
Okay. Thank you.
For the
Hobbit.
record, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I am married to a woman.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that to the jury. Instead, I'm going to ask you, Foods, we're going to slow down on our objections for a little bit here. Hobbit, whenever I'm looking at Soypill and he's asking these questions to Destiny publicly, how is it, in your mind, if someone did want to clout chase in the way that Foodshops is saying, if they do want to gain attention, what difference would it have been from what Soypill did? Right. If we were going to assume, if I'm trying to determine Soypill's actions here, right, how are his actions different from what a person in his position would want to do to get the most possible clout?
I feel like there's so many more avenues in which that he could have attacked him if that was the case. There's a lot more that he can, if his only
Apologies,
if his only goal was to,
I'm allergic to bullshit. Sorry.
If his only goal was to clout chase, I feel like he could have easily gone after Destiny's court case. He could have been much more incendiary with his rhetoric. I truly believe that although it was the wrong venue, like I said previously, I feel like understanding the frustration and things like that, I think it's understandable that he could have gone way harder if his only intention was in fact a clout chase.
Okay, understandable. Now, let me ask, as far as not so erudite's behavior at the same venue, do you see there's a meaningful difference between what she did and what, like, her asking those questions and Soy Pill asking questions? Do you think do you think they both had the same kind of intent and that we don't really need to examine them, or do you think not so erudite's actions were significantly different, that her intent would be different as well?
I don't know that I would say that their intentions were significantly different. I think that where they were coming from is where it was different. I think that both of them feel like Steven could have had a more measured response. Like I had
Okay.
said in my statement, I don't think that there's anything wrong with thinking through these statements, and I think both of them were kind of had that same through line. But yeah.
Okay. Well, then I would ask, do you think that there is a reason why they made the decision to make the confrontation public and in person like that, rather than privately through like a direct message or a phone call or something like that?
So I can look at this in two different ways. The one I want to focus on, though, is the idea that at this venue, at this event, with as many eyes on as humanly possible, they truly felt like that would probably be the time that they could confront Destiny on their disagreements, but also have him be able to defend them. Ultimately, that venue was, people that were in opposition to Destiny coming up to him and him defending the things that they were talking to him about. And so I feel like of any place that he could defend himself, they understood that he would be on 100% at that event, and that he wasn't.
Objection,
They weren't going to catch
speculation.
him. The-
We're gonna overrule that. He's coming to an end here, Foods. Go
yeah.
ahead, Hobbit.
As opposed to coming onto stream, you never know if he's playing Expedition 33 or if he's disinterested because he's in the middle of a video that he's watching. Something like that could end up being where he is not giving them his full attention.
Okay. Foodshops, I know that this specific question kind of cuts to the core of like your main argument, so I'm gonna hold off on asking you about it until we get to your argument, because I'd rather you be making it yourself rather than in a response to him. I just wanted to get his opinion on the record there. So Hobbit, I think we're gonna move into my next line of questioning, is where it seemed to have an issue with the idea of purity testing and hyper criticizing. Are the critiques that Soy Pill, Not So Erudite, and even yourself, not just another form of purity testing? Like, why is the critique coming from you three and others not purity testing in this instance, in your mind?
So my intention in my statement was to talk not only about this incident that happened at the UFA event, but also for the events that happened in the subreddit and the critiques that were in there. So do you mind if I go into that, or is that going to be a different line of questioning?
I'm fine with us going into that. We're just using the Destiny event because I think it's an easy point of reference for everybody. I'm okay going into that. If I feel like
Your
we're getting
Honor,
too
chance
far
to
afield,
speak.
1 second, Foods. If it gets too far afield, I'll pull us back in. Foods, if you have a comment on that, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to comment. Is it okay if we establish first the distinction between bad faith criticism and good faith criticism being mixed together and potential issues that could arise from that?
I think for now, we're going to talk about criticism generally. If you want to say that specific criticism is good or bad faith, I'm open to you making the specific argument. I think right now we're kind of just trying to figure out, like the intent of the people behind it. And if you want to say their intent is bad faith, that's fine. Right now I'm trying to just see why he thinks that the hyper criticizing and purity testing does not apply to criticizing or trying to, optics max or whatever with how Destiny made his statement. So, I mean, if you want to make the argument of good faith or bad faith, that's fine with me. But for now, it's more just I want to figure out what the intent is, because I would, if you want to say that the purity testing is bad faith, you're allowed to do that. So, HobbitFollower, why
Acknowledge, Your
is you
Honor.
HobbitFollower, why is the critique that we've been seeing on Destiny's statements, why is that not purity testing in your mind?
Because I think that the intention is not to excise Destiny from the Democratic Party. I think that their intention is, that's what I was saying, you kind of have like a constructive feedback versus criticism. I feel like that feedback is constructive in that they aren't, calling into question any of Destiny's intentions. I don't think that at any moment they're saying like, oh, well, Destiny is doing this and he doesn't want the Democratic Party to win in elections. And I think that's the distinction that is pretty important, especially if we go into what happened in the subreddit. There were a lot of people that were what I would say purity testing and saying and doing it in a way that was bad faith, because they are saying things like for Not So Erudite, for example, that she was, basically MAGA. And I think that
Hypocrisy, Your Honor.
How in what way do you think that's just hypocrisy?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the HobbitFollower is engaging in hypocrisy because he is trying to defend Not So Erudite and Soy Pill's purity testing in their demonstration in front of the MAGA crowd, while also complaining about purity testing in the subreddit, Your Honor.
Okay. Well,
AKA
actually, that brings me. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna actually sustain that for now, because I actually want to go to you, Foodshops, and ask you: do you think that if someone brings criticism, but it's not paired with a demand that person step down or leave a community or in some way give up something because of that criticism, right? Like, to be fair to HobbitFollower, Not So Erudite, Soypill himself, and others, their critiques of Destiny have not said, and that's why Destiny needs to quit, or Destiny shouldn't be speaking about this publicly. They're just saying, here's a better way to say it. In your mind, does that still count as purity testing? Because there's no then call for Destiny to somehow be reduced in his public image or something.
Wait, in my opinion?
Yes, in your opinion.
Oh, yeah, yes, Your Honor. Yes, I determined that to be also purity testing, depending on how you do it. Like, for example, if you were to say in public, like you can pair a criticism and also pair a prescription alongside that, but that wouldn't make it any less purity testing, depending on what the critique is.
Okay, so do you think that whenever for HobbitFollower's example of Destiny should rephrase it in this way, HobbitFollower in his Reddit post said that Destiny should make specific statements because they're more effective. In your mind, that is still kind of purity testing, or do you just say whether or not it's purity testing is that important? The critique itself is just is not helpful to be done.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that HobbitFollower, who is a Gaylord, is engaging in indeed purity testing, and I would kindly like to quote Hassan and say that the resistance is not perfect.
I don't know how much you're going to gain by quoting Hassan here, but okay, fair enough. Hobbit, does it matter who is making these criticisms, right? Would you say that because Not So Erudite and Soypill are public figures, and then them making these criticisms, that affects your kind of calculus as to whether or not they are purity testing, right? Like, if someone more prominent says, here's this critique, does that not kind of imply some kind of purity testing there with this person's not good enough whenever they're doing that, versus say a random DGG or in chat saying something that is, kind of objectively stupid?
So again, I just want to go back to that. I believe that at its core, purity testing is a way to push somebody out from the in-group. And I think that whether somebody gives a very harsh criticism or a very light touch with their criticism, I think that is fine as long as there's no intention to separate that person from the in group.
Okay. Well, I have not read all of the critique of not so erudite and soy pill, and I'm sure there's some of it that might fit this definition of purity testing we're using. However, do you think it is all of it is purity testing? Because I've seen plenty of it that just says this not so erudite and soy pill, I don't agree with them. This just kind of seems like we're, being very pedantic here, right? It seems like now, while we're upset about, there's a lot of people upset that people are critiquing Destiny, but now I hear you here coming to me and saying, well, you're upset that people are critiquing not so erudite and soy pill. So how are you only mad at the people that are trying to accuse not so erudite of being MAGA, or are you not happy with any of the critique that's going towards them? Do you think it's fine that they're doing that and people just shouldn't critique them at all for this?
No, I've stated this multiple times, Your Honor, that it has nothing to do with the action of criticizing somebody. It is perfect.
One second. Earlier, you told me that you felt like there was purity testing happening towards not so erudite because people were critiquing her and calling her MAGA. I think I understand your reasoning behind why you make that leap towards it being them trying to cast her out of the group. However, I think that there might be ways that people would also make that same leap. I think that we're playing with it here where I think that there were plenty of people making pretty strong critiques of not so erudite without a prescription with it. And I don't know, I think it'd be easy for you to find an example, but I think the one that you gave me earlier didn't really have a prescription with it, but you still described it as purity testing, no?
Yes, because I believe that they are attempting to take their criticism to another level where they are trying to excise her. They are trying to say that she is MAGA, and that she does not belong with us, and that they took their criticism further. Again, harsh criticism or harsh feedback is
Your Honor,
welcome.
straw manning.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, straw manning here. I'm actually gonna overrule that one because I have a follow-up that I want him to contend with. Whenever I saw people critiquing Destiny, and I don't know if this was soy pill or not so erudite, but I saw other people critiquing Destiny where they said he is stooping to the other side's level. He's no better than them. He needs to do better than them. He's acting just like them. He's contributing to this environment, right? I feel like I'm seeing a similar accusation as calling it not erudite MAGA. It's look, he's acting in a way that we don't approve of. He's acting like those people that we all hate. Do you think there's a difference there?
Yeah, I think in your words right there, it's pretty evident what the difference is. One of them is saying acting a way that is unbecoming and like the other side, whereas the opposite statement is you are this other person. They're making an accusation that person is in fact that, not that they're acting that way, but that they are in fact an enemy to us or Democrats in general.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm fully there with you, but at the very least I understand your argument. Foodshops. So whenever we're looking at the criticism of Destiny versus the criticism of not so erudite and soy pill, I'm going to ask the same thing to you, right? Whenever people are criticizing not so erudite and soy pill, they're also doing it very publicly. They're doing it from the same side. Would you have the same condemnation of those people that are condemning, that are criticizing it? So what, in your mind, what do you see as the difference?
Your Honor, my opposition HobbitFollower, who is a gay lord, has said that, people from the other side are saying that not so erudite is MAGA. However, I have to say that is the most bad faith representation, Your Honor, if I may, because clearly there's at least some people who are going to be criticizing not so erudite based off of her actions, but not name calling not so erudite MAGA. You need to be able to take the best faith criticism and not just the worst representation. In fact, if anything, can I please quote HobbitFollower in his Reddit post defending not so erudite simp, if I may. So this is from HobbitFollower's Reddit exhibit. Okay.
1 second,
So
please.
he says,
Food shops. 1
yes,
second.
Your Honor.
Zip, Bailiff, can we get, let's see, I believe this is going to be Exhibit 1. Can we get Exhibit 1
Where's that?
up on the
Give me
screen?
1 second. Let me put it up. Da-da-da.
Let us know once you get it, and then Food shops, feel free to go ahead when you're ready. Once he has it up.
Believe
Yes,
it is up now.
it's from my position statement document. Yeah. Okay. All right. Quote. And if I may so add, Your Honor, that HobbitFollower's comments are just as vitriolic as the most bad faith of criticisms towards Not So Erudite, as I will soon read here. Okay. Erudite. I'm just gonna say it. You guys are fucking insane to doubt Erudite and her commitment to this movement. The amount of harassment and bullshit she has had to endure since she started talking to Destiny, and especially over the last 8 months, proves that she is worth not tossing aside. One of the first things she said last night before she shared her disagreement with Destiny is that she has been friends with him for 3 years. Some of you are disconnected from the other side of the curtain when it comes to anti-fans and A-loggers. For me personally, I'm not disconnected, but you're welcome. But for her to come out and say that publicly is a really big fucking deal. After all the bullshit, the cost to immigration to get her kicked out of the country for affiliating with Destiny, she's still in public, called Steven her friend. Bad grammar, by the way. Show some fucking respect for her. She's earned it. And I would like to also state reasons for presenting this quote. Number 1, failure to understand that bad faith enemies can utilize good faith criticisms in order to deliver bad faith messages. 2, failure to understand that Not So Erudite, despite being a good friend, which I have no contention with, by the way, can still be heavily criticized for feeding the bad faith actors, especially for using the sentiment, she has been friends with him for 3 years. 2A, if Not So Erudite has faced tons of anti-fan backlash, which she objectively has, she should understand that good faith criticisms can be used in this way to demean people you care about in a bad faith way. This actually makes her even more guilty. Your Honor, I would like to hear what my opposition, who is a hoe, who is paid by Steven, has to say to this. I conclude my statement.
Actually, I think this actually kind of brings up a follow-up question that I was going to have to Hobbit here in a second. But Hobbit, whenever I'm looking at Not So Erudite and Soypill's statements, we want them, I'm assuming they want them to be as effective as possible. And we talked a little bit earlier about like why do it in public and why do it in private. You know, in your mind, do you feel like them making those public statements were more positive than negative? Like, do you think that was the best way to do this?
Personally, I don't. But again, that's where I believe that you can criticize their way that they did it. But I don't think that criticizing their intentions of doing it, I don't think that calling into question what their intention was is the correct part of this. So I 100%
That's fair.
agree
I just
that
want to,
that could have been done.
Okay. Now, do you think that this critique, whenever, and maybe we can put it to your specific critique, because this might be better asked you directly because of your statement that was critiquing his statement. Did you make that with the intent for Destiny to not increase the temperature, right? This kind of idea that the temperature is increasing and we've got to prevent it so that violence doesn't break out. In your mind, is that the intent of your critique?
Are you talking about in my own post that I talked about what I think he should have done or what I think he should do in the future?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So I believe that the current path in which that he is trying to get his position across is very open to attack. And I feel like by using and actually this can go, can I present some evidence to you, Your Honor?
Sure.
So, Bailiff, or if you wouldn't mind bringing up chart 1.
All right, give me 1 second, and I can do that. 1 moment, please. And
again, this will kind of go towards both arguments. For the UFA approach and as well as people's criticisms of these people. So as you can see here, Your Honor, um, it if you take even up to 5 minutes to think about what it is that you're trying to say and get your point across better, your effectiveness of what your statements are improve dramatically. And if you wouldn't mind bringing up chart 2.
One more moment. Da-da-da. Chart 2. There it is.
All right. And along with that, actually, we can see here that the effectiveness of your strategy, if you take days to think about what your statement is going to be, your strategy will actually plummet dramatically. So taking a few minutes to really think through and not do something that is just right off the cuff
Your Honor,
is
relevance.
going to be, well, we're
I'm-
talking about the effectiveness of what they're
Well,
doing.
1 second. 1 second. I'm going to have to actually grant this one from Foodshops. First, we're going to address something. These charts weren't presented ahead of time for the case long enough for all parties to really examine them and understand them.
Understood.
Two, also, are these Destiny originals? Did he make these? I'm sorry. I'm questioning the source based on the quality of these graphs. I have to say, I think I understand your point. I appreciate you still providing the graphs, and I understand your point here. In that, I think what you're saying is that you want people to take time to make their statements, but not take so long that their statements ultimately are ineffective. Is that where we're kind of ending up with that?
Yeah, basically that if you just take a couple of minutes to think through what it is that you are wanting to get across, your effectiveness goes way up. But that's not to say that you should wait so long to where an event happens and you don't make a comment on it, and then you wait, 5 days or a week or however long it might be. Then that you're not in the zeitgeist. You're not talking about the things that are being talked about. The whole My whole position is based on the idea that people, when they are criticizing somebody, need to understand that if you just go right off the rip and shoot from the hip, you are going to end up rubbing that person the wrong way. Whereas if you take time to, put together what it is that you're trying to say, it's going to be way more effective when you're trying to talk to somebody. I don't think that
Okay.
anybody has ever said, "Man, I really wish that I hadn't thought that through."
Your Honor, relevance.
Um, I mean, food shops. I understand your question of relevance there. Because it's a thing for me where I think it's a good general idea. I don't know if Destiny didn't think about his statement. It feels to me like he had plenty of time to think about his statement, and I'm not really sure if it was off the cuff. I believe he talked about that idea before even going on the peer stream. So I think I'm going to lean a little bit with you on food shops on that. I'm not sure how relevant I take this, while it is still good advice generally. That
Your
kind
Honor,
of
these
go ahead.
graphs were for the Reddit comments, and people
Mm,
that were trying to put out criticisms for people in the Reddit comments.
I see. So
Although
you're
I
saying you think that?
disagree,
Mm,
although I disagree with Destiny's approach, I do believe that it is thought out.
okay, but you think that people are being reactive in their critique of people critiquing Destiny, I guess. Okay. Well,
Yes.
that's the end of kind of my prepared questions. I didn't see that really arose. Did you have any other arguments that you wanted to, or any other ideas you want to present here?
I just want to repeat that I don't think that it's wrong for people to have criticisms, or want to give feedback to their allies. I do think that, the venue in which you choose to do them, I don't think anybody is going to argue that venue, that Erudite and Soypill decided to confront Destiny. I don't think anybody is going to disagree that there could have been a better place. However, I don't think that we should be calling in their intentions into question there. I don't think that either of them went about it in a way to say, "Hey, I'm trying to do this so that these people that are around us have a more effective means to attack Destiny. I don't think that that was their intention at all, and I think that's
Your Honor,
important.
relevance.
Well, he's closing out his argument. I think
Yeah.
he's saying that we're here to discuss intent. So I think that him closing out with landing on intent is appropriate.
I
Hobbit,
think
did you have anything else?
if
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, if I may, I think that it very much, Your Honor, just shows the strength in my argument where I have not brought Foodshops' personal choices into question. I have not tried to demean her in any sort of way. And I feel like that just ultimately goes to show how strong my argument is. In that the only thing that she can come back on is trying to interrupt me as I just make based points and trying to attack my character, my sexuality, things of this nature. I just would like you to maybe take that into consideration as she makes her arguments, that it always seems like they start off maybe talking about what the subject is, but then they end with trying to get one up on me, and I don't see it as effective, and I hope that you see that as well, Your Honor.
I appreciate what you said. It's an interesting tactic to be critiquing another person's arguments in such a way in a debate about critiquing arguments. Just kind of, there's a fun little irony in there. Foodshops, you're about to be given the chance to present your own argument. I have heard your statements about HobbitFollower potentially being a gay lord and other attacks on him. Other than such personal attacks, do you have any more statements you want to make about the specific arguments that he made today? Maybe addressing
Yes, Your
something you
Honor.
didn't get a chance to address. Go right ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to say that my attacks towards HobbitFollower are merely as a result of my OCD muscle tics. And I would like to add that my insults have nothing to do with the strengths of my argument. If anything, in my opinion, HobbitFollower has demonstrated an unwillingness to cooperate with my position. For example, I have talked about how bad faith actors can use good faith criticism in a bad faith manner. I have not disagreed with HobbitFollower on that these are good faith criticisms and is willing to grant him that for the sake of the argument, even though I might disagree with them. I would like to say that indeed, he has not addressed the argument. He has not made an argument. And so therefore, I hope that, Your Honor, that you would grant me this as to such that HobbitFollower's poor performance in this. Thank you.
I appreciate what you said there, Food. I'm going to go ahead and reserve any kind of questions or follow-ups to that to your direct interrogation of your presenting of argument. With that, we're going to go ahead and close out Hobbit's presentation. I'm going to turn over to the bailiff. Bailiff, let's go ahead. Yeah, if you have an amicus brief, let's go ahead and do that. Get those questions in here, and then we can go on to Foodshop's presentation of her argument.
Indeed, I do have, in fact, some questions from the amicus brief for some of the parties, for yourself. For the first question, this would be a question for Foodshops. This was submitted by Gilmore. This was, can you ask Foodshops to say objection, speculation again, and then ask her why she sounds like Chun-Li performing a special move? Foodshops, can you say objection, speculation again?
Objection, speculation.
Okay. Now, would you like to respond to the accusation that you sound like Chun-Li performing a special move?
I do not know every Chinese person in the world.
Ooh, okay.
I conclude.
Gilmore, you're being accused of being racist. Okay, interesting. There's another question.
I would objection. I did not accuse them of being racist. I simply state that I am unable to connect my mind with over 1 billion.
Understood. Then,
Chinese
Gilmore,
people.
I am accusing you of being racist. Okay. Another question for Foods. Are you purposefully using Pixie's lawyer as inspiration in your lawyering? This was from Kino Morphe.
No, Your Honor. I believe that there are no leaked nudes that I have passed on as a part of my briefing, so therefore such statement does not apply. Thank you.
Understood. Okay. Please address me as bailiff and not Your Honor, please, as well.
Oh, yeah, yes, bailiff. Yeah.
Understood. Next question is for our honorable judge, Kafka Esquire. This is from I_canstream. Does this court have subject matter jurisdiction to hear this dispute?
Yes, this court's done a review, and the court finds that it does have subject matter jurisdiction.
Very well. This next question is for HobbitFollower from OMFG. He's pro. Did you watch Soypill's last cringe video where he attacks Gavin Newsom, spews populist bullshit, and when he talks to Ken Martin, the DNC chair, his first question is about Israel and genocide?
Yeah, I did watch it. It was kind of disappointing, for sure. I don't think that ultimately, though, it gets to where I believe that he should be excised. I think that we should understand that we have an ally, and our allies can have disagreements with us, and that's perfectly understandable. We can have differences of opinions and approaches and things like that. But I don't think at the end of the day, and I think he said it multiple times before, that he will always support the Democratic candidate, and that he will always be pushing for them to be elected as well.
Okay, and then final question is for Kafka Esquire. This is from Fudge. When will the tar and feathering begin?
We got to hear both arguments first, and then we're going to wheel that tar out here and just go to town on them. So don't worry, that is the climax at the end. It's going to be a great time. So everybody stick around for it.
Right, that was the final question. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
No worries. All right, Foodshops, since you already made your opening statement, we're going to go ahead and hop right into the interrogation of your argument. You focused on the idea of confronting your allies in private as the ideal route for internal criticism. How does this work if Soypill's being confronted publicly about Stephen's statement, right? Soypill goes onto a panel, this happened, and they say, hey, Destiny said this crazy shit. What do you think about it, right? In that instance, how do you feel like he's supposed to be responding?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that the panel is an adequate scene in which to make a statement against him. However, I have to say that making that same statement against him, repeating what he's saying, and essentially bringing nothing to the table, nothing new to the table outside of the panel, is a detriment to Stephen, because in the essence, you're adding nothing beneficial, nothing constructive, and you're making him look bad in front of a MAGA audience, Your Honor.
So in your eyes, the confrontation is the bigger issue here, right? You're saying like you don't even really, if Soypill said essentially the same things, but they were on the panel rather than, and to be clear, Stephen wasn't on the panel. It's just Soypill by himself on a panel with people that aren't Stephen, is how I should say it. That's fine if he's making the criticism there. It's less of a confrontation. It's less of an issue. Okay, that's fair. Hobbit, do you, in your mind, do you see a difference there between this public confrontation and the private one? You mentioned it a little bit. How do you see that going, right? Do you think that there's no difference, or do you think there is a difference like Foodshops?
I think ultimately what we can see here is that this is kind of it's a few different things. I feel like no matter what the situation is, the context of how many people were viewing it would be the same. So whether these people, are confronting somebody on a panel or whatever it might be, ultimately it's the viewers that, if you're making a private, but now we're saying that it's okay to do these things publicly, not like in real life, but what were the differences? What's the difference between a live stream that is of, an IRL event and a live stream of, 6 people at their computers with cameras on? Ultimately, I don't think it changes anything. I don't think that a couple hundred people that are there in person changes anything.
I mean, I think there's. Yeah, I think you would agree that there is it's easier to come to to turn that into a clip, to turn that into some kind of video that can be used to then attack the left or attack Steven and say, look, even his friends don't agree with him, but so much so that they showed up in person and they attacked him here, right? I mean, you have to admit there's some level of kind of negative optics that are coming from that versus, yeah, this guy disagreed with him on a different stream, but okay, that's just his opinion, right? Would you agree there's something there?
Did that happen though? I don't think that I saw that happening. I think that the most conversation that was around it and the most viewing that people had of those things in that negative light was actually from people criticizing that approach. So I don't think I saw anybody, saying, "Oh, look at how wrong Destiny is." Even his own friends are confronting him. I don't think I saw any of that. I think most of it was just people criticizing it because they felt that the venue was incorrect, which they could be correct on. That could be true. But I think ultimately the way in which that they watched it is going to be the same. For all we know, that event had less viewers than if something were to be happening while it was on stream in a debate panel.
So
So,
food shops, food. One second. So food shops, I think I understand your perspective of saying, hey, look, him doing this is one, you're saying it's possibly not that effective because you could have just done it in DMs and had it that way. Two, there's the potential that this opens an avenue for attack. Do you not feel like you yourself are kind of optics maxing, which is what we're critiquing Soy Pill, Not So Erudite, and even Hobbit Follower of? Do you not feel like you are somewhat optics maxing here whenever we're talking about the issues with the public confrontation?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I would say I am purity testing HobbitFollower. However, if I may contend that this is still within my lines and my principles, there is nothing inherently wrong with purity testing. What is inherently wrong is, what is wrong, if I may so correct, what is wrong is if you purity test in a different environment in which you are in front of your enemies and depending on how public a state it is. For example, on a Piers Morgan panel, it would not be good for Vosh and Destiny to fight one another on a Piers Morgan panel, but at the same time, they are unified together.
One second, Hobbit. I don't know if she's speculating. I think she's making a comparison here. So I'm going to go ahead and overrule that one.
No. I'm making a prescriptive. I'm making a prescriptive claim, not a speculation. Thank you. But anyway, on a panel, they should not be fighting each other because they should stand unified against the other side. However, let's just say in front of an audience of, let's just say in front of DGG or a smaller audience full of people, of followers that you respect, internal critique is fair. Because that haters are not among the audience that are willing to utilize what you say to tear you apart from them.
Okay, but so, and you said it in your opening statement that, you're not against all public criticism of your allies, right? You didn't say that. But do you think, yeah, but do you think it's only appropriate in whenever you're in settings where, like you said, where you're just amongst friends and those kind of things, it's essentially still some form of kind of private language
Privacy.
where you were in a group, like kind of a safe space where that kind of criticism, you're saying that is where you're saying that's where it's the most effective, right? Even if it's still
yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, Hobbit Follower, why, in your mind, what value is there in making that a criticism of an ally when you are amongst enemies, right? Is there value there, or do you think it's just neutral such that it doesn't really matter? Or do you agree that it is better to do that kind of critique when you're amongst allies?
So I'll just say that, I think that when we're trying to figure out what it is, the best time and the best place, and people will say that, oh, it should be done in private, but that private now has turned into, well, just on a stream, because I guess I'm just curious, is that the criticisms will lead to some sort of physical harm in that place. Like there's more of a chance of that because there like I said earlier, we have no idea of knowing that if all of this criticism had happened on a stream where everybody is just on webcam, we don't know that that couldn't have gone out to even more people and an even more clippable moment. And there, if we look back at things like Lav and those types of disagreements that would happen, those were huge numbers being on the stream. And so I think that it's kind of just a way that people can say, oh, well, it's just the wrong place. But I don't think that they would actually feel like, oh, if they had said that exact same thing, but it was just in this other place, I think the goalpost would continue to move and move and move. I think ultimately what these people are doing is purity testing and saying that wherever, whenever, you shouldn't be doing this because ultimately they 100% agree with what it is that Destiny is doing, and that's fine. But I don't think that these arguments that they're saying like, oh, well, if they just did it in this way, that it would change anything in their calculus.
Okay, but real quick, I mean, if we're saying that they believe in Destiny and what he's doing or whatever, do you think that then going to a live event of his and confronting him about it, where he's at a place where he's trying to explicitly debate only with Trump followers, do you think that that is contributing to his goal? By then, do you think that we're seeing him seeing these people contribute to Destiny's like goal or plan? You think that them confronting him at this place in front of these people is doing so?
I'm not entirely sure that the event. Now, I would agree with you if it was at the anti-Trump tour.
Okay, if this was not at the anti-Trump tour, then sorry, but I thought this was the anti-Trump tour. That it was
no,
a
it
part
was
of
at the
that.
Unfuck America tour, which is a tour that is
Okay.
basically meant to bring allies as well as people that are
Okay.
adversarial
No,
to have
fair
conversation.
enough. Fair enough. Well, let me ask you this. Let's just say hypothetical then. If it was at a specifically anti-Trump place rather than more of an open forum, would you feel stronger that maybe that's not the right venue? Would you have at least in the question of like being the right place to do it, you might say that's probably not the right place to do it compared to maybe a different setting.
Yeah, so I do think that if you change what I think you're just talking about two completely different things there. So yeah, I do think
Well, I
that
am.
it would be
I'm bringing up 1 second. I'm bringing up a specific hypothetical because I'm trying to get to the point of
go ahead and repeat it.
We're questioning. Foodshops is bringing forward saying being amongst enemies is a scenario in which this kind of internal criticism of our side becomes less effective. And I'm trying to say, okay, maybe the example we've been using is not the best one. Let's go to in one extreme. Let's say we are in a room full of Trump people. Destiny is there specifically to debate people about why Trump is bad, and then not so erudite comes up and makes the argument she did about his statement. I'm just and this isn't saying that if you agree with me, it doesn't make you wrong. I'm just asking to understand your position.
Oh, okay.
Do you think that's the wrong place?
I misunderstood what you were asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that
sorry.
the wrong place for her to bring that up?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And I don't think that she would have in that instance. I don't know. That is speculation, but I do think that criticism would be more apt in that hypothetical.
Okay. And so Foodshops, whenever I'm looking at a situation where we have this mixed audience and things like that, right? And I understand your argument that it is an attack. It is technically kind of an attack on Steven's position to make this criticism publicly in front of his enemies, and it kind of undermines him and his credibility. Whether or not there are clips that are made from it, right? Whether or not any of that happens, at least in that instance, when he's debating with people, just by having his allies disagree with him there, it does undermine him. Do you not think that do you think it's impossible that there could be some positives that come from it? We see, hey, we're willing to criticize our own side, but the other side's not. Hey, we're not all lockstep brainwashed cultists like you guys are. We all have our own opinions. Do you think there's no value that can be gained from that?
Yes, Your Honor. There is always value to be gained downstream, invisible value that is not obvious to the human eye. However, just like how there is value upon speculation, there is obviously also negatives as well. For example, anyone can determine that there is a massive difference between presenting in front of a Piers Morgan panel versus confronting someone in front of a WIC TV panel. Piers Morgan has more of an audience, and WIC TV has a smaller audience. So therefore, there is a difference there. However, if you infight on a Piers Morgan panel, everyone can agree that indeed there is more harm to have there, because then the right-wingers can take advantage of you and take advantage and say, look at them, they're infighting, look how weak and divided they are, versus a WIC TV panel, which has 0 viewers, and so therefore, they will always have, it will never go anywhere, right? So therefore, yes, technically, you can always say there's like downstream bad effects to everything, but in terms of the good and the pluses, there's a much more obvious setting in which pluses can be maximized. Thank you.
Okay. Well, and
Your
I-
Honor, can
go
we
ahead,
have a
Hobbit.
quick sidebar?
Okay. Real quick, this is our first ever sidebar. We are going to go ahead and get that set up. I'm going to stay out of it for the most part. Foods, I'm going to make a direct request for you in this sidebar since I'm not going to be involved. I'm going to ask that we keep our personal attacks at a minimum in this just because it's a time-limited event. And I want you guys to be able to have a good back and forth. I'm going to ask you both to not speak over each other if avoidable and respect the time that I'm giving you. Okay. Y'all are gonna have a sidebar. Feel free to talk back and forth to each other. And 3, 2, 1, y'all go right ahead.
Okay. The thing that I think you're doing, and I think that everybody else is doing, this was not a Pierce Morgan debate. This was not an adversarial host of the event. It was streamed on Destiny's channel. And I think that when people continuously just talk about all of these things and you're putting out these nobody is going to disagree with you that that's a bad place. When you go onto somebody else's platform and it's therefore amplified more, that is a fucking issue. Nobody would disagree with that. I don't know why you keep bringing up these things that aren't relevant to what this is. It's all Destiny stream with Destiny's audience watching it. And I don't think that 100 MAGA people that might have been in there, you know that the people that more than half probably were fans of Destiny. So that's why I have such an issue with this, is that people act as if this is some huge, like, oh my God, Trump is retweeting this and it's on Trump's live stream. You know, it's
sure. So I already have a contention with what you just said. So you said that I'm bringing up these examples that have nothing to do with it, but in actuality, I mean, like, don't lie to yourself, right? Because in actuality, like, think about it. It is an event where Destiny is in public on the eve of one of the most public assassinations of a political figure. All eyes are on Destiny. All conservative eyes are especially on Destiny. So therefore, I think that, like, to compare to a Piers Morgan panel is a pretty close comparison in terms of showing the conservative party how united you are, especially when it's called the Unfuck America tour. I think it's ridiculous to have infighting and not a united front on that tour, optically wise.
But nobody at the event even brought it up. Don't you think that if all of these people, okay, are so rabid and wanting to get Destiny on anything that they can, okay, and so you are saying that this is like the worst possible time, did anybody after they do that say, man, even your friends that are here brought up this stuff? Nobody said that. Nobody posted it. Nobody said anything like that. It's just us criticizing this thing, and I agree that it's not probably an ideal place, but let's not kid ourselves in the effect that it's having. It has had more of an effect of dividing us about people that think that it was okay for them to have done it, or that they you know, maybe they're more neutral on it, and then there's these other people that are just like thinking that these people are just automatically our enemies because of what they did. We need to realize that it was on Destiny's stream at an event that had Destiny fans and MAGA people, and the only people that are bringing it up are the Destiny fans. No MAGA person brought it up.
Right. So here's my response to that. I think the way you characterize it is bad faith. Like, for example, sure, it is in fact the fact that, like, nobody is utilizing Not So Erudite to do it. However, I think you're missing the point that when Not So Erudite was like going at it, there was cheering from the crowd. Now, with that being said, yeah, sure, she has pushed back against that and said, "Oh, if you think that you're a part of my side, I got news for you." Meaning that she's not like she's like pushing back against the MAGA crowd. She doesn't want to be weaponized by them. But it goes to show that by doing it in another reality where she doesn't say something like that, where she doesn't say that, and in Soypil has certainly not said that either.
But why are we talking about?
right?
Why, wait,
So
wait, stop,
therefore-
stop. Why are you even talking about another reality? We're in this reality where she openly stated that do not cheer. We are not on the same side. She made that very
it's important,
clear, and the people shut up about it.
No. The reason why it's important is because there are easily many other scenarios in which it is where it is not the case where Not So Erudite said that, right? Like, for example, sure, nobody is weaponizing this one from what I see so far. However, I could be wrong. But from a Wick TV panel even, right? Even though I joke around and say that, oh yeah, Wick TV has 0 viewers, I have seen far-right VTubers like Leaflet utilize Wick TV debates with Destiny against Destiny to show that the left is infighting and divided and weak for their right-wing audience. Thank you.
Yeah, I just think that it's you're bringing up examples that aren't the one that you're having in contention. That could have happened. It didn't happen. So that's the thing, is that we're having this big debate about these things, and people are so upset about it. And I think rightfully so, if it had turned into something else. But I don't think that it did. And I think that by using all these other types of examples, I don't know who it is it just goes to my point that I don't even know who that person is, a Leaflet or whatever VTuber person. I don't know who that is. Nobody knows who that is. Nobody gives a fuck.
We're coming.
Sorry,
our
one more thing if
sidebar.
I can, real quick, Kafka.
Okay, I'll let you. It was your sidebar. I'll let you get one thing in. And Foodshops, I'm going to come to you, and we're going to talk about some more questions I have, and you'll have a chance to respond. Hobbit, go ahead and say something.
I would just say the prime example of what it is that I'm talking about is that Destiny has been on Piers since this. That Piers is the person that could bury Destiny the most. That's all he does, is try to bring up things. There's tons of other people that are out to get Destiny, and no, I haven't seen a single person that's prominent bring up this instance, because I think that people understood what it was. It was two people that are allies talking about it in a way that wasn't damaging.
Okay, that's fair. I understand your perspective here, but whenever just a quick comment from me on this. I understand that we're using a specific instance as an example, but there is a question of, and I think you yourself even pointed it out, of when does purity testing, when does internal critique go too far, when is it inappropriate, right? And I think that's the most recent and prominent example. But I think that your own criticism of Destiny's statements were about him being on the Pierce panel, if I recall correctly, in your post. You were saying on the Pierce panel he should have made a different statement, right? Now, I think that whenever you're saying, why are we talking about all these different instances that haven't happened, I think it's because there's some question of, well, it hasn't happened yet, and it just happened. It just happened at this one event. Is it going to be happening at other ones, or is it going to be happening in other instances? Right? Is he going to end up on Piers Morgan and be sitting across from, Vosh, and Vosh is going to go, well, actually, you know what, Destiny, I don't agree with you, and then we got them infighting there, right? Is this amount of internal critique right now appropriate for us to say, hey, internal critique is okay at a certain point, but maybe not in these ones? I'm not saying that as though I'm taking a side here. I'm saying I think that's where a lot of these hypotheticals on my side are coming from, where I'm not necessarily saying I want us to figure out if whether or not we need to condemn Soy Pill and Not So Erudite for what they did. It's more of, is what they did okay? And going forward, should we expect more of that? Or should we say, hey, you know what, we appreciate your critique, but maybe we should keep it to on your own stream, or whenever you're not directly confronting that person in front of political enemies, right? I think that's kind of where that's coming from, as far as like why we're asking those questions and kind of extracting that out. It's not so that we can say, well, if Not So Erudite had did it this way, we should condemn her there, so therefore we're going to condemn her here. I think it's more of, she did this here, and there's a question of whether or not it's okay. Whenever we look at these other areas, are we still wondering whether or not it's okay? And I feel like what I'm hearing from you, Hobbit, is that you don't think it would have been okay if she did it in that more extreme context. I think that you would agree with Foodshops that on a Piers Morgan show, that kind of infighting is inappropriate. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the venue changes it all dramatically, and the platform in which it's being presented on.
Okay. Now, food shops, whenever
Mhm.
we look at the criticism that was made, I think that you've said that, they could have been done in bad faith, or they could have been done in bad faith such that, but or done in such a way that it doesn't matter, right? Like it's fine if they use it in good faith, but it was such a bad move on their part, it might as well have been in bad faith, right? And
Yes,
I just want to make sure, I just want to clarify, you're not here alleging that it was done in bad faith, right? You're just saying that there's really not a distinction to be made there.
that's right.
Okay. And so, I think Hobbit brought it up pretty well here, and we've kind of tried it over, but you don't see there being like an immediate negative impact or even a lasting impact on this on Destiny, right? Like I'd have to agree
Yeah,
with
but
Hobbit. I haven't seen a lasting impact from it. Do you think that we're
it,
making it a bit too defensive about our internal critique?
yeah, sure. So the thing is that again, I'm not denying that there are obviously people are going to overreact, right? I'm not denying that people are going to make misogynistic comments and stuff like that. I think that's bullshit. Obviously, that's not good. But the thing is that like we would be lying to ourselves if there weren't like actual criticism, like that is deserving towards not so erudite. I think what was pointed out was that there was no negative outcomes that came immediately out of that, but a lot of downstream effects are going to be negative, right? Like the thing is that like such a behavior encourages future behavior, and future behavior that is enabled encourages behavior that could potentially expand outwards. So the thing is that like, oh yeah, just because like you attempted murder and murder did not happen, does that mean the attempted murder is not bad, right? Like just because you try to I don't know, like someone pointed out in the chat, if you try to drive a car drunk, but then you don't actually crash into anyone, does that mean it was like does that mean it was good? Does that mean it was okay or something like that? Of course not. You don't want to wait for the day that in fact you did actually kill someone or something bad did in fact happen. I conclude, Your Honor.
Okay, no, I understand where you're coming from. And in Hobbit, let me ask you this: do you think that the community, at the very least, the DGG community, do you think their response to Not So Erudite and Soy Pill, do you think that was a foreseeable response by Not So Erudite and Soy Pill? Do you think they should have expected the amount of response they got after making those statements?
I can't say if they should have or shouldn't have.
No, no,
I
no.
do
I'm just
think
saying,
that,
no. We're not saying should have or shouldn't have. Do you think that Not So Erudite could have foreseen whether or not, or could have foreseen the response that DGG had to her making that public statement like that? Do you think it's foreseeable that that could have happened?
I mean, sure, yeah, and
Okay.
yeah.
So I mean, in your mind, she went up to that microphone with some level of knowledge that she was going to get this response, whether it was absolutely going to happen or there's a high likelihood of it. She goes, I know that that's probably going to happen, or it's foreseeable that it's going to happen to me, but I'm still going to make this public statement against Stephen. And I'm still going, because I think it's important enough for me to make this statement that I'm going to suffer the response that I got from the community. Is that, would you agree with that?
Yep. But I don't think that changes the calculus, because like I said earlier, I don't think that it would have changed if she had done it when Destiny's playing a game on stream or at the Unfuck America tour. I don't think that people's
Well,
criticism. Go ahead.
sure, but I think that then now we're looking at a public versus private setting rather than a on stream or off stream set, or on a live setting or on stream setting, right? Because to me, the question then is, okay, if that's foreseeable by her, right? I think then the impact of what she's going to make, that she's going to make by making that statement to him, whether on stream or in person, how effective is it going to be versus if it was in private DMs, right? If it's equal, right, then I'm trying to figure out where the benefit is. If we know at the very least it's going to rile up Destiny's community, it's going to create some level of disunity. I think it's fair to say that us having these conversations, and I know we're contributing to it now, sorry, but having these conversations about our allies is not necessarily the most unifying thing and best thing for us, in my opinion. Now, I mean, do you think there's some calculus that says that it's better to do it in this public way, even if we get this backlash, or do you think that the backlash isn't even really that bad?
I think that ultimately, like, if you think about what their goals are in the, like, why they're bringing it up, their goal is, whether it's soy pill, like, not wanting to have to defend such a, like, an inflammatory approach, or Erudite, who kind of in the same way is just saying that he could have gone about it differently. I don't. There's a huge difference if they had done it in DMs versus, I don't know if there's much of a difference between an event that's got people at it and them doing it on stream. I think that the community reacted in a way and used the idea that there were these other people there to, like, I don't know, piggyback their, like, they use that as like a scapegoat to make it even worse, when in reality what they don't like is that that soy pill or erudite aren't like going along with it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Now, Foodshops, whenever I'm thinking about it, right, I think that when it comes to, DMing Steven, I think we've all experienced this. He really sucks at responding and often will ignore you or not want to fucking talk about shit that you want to talk about. This way, he's trapped. He's on stage. He's in front of a mic, right? Would you disagree? Do you think that he does respond to not so? Maybe it's I'm a man, so maybe I don't know. Maybe
I
it's
would
just
like
for
to
men.
say, sure, Your Honor, I would like to say that it is like, if not so erudite determines that it is in fact a reasonable decision to actually go and confront Stephen on a public stage because he will be unable to escape, then that is her calculus to make. But she should also anticipate the consequences of people criticizing her for it. Because just because she made that calculus does not mean that there are any negative outcomes. That is such in which the definition calculus is derived from, in that you're measuring pros versus cons. The cons has to be included as well. So the thing is that I actually find it quite shocking if Not So Erudite did not understand the cons, considering how Not So Erudite has always been a target of anti-fans and people who deeply hate Destiny. So she should be the most understanding of how something like that should look like. And even then, I am granting her good faith. So even me granting her good faith should be a display of good faith on my part. I conclude my statement.
Okay. That's going to conclude my lines of questions for your argument. Foodshops, did you have any other points in your argument that you wanted to make? Is there anything that you felt like you didn't get to talk about?
Yeah, sure. So is this like the concluding statement, or?
This is not the final statement. We're going to do another amicus brief, and then we're going to have closing statements, and then I'll make a decision.
Sure. I have no comments. I think I've gotten all I could. Yeah.
Okay. HobbitFollower, with regards to Foodshops' argument, do you feel like you were able to make the statements you want to make? Is there anything you wanted to address?
Oh, sorry. I had one last. Oh, shoot.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Foodshops.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So I just want to say that we talked about like the in DMs versus in public. Actually, if you try to reach out in DMs, right, even if he doesn't respond in DMs, it would show that you're more good faith on that part and you're more willing to wait for a response, right? Because the thing is that in public, you're basically making a showing of it. Anyone can weaponize it for any reason, and you have to make that calculus. If you're making a criticism in private, it can be better conceived as something that is better faith, just mainly because that no one can actually make a showing of it. That's why people go to DMs in the first place. That's why mods like of a server would go to DMs or in a private setting or the mod channel to disagree with things. And I'm sure that HobbitFollower would also understand this. So yeah, no, I think these like concepts should all be well understood by everybody. So yeah, I conclude. Thank you.
Okay. And Hobbit, did you have anything?
Yeah, I understand the argument that the venue and the people that they did it in front of, like, I completely understand, and I'm even sympathetic to the idea that, that it wasn't a great place to do it. I ultimately think, and we see it so often, and Not So Erudite's a great example of, people will try to just find a way that they can get onto somebody. And so, like, I think that although this venue thing was bad, I think ultimately what it is that people are upset that they disagreed with Destiny, and that's their ultimate criticism. Is that you saw things over and over again about they don't think it's that serious. There's all these different things, and that I think is ultimately where their criticism lies. And what I think Foodshops' criticism is, and I think that she is trying to say that they're attacking this thing and all this, because I think that what she's concerned with is that it's
Hobbit.
weakening Destiny's position.
Hobbit, let me cut you off. You don't even make your closing statement now.
man.
We got to do an amicus
Really want
brief,
shit.
and then we're going to do
I was
closing.
just saying that's how I feel her argument has been
Okay.
presented.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, you guys start stewing on those closing statements. Do we have another
I
amicus
may have to
brief?
shit. I may have to shit. Okay, but
No.
just
It's
like-
fine. An amicus brief. You go do what
That's
you need to
okay.
do, and then we'll resume when you get back.
Yeah. That's
Oh
okay.
my god, I have to shit. Okay, be right back.
Okay, bye. Well, hope it's a good one. Okay. Got a few more questions for some of you from our amicus brief. We'll wait for Foods to come back. I've had a couple questions for Foods. Okay, first question from our amicus brief is for Hobbit from some guy called ZipZip46.
Okay.
Do you think the response would have been less if the questions weren't at the Unfuck America tour? Because Soy and Erudite asked the same question that 20 people had just asked right before. Like pretty much every person going up in line to ask questions was asking the exact same thing. Don't you think that the response would have been less if it wasn't at Unfuck America? And doesn't that cut against your point that it's just because they don't like the disagreement?
No, I think that the response probably would have been around the same. Like, I'm being completely honest. I do think that people's. I don't think that if they had done it on stream, let's say they just both hopped into stream and said the same exact thing, I think that the response would be very similar. It might be a little bit less, because people wouldn't be able to like piggyback off of the venue. But I ultimately I think that it would still be like 90% of the criticism.
I mean,
What a
didn't Soy Pill do a whole bunch of like Fed posting at Destiny like right after this happened? Remember on that Wick stream where he like came on, wasn't it? Yeah, it was like so. Like to be fair, like it feels like Soy Pill really tried hard. Like because remember he's like Destiny. What are you saying, Destiny? What should people do? What do you think people should do, Destiny? Right? And it's like so. On the one hand. I actually agree with you, Hobbit. I think that Soy Pill got some pushback there, but maybe not as much as he did in the in-person one. However, I will say that in my mind, just in that specific instance, when on the Wick panel, that really made me question Soy Pill's intent there. And the sense of just like, I just don't know why the fuck he would ask those questions. I don't know if I would say he was being bad faith. I just don't know why you would have that line of questioning for Destiny there. That was just a really weird thing for me that made me feel like it's hard for me to immediately grant good faith. Like I want to wait and see, okay, what is Soy Pill getting at before I'm gonna like actually like grant him that good faith. Like what do you think on that?
I think that all that you really need to grant is that person is ultimately supportive of the movement itself. They can have disagreements with Destiny. A lot of people do. Hutch doesn't talk to Destiny. I would never question anything because of his positions on Destiny and the things that he said. And I think it's kind of in the same vein. I mean, I'll grant
1 second.
that. I think.
Well,
go ahead.
But 1 second. No. Because on the one hand, it feels like Soy Pill is not granting that to Destiny right now. I am not sure. I think that Soy Pill is granting Destiny good faith right now. And he and Destiny are on the same side. And now whenever I'm looking at Soy Pill, I'm being told, well, he's on the same side as you, so you should grant him the good faith. I'm not sure I see that. I'm not sure, like, whenever Soy Pill is coming in here and saying, why are you saying that, Destiny? What do you prescribe? What should people do? That does not feel like a good faith line of questioning. In that specific Wick panel, that's all we're talking about.
I'm not saying that it is, but I don't think that Soy Pill is ever coming. And what my main criticism is of people is that they're approaching it in a way that this person shouldn't be like their accusation is that these people are like enemies, and they can be like personal enemies, but like I think that we need to separate the difference between our love for streamer man and a political movement. You know, they're not coming at it like Hassan, where they're just like, even in Soy Pill's video, what somebody asked about earlier, like it wasn't him saying that like fuck the Democrats, don't vote Democrat. It was just him saying that things should change, and it wasn't in like some like insane like Marxist Leninist way. It, you know, that's where maybe I grant too much charity to people, but like I would never say that I think that Soy Pill believes that Destiny is not, you know, like gonna vote for Democrats or anything like that. Like I don't think that ever comes into question. I just think that his problem is with Destiny's approach.
Okay, I mean, like fair enough. You know, I mean, I'm really not trying to get you guys to mind read here for me. It's more of just kind of when I'm engaging with this. I'm not even saying that I'm mind reading him and seeing bad faith. It's more like I'm just saying like, geez, what the fuck is that, right? And then whenever I'm turning around and going like, seems like maybe that wasn't the best question, right? I feel like I'm being now asked to say like we should grant him a whole lot of faith because he's for the same side. And I'm not sure I'm necessarily seeing that same perspective being held towards Destiny's statements, right? Right? Like, why do you think Soy Pillow, not Soy Erudite, or even yourself shouldn't you say, well, Destiny's on the same side as me. Maybe I would have said the exact same thing, but I'm going to hold my tongue here. Like, where's the difference there in your mind?
Well, because my position is that you can disagree with the person's methods and their message and the things that they're saying, but you shouldn't be calling into question like their advocacy for the Democratic Party. And I think that it would be you don't have to grant charity to anything that Soy Pill is doing when it comes to Destiny.
But let me interrupt you.
Yeah, my ultimate position, like I'm not here to defend what it is that Soy Pill is doing. I'm here to defend the idea that I think that Soy Pill is a net positive for the Democratic Party. I think that he brings a certain thing that other people don't, and he's communicating with lawmakers.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's fair to say like, you know, and it's also I think I think you're sneaking this in, but it's fair to do so of, you know, maybe this one instance was not maximally helpful to the Democratic Party when taken holistically. You know, this in no way puts him in a position where he's not an ally, right? And I think that Soy Pill would probably say the same thing about Destiny, even for the statements that he made, right? So
yeah,
I think
my whole point is that
sure, but that's fair. But I think also we can also then engage with the point of saying, let's take a look at how we're doing this, because even in your own position statement, you talk about how the left and Democrats are inundated with internal criticism, and whenever someone comes out makes a public internal criticism, and then people say, "Wow, that would seem pretty fucking harsh for no reason. Why did you do it that way?" To then turn around and go like, it's fine. Like what? Like I don't know. I think to me like I'm not as worried about Destiny's statements as I am as it feels like. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of Democrats out there that are making huge statements that are similarly extreme as Destiny's. I do feel like I see a ton of Democrats out there and a ton of leftists out there who are aggressively internally critiquing our party, right? If I'm looking at the scale of the issue as far as the behavior, I think that internal critique of like on the left is far more damaging than people making edgy statements publicly for the left, right? I think that that's pretty apparent. I don't know. That seems pretty solid, don't you?
I didn't get the end of that. I don't know if that was on my end. Can you repeat the last like
out a
few
bit,
words?
but it was just.
Am I kidding? I'm sorry.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. I would say, wouldn't you agree that internal critique is the over internal critiquing of the Democratic Party is more of an issue politically than people making extreme edgy statements in the Democratic Party, right?
Well, I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that. I could easily make the statement that Destiny being on Fox News is way more damaging than anything that Soy Pill or Erudite did. You know what I mean? Like there's always going to be some sort of line that you can draw and say like, oh, I think this is unacceptable. And that's where ultimately I think if there are people advocating for our political cause in a way that isn't, shrouding some sort of alternate, like methods that they're trying to do. Like if Hassan is trying to burn the Democratic Party to the ground to have it become a socialist party or something, like that isn't somebody that's advocating for Democrats, whereas these people are. And so that's where you can disagree and you can hold these people in a negative light. I just think that ultimately what gives them, like I said, the bare minimum of friendly respect is that they are still advocating for similar goals to ourselves.
Okay, fair enough. Zip, do we have any more non-food shops questions in our amicus brief?
Quite a couple. So another one for Hobbit, since it's in here. Is from Razzle Smasher. They say that you're showing why your name is follower and not leader. How do you respond to that, Hobbit follower?
It's hard being on top. It really is. A lot of people think that they can do it better, but they're just some no name.
Wow.
So
Okay. So you're not the Hobbit leader. You are the Hobbit follower, and yet you were at top.
no, I am in fact the leader, but a good leader will always be right alongside their followers.
I see. Okay. It seems a little contradictory based on your name, but that's okay. Let me see what else
Are
we
you
got.
saying that Gandalf was not a good leader?
No, I'm just saying your username is Hobbit follower, not Hobbit leader. So, just
exactly
curious.
He followed the hobbits, but ultimately the best character and the leader.
I don't know if I agree that he was the leader, but that's okay. Just a
Weird.
literary disagreement, but sure.
Do you think that any of the events of the Lord of the Rings or even the Hobbit would have happened without Gandalf?
That doesn't make him the leader, though.
Doesn't it?
Not really.
What do you call the person that puts a team together and like sets them out on a quest?
Well, if you go to the Hobbit, right, it wasn't Gandalf that put that team together, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
In the Hobbit, it wasn't Gandalf that put that team together, right?
I mean,
He just recruited.
He's more of like a.
He just recruited.
He's more like
He
a
only
coach.
recruited Bilbo for in the Hobbit. That's it. Everybody else was recruited by Thorin.
True, but who is the most important person in that group?
Thorin or Bilbo.
Was
But that
it?
also
Really?
the most important person doesn't make them leader.
I think that sometimes leadership comes out in a way that is able to make those decisions that ultimately change things to be successful. I think that shows a good leader.
Okay, sure. Do you acknowledge that if Gandalf is the leader, he was being a bad leader when he couldn't figure out the answer to the riddle? That was just Melon. That was a pretty silly moment for him.
This is a tough one.
Ultimately, I think that anything that you could criticize Gandalf for, I think that when he sacrificed himself, that kind of wiped all that away. And dude, there's so many other things, but I am, in fact, a leader. Okay. As was Gandalf.
Sure.
We've gotten off topic. Okay.
Yeah. But we're still waiting for Foods to get back, so it's fine.
Disagree with his methods and his message and how he does things, but he objectively was the leader.
Okay, I still disagree, but that's okay. A good leader would usually be there for the team when they need them, but that's okay.
But he put together a group of people that were able to solve that same riddle, right?
He didn't put together that group. That was Elrond. Ooh.
Yikes.
I'm gonna say, I think Gandalf. I understand the leader argument. I still feel like he's more of a coach figure, right?
Yeah, he's the mentor.
He has some leadership. There's leadership aspects to what he does. He's really coaching everybody. He's making sure he's bringing together the talent and forming the team. He's making sure they're going down the right path. I think there's a coach aspect in there in my mind. rather than
Yeah, I'm
just a
just
straight up
gonna
leader.
defer to Pickles Nathan on this one because they are
Gandalf
correct.
led them to Elrond. I don't think exactly. He told them to go there. He didn't. He specifically did not lead them because he wasn't with the hobbits when they were going to Rivendell, which was like part of the
Does a
issue.
leader have to hold everybody's hand, or do they just make sure that they're going in the right direction,
Well, he didn't make sure they were going there. He just told them to go in that direction,
knowing that they knew how to get there, right?
but they didn't know. That's why he told. That's why they had to get Aragorn. Granted, Gandalf told them to get Aragorn, but
Apologies, Your Honor. I was shitting, and in addition to shitting, I have not finished my shit, but I will finish my shit after this event. Now, in addition, I have also urinated on my pants, so I had to make a change of pants. Okay, I'm back now. All right, yeah, what's up?
I appreciate your honesty with the court, but I will, in the future, ask you to keep such information to yourself and make up just a funny excuse instead.
Acknowledge,
but
Your Honor.
I will say I appreciate your honesty with us. Okay, Zip, do you have any remaining amicus brief questions for her?
Yes, Foods. I had quite a couple questions for you from some chatters. It's from
Yeah,
Gilmore
go ahead.
again. Gilmore wanted to ask, for how long have you been a Wick TV orbiter?
I have been a WIC TV orbiter since 2017, I think. Yeah, that was 1 year after the Trump election. But yeah.
Okay, based. I think, did I have another one for you? I don't actually think so. Yep, I think that's it. That's all for the
Okay.
amicus briefs, Your Honor.
Great. Okay, we're going to go into our closing statements. Let's go ahead and let's try. We're pushing on over 2 hours here for the show, so let's try and keep those tight and to the point, and then I'll go ahead and let y'all know kind of where I fall as far as the deliberation. I'm sorry. HobbitFollower, since you gave the first opening statement, you're going to give the first closing statement.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to repeat that I've said multiple times now that I agree that the venue in which these criticisms came up might not have been ideal. I believe that there's always a better way that people can do things. Although you threw my chart as evidence, they were evidence of, taking the time to do just a little bit of thinking through the things that you want to give somebody feedback on. I think that this is something, and I'll just briefly say that I was told that I was unemployed, but actually when I was learning to be a team trainer at Kentucky Fried Chicken at the ripe young age of 17, I was told that there's no such thing as constructive criticism. Criticism is always bad, and there's only feedback that can be constructive. And so I think that just people understanding that there's always going to be a better way that somebody can do something, and there's always going to be criticisms of the way that they do it, and that's always going to be negative if your intention isn't actually to better the person. And so I think that as we saw with reaction to how people were talking about this Unfuck America event or anything regarding these other people that's happened afterwards, I think that ultimately it shows that they are trying to purity test these people out of our in-group. They think that they are incorrect in what it is that they are trying to give feedback on, and therefore they are criticizing the people for what it is that they're saying. They don't care if, where the venue is. They don't care that the person is maybe making a good point or a bad point. All they care about is that the person is disagreeing with them, and that they feel like if somebody isn't going to get in line and isn't going to take the situation as seriously as they think that they're taking it, that they're always going to have something to nitpick at. And so I just always think that there's a better way that we can approach things. And I think that ultimately we need to understand what our goals are, and that we don't need to prop people up. We don't need to amplify their messaging, just like Soy Pill doesn't want to amplify Destiny's messaging, or Erudite takes, concern with what it is that he's saying. I think ultimately what we need to understand is that we are fighting something that's a lot bigger than somebody saying something at one event at a college that had some people in it that disagreed with Destiny. I think ultimately we need to look at that bigger picture, because this is the infighting that is unnecessary. And just like you can say erudite and soy pills infighting was unnecessary, but I don't think that they were doing it in a way that was trying to push Destiny out. And I think that's ultimately the biggest part of this whole thing, is that I think that their intentions, although you know I can disagree with what it is that they did, I think their intention is that they think that changing that messaging is ultimately going to be best for the Democratic Party. And I think that that's what we all should be focused on, not pushing people out, not saying that they're wrong or anything like that, but having good, constructive feedback for people. That's it.
Okay. Oh, I appreciate it. Foodshops, whenever you're ready, feel free to go ahead and make your closing statement.
Yes, indeed. I hope that the jury and the Honorable Kafka Esquire would recognize that indeed I was not making an argument arguing whether or not Nasser Erudite or Soy Pill was in good faith or bad faith, but rather all my arguments are centered around the way that arguments can be used in a bad faith manner, and that depending on the environment, on a case-by-case scenario, I could argue as well that indeed the Unfuck USA event was used, can be used in a bad faith manner, not saying that the result was in fact what was happening, but rather the potential for it happening was there. Now, I have to add, in addition, all right, one of my frustrations with every single time I talk about this subject is that there's always a bunch of optics cucks, all right, who all they would do is that they would go around and they would police and police and police. If you really want to be on Steven's side, you should be backing him the same way that MAGA backs Trump and the same way that Hassan's orbit backs Trump. The reality of this situation, sorry, well, that too, but also for Hassan as well, okay? But the thing is that part of the reason why Steven keeps on running into the same issues over and over again, like disloyalty and stuff like that, is because he is too lenient on everyone who follows him. He should have a strict iron chain, okay, an iron grip across their balls, okay, to make sure nobody slips out of his orbit, to make sure everyone has the same line of reasoning, okay, to make sure nobody will ever betray him ever again, all right? So for that, I just want to say that I think that I have made my good faith criticisms of such, and obviously, again, it is what it is, and hopefully I've demonstrated that Hobbit is a retard. Boom! Just kidding, I love you, okay? And that his and his sentencing should be testicular portion, okay? Should be the twisting of his right nut. Okay, that's it. I close my statement. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the arguments that have been presented today. I think that you both actually came in and gave me a lot to think about, as well as I think you both actually have very solid points that unfortunately aren't particularly at odds. Though I think you both did a good job of making this into something of a debate. Reviewing it, looking at the questions I asked, I think ultimately I'm very, very narrowly, about a 51%, I'm leaning to give it to Foodshops here. And I'm going to say why. I think that whenever we talk about these kinds of internal criticisms, I think that it is important, maybe that we shouldn't say that we don't grant them good faith, but that we examine where it's coming from, right? I think that it's very important for us to say the foreseeability of it, right? Of what's the reaction going to be, right? Is Steven going to take that advice? Is he going to change his behavior based off of it? Is the community going to react in a negative way, right? I think there's a lot of things here that are foreseeable that say, hey, maybe this isn't the best move for me. Maybe the internal criticism shouldn't be this pointed. Maybe it shouldn't be done, in this venue like we talked about. And so I think that where we might be able to say the specific advice has good intentions behind it, looking at all of the action holistically, I think we do need to start questioning these things a little bit better. We need to make sure that if we're going to be doing internal critique, it is maximally done to positively affect the party, and making sure that the internal critique is used to make the party better. And then at the same time, we take an approach to, reduce or minimize any negative effects that could come from it. Even if those clips aren't being used to undermine Destiny later, even if, hey, you know what, the community's always going to bitch, moan, and complain about things. I'm not disagreeing about that. However, I think we can agree at the event, it really kind of let the air out of the room, right? It made Steven seem like he was kind of fighting with people that he didn't need to. And what I would say, HobbitFollower, is that I think that your post on the subreddit is maybe one of the best examples of how it's done. I think you did a great job there, not just to glaze you here, but of saying, here's my opinion, here's my position, here's how I think it could be better, but without having it be done in a way that can necessarily kind of cut Steven's legs out from under him while he's doing something, and also, I don't think you necessarily even really put it to Steven that he did a bad job or what he did was wrong or something like that. You were just saying, here's a more efficient way to do it. So again, I think it comes down a little bit just narrowly on Foodshops side on this one. And so that's going to be the conclusion of the second debate in the e-court. I again want to thank our participants, Foodshops and HobbitFollower, for being here and taking the time to do the pre-filings, to kind of workshop these ideas with us. I want to thank the bailiff for being here today. Zip, you did a great job not only here, but in the ban appeals. HobbitFollower, you did as well. And everybody in the chat, thank y'all for watching us and for giving us feedback. This is only our second episode. We're really trying to figure this whole format out. This episode was a lot looser than our first one, and that was intentional. Neither Foodshops nor HobbitFollower are attorneys, and we kind of went with a prompt that is much more vague and much broader than kind of what that first episode was. And I'm sure you noticed we also kind of were letting the parties have a little bit more fun with it, and kind of maybe get into a little more personal attacks than we might do normally, and maybe do a little bit more memes than they do normally. So any feedback from you guys in the audience, and we are super open to hearing it, either now in the chat or if you send us DMs. Yeah, we'd love to hear it. HobbitFollower, I would really love to hear y'all's opinions on kind of the show and how y'all felt as participants, and kind of things that you thought worked well, or maybe things that could have been done better, or what you preferred. I would really appreciate anything you guys have as far as feedback.
Right now, or you want me to DM it to you?
You can DM it. If you have anything right now, that's great. Or you can DM it to me later when you think about it.
If you think your criticism should not be made publicly
Get it now.
in front of other people.
This is why I sided with Foodshops, by the way. But
I would.
Yeah,
sorry.
Lay it on me.
The only thing that I have is that, like, I feel like we spent way too much time talking about the Unfuck America thing. Like, I never had the position that was like a great thing to do. So, like, my main criticism was with how people were reacting to the situation, and I feel like we were focusing too much on the situation itself, versus my argument was that people were going over the top with that reaction.
Well,
And so I think I could have better defended that, because ultimately I agree that the venue was not the right place. I just don't think that it was to the extent that people think that it was like a determinative factor. So the only thing that I would say is, like, maybe for these looser ones, have a way that we can, like, maybe if it's two sections like this one was, to just have, dedicated time that, like, okay, we've already talked about that. Now we're going to talk about what happened afterwards. Because I felt like we were.
I think that's
100%. Yeah.
Because and I'm with you. I wanted it to be big. I felt like that was just kind of like a touch point that we could use as a reference point. But I think you're right, and I think that honestly, kind of a little, if it's going to be a big topic, workshopping kind of that stuff a little bit more with the participants would be better. I also thinking that maybe these vaguer topics just don't really lend itself great to this kind of show. Last time it was about a specific action taken by the Trump government or Trump administration, so it's kind of easy for it to be targeted. I really wanted to see kind of how this free flowing kind of vague thing would go, to see how the arguments develop on y'all's side, how my line of questioning develops. But I do take that that feedback, not criticism, but feedback well on this one, where if it's going to be this way, if we're going to have a vague topic, then structure needs to come from somewhere else, right?
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's just because like I could have made like because from my position, like I could have had food shops like, do you think that this person, and I could have brought up a bunch of different things that people were saying, and it's like, oh, do you
Right.
think that this was correct to do? Do you think that this was correct to do? Do you think that this was correct to do? And it just felt like over and over. And so I like the vagueness. I like that it's kind of free flowing in that sense, but I do think that there needs to be something, and maybe this topic just didn't lend
It
it.
might have just been the
But
specificness of the topic and like how it was kind of set up. More
Uh,
so
I,
than
I
Yeah.
have
the actual thing itself. But
criticisms.
yeah.
I have feedback of my own if you would like to hear
Oh,
it.
I would love to hear.
There you go.
Chips, thank you.
Yeah, so I think that obviously the best part of this entire thing was the sidebar where we're going back and forth and it was getting a bit heated, right? Like in my opinion, like that was where the best content was. I think that like maybe this is intentional, but a lot of it felt as though like I was arguing with Kafka rather than arguing with Hobbit
that's part of it.
Follower. And I think Hobbit Follower would like also be arguing with Kafka as well. And even though that might be intentional, I think that some good content was ultimately kind of like out just mainly because there was no direct like back and forth all that long. So yeah,
And
that's it.
I think
no,
the
I
side cover
appreciate.
could be
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Oh,
I'm not saying there's
well,
any issue with arguing with Kafka, but I'm
no,
just saying that
no,
it
no,
dragged on
no.
too long. Yeah.
No, and I'm with you on that too. I get the
Yeah.
like, for me, this was a lot longer than I wanted it to be. I was trying to get it where it was like a strict hour, but there was this really long bathroom break in it that really fucked us up. But other than that, it did go over
Okay.
longer than I wanted. But no, but the sidebar, that was an intent, right? Is it is dry. It is very like you're just arguing with the judge, and the sidebars are kind of a release valve. And then in our next episode, or maybe an episode after that, we are looking at then doing a like, okay, at the end of like whenever you finish presenting your argument, the other side then gets to do basically an interrogation where like the other side is going to ask questions, you're going to answer them. You can't ask questions back, right? So kind of again like creating pockets of direct interaction inside of this kind of very structure, this very like, clinical and maybe cold feeling debate. It is where we're going. But I agree with you that like there might be more fire and it might be more content as far as a sidebar, but like we did, it was a good get. It was like a good inference that it is intentional, that it is going to be drier and it is going to be very different than what you normally see. We want to have that difference and we want to make it right. So, but feedback
I was
taken
just
for
thinking?
sure.
And like what Kevin was
That's
mentioning was
super
like we're the plan for like future, and like we were like experimenting with this one with doing like the sidebar where it's like you can go back and forth with the other person. Our idea for like future ones is also like kind of what Kevin said, like you get to like interrogate the other party, like you're asking a question, they have to answer your question. And then that could be like fun, and then each party would get a chance, and then also we could do like multiple sidebars or however, like there's ways to do it. We're just kind of we'll still figuring out, but yeah, that's a good point, Foods.
Yeah, I think like doing
I-
like a deposition style thing in the beginning would be cool. Like have people ask the questions before you, like even you do the opening statement, and then that way those people can go back and like, hey, this person gets 5 minutes to ask this person any questions, and they have to answer it, and like it could be like piece goes yes or no approach, and then
Yeah,
you're like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's, yeah, no, actually, I like that idea. There's some workshopping that could definitely pull something fun out of that. But I mean, I think the other side of it for us is like, I think y'all noticed like we're kind of asking a lot out of the participants. Like most times when it's a debate, you just fucking show up, right? Like we're asking you to submit documents, write stuff for us, things like that, which I feel like is quite a bit to ask a lot of people coming onto the show. Like, how did you guys feel about how much we were asking y'all to do?
It made me feel nervous, but maybe that's just my anxiety. Because I was like, "Oh my god, how official is this motherfucker?" I don't know. Like when I saw the document thing, I was like, "Bro, what the fuck is this? Like an actual like fucking 14-page motion or some shit? Like what's going on here?"
Yeah, in
Sure.
the future, the remedy to that would be, hey, here's our last episode of the E Court, and this is kind of how it was. Like, it's not super duper duper serious. It's like a little serious, but like not really that much. And like, yeah,
Yeah, I think especially it being new does make it more intimidating when we're like, hey, please fill out these forms for us and submit them in this time period so that we can review them. I agree. Right now, it's certainly daunting, and we also kind of want to make that a little bit softer in the future. As far as whenever, one thing that I worry about is like whenever, and I felt like this happened a little bit here, and it wasn't intentional, it just happened where it's like, I felt like I was really grilling HobbitFollower a lot. In Foodshops, I felt like I didn't get to ask you as many questions as I did him. And it was like, I did want to ask you questions, but a lot of the times I would ask you a question, you would give me that answer. And it's like, okay, like, I understand your answer. I need to get Hobbit's perspective on this. And so I felt like there were a lot of times where food shops, you kind of were just sitting there. How do you feel about how that kind of dynamic went out? Did you feel like a lot of that dead air, you didn't feel good about that? Or you felt like, no, your arguments were getting out and you felt heard and you didn't need to have more time on the mic?
I think I was heard. I mean, the reason why I presume that like
bye bye.
Hobbit got more time. Oh yeah, but
Oh, it's
like
gotta go.
part of the reason why I think, yeah, but I think part of the reason why Hobbit I think got more time just mean because I think it's
Oh,
because maybe Kafka fundamentally disagrees with Hobbit himself, and that could be a reason why, right? Or maybe it's just because my argument is better,
I think
and
it
well, I
also,
think
I think more so
now that
why
he's
it kind of happened
gone,
is because of the way that the arguments are set up. It's like Hobbit's like on the defense and Foods you're on the attack, so it'll naturally be more like
right.
you're gonna have more questions
yeah,
for
yeah, yeah,
Hobbit.
that makes
Also, I mean,
sense.
now that he's gone, fuck that guy. But no, uh, no.
True.
I mean, I think it's funny because it's like I think a hard part of this too is that um, it's really appealing to take these vague topics and just find a kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of like a totally defensible position without being too aggressive. And I think that Hobbit had a good position um, that was kind of hard to attack, but it also was a little bit, it was kind of at a point where it's hard to really see what he's arguing for, right? Like, and that's kind of where I started kind of going to that foreseeability stuff. And I didn't want to go too much into it to make your argument for you, food shops.
Mm.
Which is why I didn't keep going down that line. But for me, I saw it as like, he wants us to grant like almost unlimited good faith to somebody that is going for the same Democratic Party. But if we're saying that like all of these responses, all of the backlash, everything is foreseeable, right? And so like I was kind of trying to pick at that because it seemed like he was trying to build this fortress that you can't assault my position because obviously I'm right. Whereas food shops, I think that for you, you're saying like, no, I don't think it's cool that they did this. I think that it's just it doesn't help. And then if I go, okay, food shops, do you think that's because it like could hurt people because of this? And you go, yeah, I do think that's the reason, right? Well, like, okay, you're telling me you're like there's not like a way for me to salt it other than to say like, well, it doesn't seem like Steven did get hurt because of it, or that, right? You see what I'm saying? Where it's like all I can do there is just make like kind of vague appeals. Whenever you're deficient, your position's pretty well defined. Whereas Hobbit follower, I feel like we have to kind of like all right, well, like I guess it's the venue is kind of maybe the issue, and also the online stuff. And I don't think it's because he made a bad argument. I just think that, like the way that he was constructing
Yeah,
his argument.
I think I felt as though it was like two entirely different things, right? Like the thing
Yeah,
is yeah.
exactly. And I kind of said that at the end when the conclusion was like, I think you both presented good arguments, and I think everybody involved tried very hard to make them go head to head and try to have them fight with each other. But I don't know how much that actually really connected, right? And that
Yeah.
happens. It's it's fine. But I think that is also an
Yeah,
issue with a vague prompt, right?
sure. I was fine with moving on to the online thing, which I would probably not even disagree too much with HobbitFollower because I really doubt HobbitFollower would just be like, oh yeah, you know what? No online criticism whatsoever for Nasa Airbag
Right.
because I really don't think like it's like obviously he would ever say that, right? But rather like I don't even disagree with him. There's a lot of fucking unhinged misogynist attacks. And I even said on stream before that a lot of the hate that not so erudite gets, like proportional to like counterpoints into other people, is because of her gender. But
Yeah.
like the thing is you know, there's not much disagreement there. There really isn't. But yeah, maybe
I,
that's
and
it.
and I can appreciate that, and like I think they were he's like, oh, we kept focusing on this one example, and for me, and this might just be lawyer brain, it's like, if you want us to go somewhere else, take us there, right? He kept being like, well, we keep doing all these hypotheticals, we keep talking about this. It's like, yes, that's going to happen in an argument. We want to discuss it. If you don't want to discuss it, okay, that's fine, but we're gonna take that into account that you don't want to discuss this for some reason. If you want to use a specific instance or a specific example, bring it up in your argument. That I'm not saying that like he did something wrong there. I'm just saying like in my mind that's how I think about it.
Yeah, I think that's
And I
also
feel like
like
for him, he was
maybe
like, "Oh, we're talking about this one thing. I don't want to get away from that because that's what we're talking about." And I think that like that kind of freedom and that kind of like ability to control where the argument is going can be a little hard because I'm driving the conversation so much with my questions, right?
I think like on that
Mm.
point maybe it might be a thing of like maybe we need to give slightly different or better instructions for each person. I think particularly for like this kind of thing where it's like, you know, it kind of is like defense versus prosecution in a way. Um,
Yeah.
maybe we could give more instructions like, hey, like, or maybe it would have required different like position statements beforehand or like the topic, but it could have been more like, hey, this is specifically what the accusation is, and this is specifically what you're going to be defending. Like, this is kind of be like the defense kind of like I think that could kind of make sense. To kind
Yeah,
of
I
remedy
think I
that
agree
kind of
with
thing.
you. Where like that, yeah, like getting the structure in ahead of time, making sure they feel like, okay, like this is where this is what they're expecting of me. This is how they want us to do it, right? That's good because like food shops, I actually really appreciate like the first half of the show where you were just like going fucking ham on him, and we're
Oh yeah.
like, this dude's a fucking gaylord, like, and
Well, at the
I
end of the day, I'm a fucking entertainer. I mean, that's what I
sure.
do.
No. But I appreciate that because I genuinely want to hear people's feedback on that because, like, me personally, I was ready to jump in
Yeah.
there and be like, food shops, fuck off. Or be like, bailiff, mute her. Right? I was ready to do
Oh
that.
no! Wait, hold
However,
on. Were you annoyed by that?
no. I just mean like
Aw.
to keep the like if it was going to be disruptive. I don't think you were really being
Oh
disruptive with it.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
me
no,
But what
no,
I'm
too.
no.
saying is
Like
like,
I was thinking of the. Do you know what I was thinking of specifically? I was thinking of the Jones Sandy Hook trial, where
right.
constantly Alex Jones' fucking lawyer in the real courtroom would constantly say objection, your objection, your objection, and the honor just keeps on saying dismiss, dismiss. So the intention was to be annoying, though, like in a
Right.
way.
No. And I saw you doing that, which is why I didn't stomp on you right there by myself.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to see though is that Hobbit didn't really have an issue with it. So I'm not going to step in and defend him,
Yeah.
right? I was
Sure.
able to
Yeah.
hear everybody's answers and questions. You might have been being like rude or whatever, but it didn't affect my ability to be the judge, and he didn't have an issue with it, so I didn't step in. What I do want to see, and I'm going to talk to people that watch this episode to be like, how do you guys feel? Do you guys think that I, as the judge, should be stepping in more whenever that happens? So I appreciate you doing that to give me an opportunity to not like to kind of like not be super judgy in that moment and kind of just like let you guys go. Because I want to see like, do people want me to have a lot more like a lot stronger hand in those instances? Or should I just let it ride if the other side isn't saying anything? Because like if Hobbit got offended and was like, "All right, objection, Your Honor, you know what? She's calling me names. I don't appreciate it." But all right, that's fine. Foods, cut it out. We're not going to do more name calling, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have no
I
problem
mean,
doing that, right? You see what I'm saying?
if you're, yeah. If you're looking for feedback, there's a small watch party on my Discord right now who is watching it.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey everybody! Thank you guys
Razzle.
for watching. I really appreciate it.
Tell them to fucking ping with well, don't fucking spam us with
Yeah,
pings or
yeah,
whatever.
but since
like
you
yeah,
guys
they can
are
tell us.
looking
Yeah.
for feedback, you can ask around on my server and see what people say. But like,
Actually, I'm gonna
yeah,
post a link
just
in
just try to find everyone who has watched it, and
yeah, I'm gonna post a
because not
link in my
everyone, I
chats
think most
if
people,
you want to join
yeah,
my Discord server and you can give some feedback on it. If y'all want to join, servers open now, I guess. That's happening. Um, so yeah, go in there and then you can give us feedback that way. We'll be searching in other places as well for feedback for all kinds of people watch
Oh,
it.
yeah.
But yeah.
We'll be rooting it out. But no, I really do appreciate it. I know this was kind of anxiety inducing, and I'm sorry for that. It wasn't intentional, but I appreciate you coming on here and helping us promote it and for your
No,
feedback. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, none of this is anxiety inducing. Like the actual event itself is never the anxiety part. It's always the anticipation. So yeah, I mean, like
Right.
I get it. Yeah, it's fucking. It
Yeah.
really is.
But no, I genuinely super appreciate it because like this is just something that me and Zip just like I had like a random idea and Zip was like, "Yeah, this sounds fun," and we just kind of like bounced it off each other until we made the first episode. We're like, "All right, like let's try and do another one," right? And now we've got like two more potential debates.
Yeah, a couple ideas.
Like I've
Really?
had people reach out. Yeah, two.
Okay.
We've had some people reach out, like a couple more, so we might keep doing them every so often. But yeah,
Okay.
it's still just we have no idea how to do it or anything like that. So again, I appreciate it a lot.
Well,
I have not eaten dinner, so I need to go eat
Yeah.
dinner. But yeah, you go ahead,
Okay.
Foods.
Well,
You say
I
something.
think, yeah, I just want to add, like, this is actually super cool that you guys have set it up like this. I know that I gave critique, but like at the end of the day, you know, I think this is actually super cool. Just mainly because, you know, whenever somebody starts up like a small thing like this, you know, I just think it's neat. I think that, you
Wow.
know, you specifically as well, Kafka, since you're an actual lawyer, you know, you being the judge makes total sense. Um, and you know, like you're being a dork, you're trying to, you're passionate about, you know, your profession, and you want to express that passion in silly ways, and this is one of the silly ways to do it. So yeah, it's good, it's nice, and you too, Zip. But yeah,
I feel so seen
Yeah, me
right now.
too.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
thanks, Foods. I get it.
No,
no,
all right.
seriously, yeah, no,
Yeah.
the more you do
No,
it, the more
I
you'll
know.
iterate and improve. So yeah, that's just how it works. Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, I hope we can have you back on sometime in the
Oh
future.
no.
And I promise the next time you come on here, it'll be some super scandalous, horribly dramatic thing that you get to pop off on.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, never mind. Your show sucks. I'm kidding.
All right. Hey,
Foodshops, how do
good
you
night,
respond
you
to
guys.
the
Yeah,
lolly allegations? And then that'll be the
they
debate.
had some Connor.
Oh
Get Connor on
no.
here. Yeah.
Connor
Dude,
v.
Connor,
Foodshops.
dude, I tried to get Connor to fucking debate me, right? Or whatever the fuck. But like he said no, he doesn't want to debate, so it's okay.
Wow.
Coward!
This is
Wow.
different.
Coward alert.
This is
Coward
different. Our
alert.
show's
Right.
different, okay?
Yeah, it's different. Guys, y'all have a good night. Everybody in chat, y'all have a great night. And all the watch parties, y'all have a good time.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you, everybody, for your support.
Wait, before you go, follow Kafka Esquire on
wait.
Twitter at the real Kafka Esquire. What is it? Yeah,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah,
it
at
is.
Real Kafka Esquire.
There you
That's
go.
me
Real
on
Kafka
Twitter.
Esquire.
I sometimes
Wait.
tweet.
Wait, hold on. Can you guys give me the VOD of this afterwards? So then, like some kind of like file? I don't know. Like just so then I can
I don't know
upload
how
it on
that
my
works.
channel
You have
if
to
it's
talk to
okay.
Zip.
That's on me. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh yeah. Am I allowed to post it on my own channel? Is that
Yeah,
how it
of
I'm
works?
gonna be uploading it
Okay,
on
We would love
YouTube for sure. You can like clip it and shit if you want.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll link you. Okay.
Oh
so,
yeah, based.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Or actually, like
All
in
right,
theory,
well.
like I don't mind if you post the whole thing either. Actually, because like in theory, you could have been streaming this whole time too. I wouldn't have minded. So yeah.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
streaming. No.
Yeah, I know, but you
I'm
could have
not
been, and
streaming to
I wouldn't have had an
directly
issue.
affect
But yeah.
you. No,
All right.
no,
Yeah, I'll
I
send
wanna
you
do
the
direct.
VOD.
No. Yay! Hooray!
Cool.
Night, guys.
All right. Bye, Kafka. Are you still here? Oh, you're still here. Hey.
All right. Bye.
Fuck that guy. Am I
Zip,
right?
Zip.
What a loser.
Yeah. Fuck that guy. You're right. What a loser. Okay. All right. I love you. Bye. See
All
ya.
right. Bye, Foods. Thanks for coming. Thanks for hanging out. In the courtroom, guys. So lonely. So lonely here. Foot says Foodshops versus Radiant on audio. Hell yeah, that'd be based. I'm only able to catch the tail end. That's okay, visual. On YouTube, you can rewind the VOD, and then also probably relatively soonish going to upload the debate on YouTube as a video. So yeah. And thanks for the cat kiss MVTT. And yeah, I posted the links to my Discord in all my chats if you guys want to join. Talk about this debate or just in general if you guys want to be in the community. Very small server so far because obviously I have a very small community, but trying to get that there, and I can let you guys know when I'm streaming. You know, all that kind of thing. Radiant asks thoughts on Destiny going live because he hates you. Yeah, he fuck that loser. He went live to cuck the content. Because he hates me. It's true. Yeah, that's true, and yeah, that's pretty true actually. Fuck that guy. What a cuck loser. Am I right? And I will be betraying him soon as well, with Foodshops. Oh boy. Just do regular stream stuff now. Congrats on episode 2. Thanks, Pickles Nathan. Anybody else? I saw some thoughts, like feedback for the episode, a few moments ago. But does anybody else have any feedback that I didn't respond to? Because obviously we were going back and forth. And here, do you guys any feedback on the episode? Any thoughts, concerns? Bring Connor. Maybe we'll have him on at some point. But the panel was good, but it's disappointing in lack of tar and feathering. We'll make sure that happens for in the future, Fudge. You've been pretty insistent on that, so we'll keep that in mind. Connor loves small viewership slot fest. I mean, yeah, based. We could try reaching out if we got a debate for him. Mayhaps. Simply shot callers if objections are overturned. See, that's a good idea. Having a shot caller on our parties and then shocking them if they lose or if they object and it's a bad objection, you know? Could be good, could be good. Could see it for sure. Anyone else? Got some critique, criticism, feedback? Maybe you just fucking hate me? Whatever you got. But thanks everybody for hanging out. Yeah. John Bolton got indicted? Yeah, I heard about that. Fucking crazy. Just hope both parties had fun. Feels okay, man. Yeah, it seems like everybody had fun. Hopefully. We'll be reaching out to them. If they had anything they didn't want to say on stream or anything, but I think everybody had a good time, I hope. Planning to try to make this like a regular / weekly thing or just say when the occasion arises. We want it to be pretty regular, either every other week or if we get enough interest, then every week. Would just depend on how often. It would depend more so on like how often we're all available. If Kafka's available every week, if I'm available every week, or if if we can get a good debate every week. Like, yeah, if you remember, like our last, like this one was HobbitFollower, who's the head moderator of r/ Destiny, and Foodshops, like streamer. But like the one before this was Gilmore and Mike, who are two just people that we know on Discord. So like that's also another reason join my Discord. If you want to debate, maybe you can try to get, if you can pitch an idea and then maybe you can debate it. Like if that sort of thing, if my server gets bigger and we can just have like, hey, we don't have a debate for this week, like with like, like we'll try to have like big people on, but like if we can't, maybe just like we'll have like, hey, does anybody have a debate that they want to do, and then boom. And it could just be like random shit too. Like this one was kind of more like drama-ish related, but like the original plan for this one was even to be like even stupider, like complete drama shit. So like see like the kind of like back and forth. Like the last one was about the H1B thing, like charging $100K for H1B, and then this one's like about some like meme kind of shit for like erudite soy pill, like going on Ferric and saying shit, and like the response on Reddit and like whatever the fuck, right? But like, it's just what it is. John Bolton next debate? Hey, maybe. Did you reach out to Pixie yet? Jesus, yeah, hell yeah. Doe versus Banel on the E-Court, hell yeah. Me versus Zip Zip on Kayagate. We don't disagree on Kayagate, you're just weird, so I don't know how that would be a debate. Do you love the idea of judge debate? Yeah, it's fun, and like judge debates are fun because you can like there's a clear like winner and loser, and it can be, and also like the show itself is like kind of like we're putting on a show. It's like, oh, we're in a court, but it's like, oh, your honor, like objection and shit like that. So it's like kind of like fun. It's a really good kind of setup like bit for a debate show. Notice Darius is in the server. Maybe you could do exposure therapy coaching for Zyro legal troubles. I mean, yeah, maybe. If Darius wanted to do one of these, I would certainly have him on. Depending on what the topic was. Get Jeremy to do it on so he can clear the true. We should get Jeremy to do it on. Hell yeah. Did you or did you not impersonate a cop? Zip zip after shot caller CEO confirms Asana shot caller. I think it's 90%. I don't know, man. Well, the shot caller CEO would not do that, but I don't know what your disagreement is at all ever. We never disagreed. I never said anything objectionable. Darius versus BPDXs. I mean, that's like relationship drama could be fire. Maybe not quite like relationship drama, but like just like drama. Like that'd be fun as fuck. To do. And like and in theory, like for future ones, like it could be like, you know, we could have witnesses, like people being questioned and shit. Like that would be fucking hilarious as fuck. And just have everybody like there, like this is a clip of you saying this. How do you respond and like shit like that? Like that would be funny as fuck. The clip was quite the spectacle. Yeah, true. Doesn't he confirm Shaw Color CEO reached out, buddy? You're cooked in the latest stream. Is that true? That's fucking funny. For his own sake, we need to leave Darius' exes alone as a community. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I. It's a fun bit, but I don't know if I want to be. I've already communicated with one of them. I don't know if I need. Did you not leak those DMs? Yeah, exactly. Shit like that. That'd be funny. What do we got? What's going on? What's happening? What are the haps right now? Trump abruptly cut off on live TV. Watch live NYC mayor general election debate. This Mamdani shit. You should just bombshell ruling against Trump in critical case. I wonder what that's about. Nuclear flies protect you from flesh-eating parasites. Some fun stuff. Am I recommend it? Hell yeah. Did you not break your restraining order? Yeah, I fucking know. Jesus. I mean, we would not want to do shit that like actually could like affect IRL legal shit. That seems insane. So like that would be like one thing. Like, hey, if this is like actually like some fucking like actual shit that would matter for like we don't need our fucking shit clipped and played in court, okay? So anything around that, fuck no. But like other shit, yeah. I don't know, movie time, I guess. I mean, yeah. You guys want to go watch movies, but I'm not playing movies on here. Maybe I should make it all to watch movies because I don't want to watch movies with a chat, you know? Could be fun. Important video. That's this radiant. What do we got? So no Darius? I mean, it could be Darius, just not for actual legal shit. Yeah. He's still on the run in like Oklahoma today. I don't know if he's on the run. I'll believe the accusation. Tesla AI cooked. V14 feels alive. What is this? Do I care? I don't care about Tesla, bro. Tesla's AI has always been cooked. This is not new. This is not news. It's an important video. Tesla AI cinema? I don't know if this is cinema. It's just fucking Elon Musk slop. What's this?
All right, you guys, we have a lot to talk about. This new version of self-driving isn't just an update that gives autopilot quicker reactions and better decision making. I mean, it definitely has those things, but beyond that, this version feels alive in ways that I have honestly been having a tough time explaining. You're just gonna have to see it for yourself. Before we get into some of the highlights from my drive so far, and trust me, I got
you don't own a Tesla. Well, first of all, you don't know if I own a Tesla or not. Second, I don't care.
Crazy ones. I'd like to share some clips from the and waiting until he pays and gets his food and before driving away. Probably just a one-off and lucky, right?
That's
nope.
crazy.
There is clip after clip of the car not only handling drive-thrus correctly, but handling multi-story parking garages and then even positioning itself closer to the ticket booths when leaving so the person inside the car can push the button and enter the ticket or whatever while still seeing.
I mean, like, cool if Tesla AI is like actually doing good self-driving. I don't care. Zip Trump's granddaughter did a YouTube video with him. I heard about that. Like playing golf or whatever. That shit just seems cringe as fuck. Like what am I gonna watch? Like what the fuck? Never touching my steering wheel again. Radiant, you own a Tesla? Kind of not very good, bro. Are you giving money to Elon Musk? It's kind of fucked up. Gonna ship us in DGG on the way to work. Pissed, I guess. Defeated by moderately foggy weather conditions. True, because they don't use LiDAR, right? Or they do use LiDAR? I don't remember. But they have to do some retarded shit where, like, if you're in fog, like, the other self-driving does work, but Tesla doesn't. Like, what is a Tesla drives into wall? What was that one? Mark Rober.
Channel. So come
He
to
made it drive into a
Disneyland
wall.
and just be like, someday the technology will be there, so we could map out what space. Question was if the Tesla would detect.
Is the Tesla gonna stop?
Step on the brakes, and it turned out.
Got fooled. Got fooled like Wile E. Coyote. Unreal. Unreal. Yep, no LiDAR. Yep. Computer vision. Yeah, it's just cameras. Like, fucking good one. The debunked Mark Rober video? Aha, debunked. Debunked. So true. The video's funny. I remember reading that it was entirely honest. Yeah, I don't care if it's fake. Fuck Elon Musk. It's that simple for me. That's just me though. Using the HW3 car, I don't know what the fuck that means. Because Elon was giving away leases for $300 a month when people were burning them down. Yeah, because they're not fucking selling because they're shit cars. That's why. It's a pretty convincing wall. Still a wall though. Should be able to tell if there's a wall. Would you fall for that, Pickles Nathan? I hope not. I'd hope not. We have 5 truths today. The first two are about Trump speaking to Putin and actively truthing. Come on, let's see some truths. Speaking to President Putin now. The conversation is ongoing, a lengthy one. I'll report the contents, as will President Putin at its conclusion. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Thank you, Trump. Very cool. Thank you. HW4 is every Tesla car after 2023. Cool. Cool. I don't care about Tesla, so I don't know enough to know that, but good for them. This debate me versus Ipswich, Tesla's a good car company. Like, what does that mean? It's not a good car company because it's owned by Elon Musk, and contributing to their wealth is contributing to Elon Musk's wealth, who does not deserve his wealth. It's an evil human being. Nazi, fuck. They make good cars? Yeah, I don't care if they make good cars. I'm not saying they make bad cars. I'm saying I don't care because even if their car is the best in the world, I still wouldn't buy one. Tesla still can't beat a 30-year-old Civic with a laptop connected, so who cares? True based. Unironically, the best U.S. manufacturer. On like based on what? Like I can think of like every other car manufacturer who can make a better pickup truck than Tesla. Car quality, okay, bro. The Cybertruck that can't even pull something. What was this like fucking meme that the fucking pickup trailer thing like broke off instantly? Good one. May honestly be true. Pretty sure Ford Chevy are dog shit now. I mean, maybe, but so. Also, you don't have to buy an American car. I don't know why we're just comparing to American cars. So selling gangbusters, yeah, because it's fucking. They're isn't Tesla literally working like at a loss? Like they're selling their cars at a loss because they're just trying to fucking. It's like a tech company shit. Like that's of course. And super with rating here, they employ a lot of fucking people. As how many people they're employ are fucking standard for how good a company is. Next 3 are Hamas, then London, carbon tax, Tar Pizzazz mad about. Final one is him mad about the blue slip. Let's see, these shrews. Just don't think we should be dishonest about our enemies, even if they suck. I'm not being dishonest. I'm just saying, this is what I know. Tesla ran through a wall. That's all I know. Hamas continues to kill people in Gaza, which was not the deal. We will have no choice but to go in and kill them. Bro, what? Why? What? What? Was that in the deal that they can't kill people in Gaza? Firstly, is it actually in the deal? Secondly, so the other day, Trump said we wouldn't go into Gaza. Now he's saying that we will go into Gaza and do military action. So that's fucking insane. Yeah, it's just fucking. This is just insane. And obviously, who cares? Who gives a fuck? So fun. They don't sell anything at a loss. I mean, sure, maybe. The only profitable EV seller in the world. Like, are the cars themselves like profitable, like the car business itself, or is that like including the other shit? This man the Nobel Peace Prize immediately. So true, MVDD. Very glad I opted out of joining the military right before the election. Yeah, fuck joining the military, I did. Cars themselves, they make profit on all Tesla models? I mean, maybe. But I would also want to know what that means, like including all R&D and everything? Like, I don't know. But also, I don't care. I don't care. I simply do not care if they are good, profitable. I don't care. They shouldn't be. Nobody should be buying a fucking Tesla. It's Elon Musk, bro. He's a Nazi. He's a fucking horrible person. He's destroying our fucking country, dog. Is SpaceX evil too? Yes, because Elon Musk owns it. Fuck him. Yo should not be giving fucking federal fucking like tax breaks to these fucking companies. And also, yeah, Radiant, like they make profit. Like profit how? Because they're getting like subsidies from the government. Top 5 most sold EVs in the world are all Tesla models. Okay, but that doesn't. But you understand that means nothing, right? Like that they sell the top 5. That means fucking nothing. Because EVs are expensive. The U.S. is the most wealthy country in the world. Therefore, there's going to be more Tesla sold than other shit. Like, duh. PayPal's morally gray though, right? Because he's no longer involved. Yeah, he no longer owns it. He doesn't make profit off it anymore, so it doesn't matter. You'll be saying that when SpaceX terraforms Gaza, Pippa I mean, when that happens, it'll be bad because it'd be bad to terraform Gaza. PayPal fucking sucks. Maybe. Heard of Chinese EVs like 20K outside the US for a base model way cheaper than the Tesla? I don't care. I'm not interested in buying a fucking EV, bro. Peach, hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you tell me how to defeat a Gliak now?
Yeah, sure. What do you like? What kind of Gliak is it?
Well, I need general advice, but this one in particular is the ice one. Should I do a different one? I've never done it before, like ever.
I mean, I don't think it matters, but like, do you just want me to tell you how to do it? Is it simple
Yeah.
trick? So what you need to do is you need to if you shoot each head, the head like droops, and if you shoot all 3, the dragon falls to the ground and you can wail on it.
Okay, I figured as much. Yep.
Okay, so when you hit the way to, like, there's an easy way, like in theory you can just be fucking goated and like snipe their heads. But the easier way is to attach an eye to the head of the arrow and then it auto aims.
Is that it?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
That's simple. And I think for like I don't know if it applies for Gleox, but for most enemies, if you use the opposite element, it does more damage. Or like particularly for like fire and ice.
Yeah.
If you use ice on fire enemies, it just does more.
I was
So,
actually
yeah.
just wondering that, trying to do the ice Gliak. I was like, does it matter if I try to shoot it with the fire thingies?
I have
Does
no
it?
idea. I actually don't remember. So maybe.
Fair.
Wait a sec. Aren't you on Twitter? Because Nathan, yeah, follow me on Twitter. Zipzip45. If that's what you meant.
All right. Thank you. I'll try.
Okay. Is that it? Are you leaving?
Okay. Oh. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know what you're doing.
I don't know. Just fucking streaming. Just going over memes. Going over some True Socials. Gonna react to videos maybe. Gonna play some games maybe. I don't know. Gonna hang out.
I can hang if you want me to.
Yeah. I don't know. Radiant says, you're the one saying the EV best-selling stats are skewed. I'm not saying they're skewed. I'm saying they... Skewed how? What do you mean skewed? They aren't skewed. They're just... That's how it works. Obviously, it's going to be more... Like, I'm sure most EVs are purchased in the US. Or, like... So, yeah, I don't know.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes or no to what?
I was gonna leave, and then it sounded like you said that.
No, you can hang out. Yes, hang out.
So I
Hang
was
out
like,
if you
okay,
want.
like try to hang out, and then
If-
like you didn't have an answer. So
I
like,
said,
I don't
yeah, if you want to hang out,
know.
hang out. We're just going to go over... We're just going to go over some truths, watch some videos, play games. I don't know. You can hang out if you want.
I just want to make sure I'm being invited.
Yes, you're if I'm in this channel and I'm streaming, you're invited.
Okay, but you're literally doing the thing where you're like, never mind. Okay, sounds good.
What
I'll
thing?
stick around. We'll see what's going on.
What thing?
We'll see.
What thing am I doing?
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I want to try to kill this Gliak.
Okay. The significance of the 45 in your username? Were you born in 1945? It's a great question. Maybe I was born in 45. That is a possibility. Always hated that ice should be a counter to fire, but fire shouldn't be a counter to ice. Ice is an excellent insulator. Maybe.
Wait,
but
ice should be
unfortunately,
a
that's not how video
counter
games
to
work.
fire, but fire shouldn't be a counter to ice? I don't agree. Ice is bad for fire, and fire is bad for ice.
I don't know.
Am I wrong?
I don't know. It depends. Like in real life, like I don't know.
Yeah,
Like
they both don't like each
depends.
other.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But also like not really for fire. Like a literal fire, like no, it would be water, right? Like smothering a fire, right? Like ice wouldn't.
But if you smother a fire with ice versus water, what is the difference?
Not. But like it's not because it's ice, right?
But
Like
ice
making
still
a fire
does it, no?
cold doesn't put out the fire. It's putting out the fire, it puts out the fire.
No one said that the only property of ice to consider would be the fact that it's cold. It's the fact that
I'm
it's
not
frozen
saying you
water.
said that. I didn't say you said anything. I'm speaking about my assumption about the fucking how this would work.
It doesn't sound like you have any. What have you said so far?
I didn't say anything. I said maybe Mord was right. I don't know. That's just the way it works in games.
Okay,
I didn't fucking say anything.
that's fine.
Nopers, the Chinese government has been subsidizing EVs out the ass. Yeah, the US government has also been subsidizing EVs out the ass. I don't know what your fucking point is. If I throw an ice cube into a fire, the fire wins for sure. Yeah, it'll melt. That's just pretty bad IRL. Feels weird, man. True. Fuck ice.
But if you throw ice at a fire, the fire goes out.
Like, like if there's a bonfire and they throw a cube of ice into it, the ice isn't doing anything to the fire. It's just gonna melt.
Why are you talking about the why does size matter all of a sudden?
Why does ice matter all of a sudden?
Fire trucks don't carry water either. They carry hoses because the thing that's the most important is like the pressure of the water, and it makes more sense for fire trucks to do it that way because ice is compact versions of water, but they still do the same thing. They still put out fires. They both do the same thing. One's just more efficient at doing it.
Oh, you're arguing with Pickles, Nathan, not me. Okay.
Yes, but no, I'm arguing with you as well because you're.
I never said that fire trucks don't carry ice.
Well, you said, well, the cold doesn't do it. The ice. Okay, fine, whatever. You still like made it sound like you weren't convinced.
That what? That ice will counter fire? Like
Well,
dirt will also counter fire.
A match won't do anything to Antarctica. Thank you.
Yeah, of course
Just like
not.
An ice
Yeah.
cube won't do anything to a giant fire.
Yeah. But if ice does do something to fire, it's not because it's ice or because it's cold. It's gonna be because you put something on the fire. Like it'll be the same for dirt. If you put a little bit of dirt in a fire, it's not gonna do anything. If you cover the fire in fucking dirt, then it's gonna go out. But it's because you smothered the fire.
So then no element beats any other element.
Is that what I said?
I don't know.
I'm saying it doesn't matter how it does. It just that's how it works in games sometimes. It'll just be opposite elements and boom, that's it. Like in Pokemon, fire is super effective against ice. Ice isn't super effective against fire. It's not the same in Zelda. In Zelda, they counter each other. It's just how it works. All I ever said.
Good job.
Yeah.
Are you gonna talk?
Nope. Waiting.
It's your stream. What are you doing to the people?
I know, I'm fucking thinking.
Why would they watch someone that doesn't do anything? Say something.
Funny when there's an awkward silence, okay?
For you. Do you want to watch that content? Do you want to watch awkward silences? Just
Awkward silences are funny. Somebody linked how not to get killed by drones. This is for future reference. Let's see.
how to not get killed by drones.
Oh, let me share my screen. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize you had your camera on. Oh.
Yeah. I hate bokoblin horses. Oh my god, I hate bokoblin horses. They see some from so far away.
Yeah, sure. What I just do is I just shoot an arrow at the horse, and then they fall off, and then kill the
At the
bokoblin.
horse?
Yeah,
That's so mean. Why would you do that?
they're evil horse.
Oh.
Okay. Let me. Wait, am I sharing my screen? Did I do it? Okay, yeah. How not to get killed by drones.
How to counter drones in Modern Warfare. First step, put up an umbrella. Believe it or not, umbrellas are kind of commonplace in a lot of infantry units. When they're
Let
making
me not 1.5 this. Really, he's talking relatively
Nighttime.
fast.
how to counter drones in Modern Warfare. First step, put up an umbrella. Believe it or not, umbrellas are kind of commonplace in a lot of infantry units. When they're making nighttime movements where thermal
Oh.
cameras can find them very easily, when you put up an umbrella, they can't see you anymore. Obviously, you want to put some camouflage
Wait,
on
not sense
top.
heat?
Maybe you want to use different material, not something that's going to catch the heat like this is. But nonetheless,
pretty
it's very
cool.
effective as long as you put a little bit of time and effort into putting some brush on top.
I just said that's cool.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
And some concealment. And not to mention, you can stow it away real quick. And going on with that, a scarf. Something I learned in Iraq, which was very useful for me in Ukraine, is putting a scarf over you. Not only is it gonna somewhat mask the thermal, at least for a short time being, but you can also see through it. I can see you. And what would this be handy for? Well, one thing about drones is that they're operated by a human looking at a screen, and humans were made to recognize other faces, whether it's an enemy or a friend. It's very human to catch
True,
on
true,
features
true.
that look like a face. So to hide your face with a scarf that you can see through still, you can look up at the sky and try and find that drone, instead of letting them see your big oily face with two bright eyes. From the beginning of warfare thousands of years ago to today, the most lethal weapon on the battlefield still stands, a human. So all this machinery that we have, it was all built by a human, it is flown by a human for now, and the human mind continues to be the most powerful weapon on the battlefield, no matter what you face. The next one is sewer systems. If the human mind just doesn't
Sewer
cut it,
systems.
become a rat. Build yourself subterranean structures, whether it's tunnel systems, going through piping like the Russians do.
Tunnels. You know who else had tunnels?
Balls?
The Jews in Brooklyn. Remember that?
Oh shit.
They made tunnels.
I do remember that.
Also Hamas,
Not
but
expecting
you know.
that.
To great effect, to be honest.
True.
Suja, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, all of them have examples of Russians using
Wonder if drones ever see a random animal malfunction and blast the fuck out of it. I mean, if he's saying that drones are always operated by
Aw.
humans, then I would guess not. But that would suck. Right?
sewer systems to get behind the lines.
They were ahead of their time, exactly, dude. The New York Jews, they were thinking way ahead.
And they work very effectively, and I would know that personally. Use subterranean as much as possible. Drones can't detect you there, they can't strike you there, and they can't find you. Think about Hamas, still exists. The next one is weather. Obviously the
Hey, that's what I said.
I like the
Hamas,
music.
yeah.
best use case for these drones is observation. The fact that they can recon an area and find you, and then call in whatever they want.
They definitely know we're here.
So one way to avoid detection is to conduct your movements in the middle of a thunderstorm, in the middle of very dense rain or very dense fog, in the mornings, dusk, dawn. These are tactics that ISIS used to use back in the day. We used to call them thunderstorm assaults,
ISIS?
where they would only go out of their tunnels when it was very rainy outside. And the same goes for us. We have to utilize the weather.
Okay, I'm
and
gonna
that kind of
do
goes
Glia.
into daytime, nighttime.
good one.
Nighttime is usually the most lethal time.
You ready? Do you have your eyes that you can attach to your arrows?
Yes.
Yeah, good luck.
To you walking around because of
Thank
the
you.
thermal signature that you radiate. It's very, very effective and it's very hard to mitigate. Although I'm going to give you guys a couple examples of how. But one thing to keep in mind is that if you're moving during daytime, a typical surveillance
The fuck is a Gleok though? A Gleok is this. Gleok. Salt up one. This is a Gleok, okay? This enemy.
Hell yeah.
Yep. That's Gleok. It's exactly what Peach is fighting right now, and definitely not this thing. At all. It's this one.
I
Zelda.
completely forgot what I was
Drone
supposed
like
to
a Mavic
do.
3.
No.
Shoot it. Just shoot with Just fuse eyeballs to the end of
I
your
got
hose
it.
and
I
then
got
shoot.
it. I got it. I
Cannot use its thermal
I
imagery
got it.
when it's
It's okay.
daytime.
Okay.
It will shut off that camera so the sun doesn't damage that lens.
He's on the
Now,
ground.
there's some workarounds for that, but
No.
we do not
I'll
use
try
thermal during
to.
daytime. We're
Hit
not
the,
even allowed
heads.
to. We can't. Our machinery doesn't allow us
Yep,
to
yeah,
most
yeah.
of the time. I'm a big believer in daytime movements as opposed to night because of the thermal, but also nighttime, it complicates everything. 0s, 5s, 25s, trying to find mines, as well as the speed of the movement and the dependency on technology, like your NVGs that have batteries that can run out, or an accidental flashlight discharge, which will get everybody
So go move in the day. Okay, that makes sense.
killed. The next thing you can do as an infantryman is anti-drone netting, which is very common all across the front line ever since the beginning of the war. You put netting in front of your bunker, that way the FPV gets caught in it, and it can't go inside the bunker directly and kill everybody inside. So put camouflage netting everywhere you can, not only to conceal yourself when you need to look outside real quick, or to conduct sills,
doing
or
it?
to prevent an incoming FPV that knows your location already.
Good.
And the next one that's being used in Ukraine all over the place is a signal analyzer, where you have a device that recognizes when there is a frequency that's being emitted into the air. So one thing to know about an FPV is that it's got an omnidirectional antenna, which makes it so that the operator 20 kilometers away can still view the video feed from that drone, but yourself, you can
These are
also
strong.
detect it. So tiny SAs will be able to detect that signal just as clearly as the operator.
Oh, so you can just know that it's coming. What'd you say, Peach?
They're so hard to kill.
Kinda. Yeah. But, practice makes perfect.
I feel like I'm gonna have to like try it at least like 2 or 3 more times, like
Yeah,
5
there's a lot
times
of
total.
there's a
That's
lot of
crazy.
cleanups around the map. You can try it as many times as you need. The depths and in the sky, like, they're everywhere.
Give you an alert, let you know that there's something flying around on this frequency, and then you can call it.
There's one on the Hylian Bridge few also in a fell.
Into the bigger jammer networks
one?
and say,
On the Bridge of Hylia.
we have this frequency
Oh, okay.
next to us. Is it friendly? No, jam it out of the sky. You understand? The next one, overhead concealment and cover. Who would have thought? Forests, bunkers, houses, urban terrain especially.
Oh, you're telling me getting under cover will make it so the drone can't see you? That's kind of crazy. I didn't know that. Would never have thought.
Concealment that you put over, netting or whatever it is. Yeah, that's gonna
This
make it
guy's
so
super
that
smart.
they can't find you. If they can't find you, they can't hit you. That's the big thing, is avoidance, early detection. Trying to be as invisible as possible to these drones that are trying to find you every meter of the battle space. And the next one is dispersion, because the odds are if you're making a big movement, they're gonna find you. They're gonna find you. So
Everybody take
having
notes.
a big machine gun line
Okay.
of 10 guys on a couple
It's gonna be important once Trump declares martial law and starts drone striking Democrats.
240s, it's kind of old school now. You're gonna be found and you're gonna be struck. And when
To be clear, because Trump said, I think yesterday, that he suggested that, like, sending Tomahawk missiles at Democrat cities. Like, what?
FPV,
I
you
did
can
it!
take the entire team out.
Good
So
job.
it's important to have dispersion, whether you're in a
Thank you
patrol
for your
or in a
help.
static position,
You're
where you
welcome.
don't have cover from an RPG. And kind of going on the structure of the bunker, you want to make sure that there's a zigzag entrance. So what that's going to give you is it's going to stop the FPV from entering right inside your buildage. The blast as well as the shrapnel is going to hit the edge of it, and it's not going to be able to get in. Now let's talk about kinetic ways, at least what you can do as a soldier, carrying with you a rifle and a shotgun. Well, a rifle is only going to be effective against a Mavic. I think we've seen plenty of videos of people trying to shoot down FPVs with rifles. I think it's about 1% of the time that it's actually effective. I know that firsthand from my team. So rifles are only
Damn.
for
Snipe that shit.
slow-moving, loitering Mavic drones. Mavic drones that are even
In Canada and Iceland and Panama and Mexico. Yeah, exactly, cardboard. Exactly.
300 meters out. I've been able to hit one. I'm sure that anybody who has basic training...
All you
will be able to
Canadians
do
in my
it.
chat,
Iron
and I know
sights,
you're out
that's what I
there.
did it with.
Careful.
It's fairly easy as long as you have the training, the fundamentals of that rifle that you're using, and you have some training time with it. Now, for shotguns, it's a must-have for any environment where there's going to be FPVs. FPVs, it's very difficult to shoot down with a rifle. Very, very difficult.
They're trying to convince Destiny this should be his next car instead of the GT3. What is this? Ah, I see. I see. This would be a good one, for sure.
Just take my word for
I like
it.
it.
If you don't,
Very
look at the
versatile,
challenge
you
videos.
know.
They need shotguns, so you should have one at least in a team. Have as many as possible. Yeah, it's more weight, but if I was an infantryman in Ukraine, I would feel
Oh, true. He might need a stepladder for it. That is true.
very weird about not having a shotgun that was readily available for myself, personally. At least for a movement, like a big patrol, yeah, I want a shotgun with me. The next one is camo up. When you're about to conduct a patrol, take the 10 minutes to stuff your gear and your uniform with as much brush around you. It takes 10 minutes, but it does such a good job at masking yourself from daytime
Camo
cameras
up, yo.
as well as
Camo up.
thermal a little bit. And talking about patrols, all guns up. When an FPV is loitering around you, spinning around you, everybody should have their guns up. That is the most inherent threat to your life and your squad's life. You gotta take that thing down, no matter what the situation is, in my opinion. So one easy way to react to a drone is get everybody's rifles up. You call up drone, everybody's rifle up, try and shoot that thing down. Even if it's not a shotgun, it's better to have 20 guns in that thing instead of just 1 or 2 drone guards who have a shotgun or...
Just don't think it's practical to mount an autocannon on his focus. True. It wouldn't really work.
A rifle. Get everybody up in
Much
the
better
action,
if you
try and
have
shoot
that
that thing
class, yeah.
down. I'd imagine that's probably a really good way. I've heard that the Russians do that a lot. A lot of our drones in particular were shot down by Russians. It is effective, and I definitely recommend that. The next thing is that while you're on a patrol, what are we taught as infantrymen? You should be looking around where you can dive into cover at any moment.
Yeah, that's what
that's
you
one
guys
of
all
the things
taught
that
that
you
too,
do in a
right?
patrol. But one thing you should probably look for is where can you dart 50 meters away to get to a very hard piece of cover. Whether that's a house, a basement, a thick forest that you can run into. Forests are a great way to get away from drones. Yeah, you can still get hit. I mean, people get chased around in forests all the time, but it's very difficult. We only see the success clips, to be honest. We don't really see the failed FPV clips online. There's plenty of them where they're chasing them in forest and they hit a tree and then they're not able to reach their target. So get inside there. It's going to slow down the time that the FPV can come, and you can actually outrun it, as well as be concealed from not only the Mavic that was watching you the entire time that called in the FPV, but also from the FPV itself.
Use the restroom.
And if you're in that forest,
Peach
that
entertain
FPV is
people
still
while I'm
chasing
gone
you, find a
for 2
big
minutes.
thick tree
I'll
and,
try my best.
and
Can
try
you
and
pause
use
it,
that as
though,
some
then?
bit of cover.
Sure.
So I can talk. Okay.
Right.
Great.
Muted.
Hi, friends. I'm playing Zelda. I beat a thing, an enemy. Super cool. I'm now looking and found a golden horse. So now what I have to do is I need to tame it, bring it back to the stable. Because it's a part of a side quest or side adventure. I don't know the difference, but there's 2 different versions. You're great, how are you? Or there's 2 types, I guess, of side quests. I thought Zelda's horse was Storm, so that confused me. Is it? Or I feel like I don't remember. They say so in the side quest, whether or not it is, I don't remember. For fate to rid me of the threat of invasion. The threat of invasion. Where are you? Where do you live? That's horrible. I don't know, but Canada. Oh, are we meeting Canada now? I mean, I know that it's been I don't know. He says a lot of things. I can't remember, but is there a development there? What else can we talk about? I tried to eat a meatball sub today while driving. Have you guys ever tried to eat anything while driving that was just a horrible idea? Because feel free to share. I felt really dumb. I don't know why I ever thought that would work. It was a horrible idea. Instead of taking a left turn onto a busy street, I took a right and did a Michigan left or whatever, because I was just so I could not give my energy like that. You know, when you have to turn left onto a busy street. Oh, turning left. I avoid turning left at all costs, which is why the Michigan left is the best. Do you guys know about the Michigan left? Eating anything while driving is a bad idea. Well, as long as you can as long as your focus is on the road. I would choose the road over the sub any day, you know. Trying to eat chicken nuggets with dip while driving. True. Call it the New Orleans leftover here. Wait, really? I wonder if it's... How many places have, that type of left turn thing? Is it that far apart where it would make sense to call them Michigan left and New Orleans left? I'm assuming it's the same thing and that you know it's the same thing. I only started hearing the word glizzy a year or 2 ago, and I'm seeing it on billboards now. The other day I saw one, and I was like, I don't know where the Michigan left is. Okay, so if let's say you go to a busy intersection, okay? Let me draw a picture. You go to a busy intersection, and pay no attention to the drawing on the
I'm
back.
back. What's going on? Are you drawing? What?
Yeah. Michigan lefts. Do you know about the Michigan left? If you approach an intersection, I'm gonna show you. I'm drawing an intersection. I hope the page before that like bled through like doesn't make things confusing. Okay.
Was it driving thing?
Yeah. So you're at like a four-way light, let's say. That's a light. Okay.
Okay.
You're at a four-way. And you, so like the lane is split like this, right?
Okay.
And you are right here.
Okay.
And you want to turn left.
Mhm.
Instead of having a left turn lane or signal here, in Michigan, what we do instead is, in order to turn left, what you do instead is you turn right, and there's a designated like U-turn area right here. So then you just take the U-turn and then now you complete your left.
Wow.
Yeah.
That seems like extra complication.
So like you're
but
basically
I don't know if
only
it's
taking
faster,
right
but
turns.
I guess so.
Right turns at lights, and then yeah, you do the left turn, like the U-turn or whatever. Yeah.
Sure.
It's super common. So yeah, I just did
Is
that
it
instead of turning
faster,
left.
or-
I think so. So for example, like I'm sitting at a busy intersect, or like I'm leaving the gas station, right? So I'm trying to pull out onto a super busy street. I have traffic, 2 lanes coming this way, 2 lanes coming that way. So I want to turn left, so I have to cross 2 busy lanes of traffic, right? And then I can obviously only go into, so it's a lot. So I was sitting there for forever. So finally I was like, fuck it, because I knew that there was a Michigan left, like 2, or like an intersection down or
Just
something.
like an allowed
So then I
thing,
just took
like
a
it's
right and then
designed
did
that
it.
way?
Yep.
Or okay.
Yep. So then I just did that. And the guy at the gas station that was waiting behind me for traffic to clear to do a left or whatever, I saw him still waiting there when I turned around. So I don't know.
Wow. I guess that makes sense. What? How did this come up?
I don't remember.
Fun. Okay. Sounds cool. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on my Switch. I also want a game. Okay, hold on, let me fix this. Do this. Put this on the other monitor. That. Do that. Oh. Close this. Switch this. Okay. Gaming time. I got Pokemon Legends ZA. Because I love Kalos. You know, some people are shitting on the game, some people are saying it's good. I don't know. But I won't be playing it. I'll be playing Breath of the Wild.
Wait, that's so funny. MVT, really? Well, the light is still red. You go quick turn around so you get a green light instead. That's so funny.
Wait, I skip it by just turning right into a parking lot and then immediately exiting. Like
I think that's
like you want to
illegal,
go like you
no?
want to turn right? Yeah, it's definitely illegal, but I mean, base if it works, you know? I mean, that's always the most annoying thing is when you want to turn right and there's like not any cars, but the guy in front of you wants to go forward, so you can't do it.
Oh yeah, it's super annoying. Oh yeah, I also need to refresh on some driving rules sometime. I think I want to do it on stream because of like the situation. Like I always get confused about like who has the right of way sometimes during like certain situations.
What kind of situation?
And I just want to get to the bottom of it. Just don't worry about it.
Well,
I need
wanna
to
know.
because I'm not gonna believe anything that you say anyway.
I want to know, and then we can look it up, or maybe if I have an idea that
and
we can
also
go.
because I think like obviously I think I know the right answer, so it's not like I literally don't know what to do in these situations. Okay, I don't want it to go that way either. But I digress. So when you go to like let's say busy street again, right? Like you're in a parking lot and you're exiting the parking lot to get onto the street. And you want to turn left.
Okay.
I'm gonna draw a picture again.
That would be helpful. I'm not sure I actually
room.
entirely understand it.
I don't care.
You're leaving
my
a parking
whiteboard
lot.
is in the other room. Some people in chat aren't as smart as you, okay?
What?
I'm just saying, some people might not be as smart as you.
What did I
I'm
say?
drawing it so we can all understand.
What did I say? You hear what I said?
You said that you were smarter than everybody. Yeah.
I said that would be helpful, a picture, because I'm actually not sure I entirely understand it. That is what I said.
Said that you did understand
Okay?
it. Or
So I don't know why the fuck you're like yelling at me.
I don't remember anymore.
Bitch.
I'm not yelling at you.
Red and red is
Okay,
only allowed in
whatever.
certain
You made
areas
me-
where I'm at. Yeah, I mean,
You made me draw it. Oh, I drew it wrong.
that's not my fault.
Ugh.
It's your fault.
Do you know what this is?
A road and then a road goes through it? I'm assuming there's a stop sign
so
at both those sides?
ignore these lines. Ignore these lines.
Oh, it's just a four-way.
Okay, because no, you're in a this is like a McDonald's parking lot,
Okay.
and this is a Burger King or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Many such cases.
So you're leaving McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
In your little car.
Okay.
And you want to turn left.
Okay.
Let's say this guy right here is leaving Burger King.
He also
and
wants
goes
to
to
turn
take a he wants to turn left, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. He wants to turn right.
Okay.
I guess my question is, when does the right of way apply?
Those situations.
Like, if
obviously
you're
we're
turning
assuming there's
right,
no median, right?
Yeah.
And are we
like,
assuming
is the person that's turning right, do they have the right of way if you show up at the same exact time? Or if somebody, do you see what I'm trying to say?
I think if
What's my question?
so if you
Actually,
are
you don't
showing
have
up
to
at the
repeat it
same
back to me. I actually don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I
what my
mean,
question is.
we're just yeah, I don't know. We're just saying assumptions. I don't know. I'm assuming you're arriving at the same time, right? I'm assuming the
I
person
think so.
on that side would be able to go first.
Yes.
Just off
But
that.
technically
But
speaking,
I don't know if technically that's a thing, but
or what if the person turning left if I'm trying to turn left again out of McDonald's and this person shows up 30 seconds later or 5 seconds later or whatever, do they have to wait for me to go or can they turn right?
I feel like I don't know. I mean, it would just depend. I feel like this particular situation doesn't come up that often, so I'm not sure if I've ever dealt with it. But it's usually it would be more so is there a car coming? And then if there's a car coming from the left going right, on that side, so you wouldn't be able to, so the other person would just go, or the other way around for that. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Right, but then technically speaking, if it's clear for me and him at the same time, when my left side
exactly.
is clear and my right is clear, that would mean that
I mean, that's the same for
same time. Do I have to anticipate or do I have to should it
So
be
I would
reasonable for
guess-
me to assume that he's allowed to, therefore do you see what I mean?
Yeah. So I would guess it's because that situation, your situation is even more specific than it needs to. If you arrive at a stop sign, and
It's not a stop sign though.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not
saying if you arrive at a four-way stop, it's
Oh.
kind of and the person across from you both arrive at the same time, then who gets to go first? It's just whoever lets the other person.
It's just
go
whoever
first
got there
in that
first.
case, right?
But that's because that's a four-way stop though. Four-way stops are a lot different.
Maybe. But I think it depends.
No, they
right?
are because there's no oncoming traffic ever in a four-way stop.
Sure, but also, I feel like let's say you
idiot.
arrive.
Zip Zip is wrong.
What did I say that was wrong?
I don't even know what Zip Zip is
Wait,
saying.
one second, I have to mute.
What am I saying, Radiant? That could possibly be wrong.
You said.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Restart the scenario.
Yeah,
Your
restart.
Zip Zip is wrong.
I didn't say anything. Dumb fuck.
I heard it. What are you talking about?
I'm saying
on,
maybe
restart.
it's like this. Maybe it's like this. Dude, I'm not fucking saying anything. I don't know what the fuck you could say I'm wrong about.
I don't know. All I hear is a bunch
He's
of
right about the four-way
hemming and
stop.
hawing. All I hear is Zip Zip saying
So then what's the right
60% true.
answer?
Okay, wait,
Did I
restart
say
with
the
the
word
scenario.
60%
Oh, wait, stop.
at any point? If you're not even paying attention, I don't know why the fuck you came in
I
here.
am paying
It's not a
attention.
four-way
You're
stop.
not. You
I
need her to
know,
repeat the
stop.
fucking
We're
things.
not
You don't know what
talking
the
about
fuck she was
four-way
saying.
stop.
No, because I just want to get my facts straight. All right. All right. So
You don't need the
what's
facts
scenario?
straight.
Do
You
you
have
know
them
how to
straight
drive?
because you came in to argue, right? So you already have the facts. So I don't know why you need a clarification.
Oh, that's right. You are.
Go ahead, Radiant. What do you have
Let
to
me
say?
hear. Let me hear. I want to say that people changing into lanes always have or never have the right of way.
Yeah,
They're
nobody
both
was saying
changing into
that
lanes.
they
Unless you
did.
have appropriate signals. Okay, wait. Okay, restart the scenario.
Yeah,
I
you're
need- I need-
retarded. I don't know why the fuck
stop.
you're like.
Just restart.
Wait, if I'm going straight down this road, and this person, or sorry, I'm at McDonald's. Remember, McDonald's, Burger King, busy street. If I'm if I'm
Okay, wait,
going
you're-
left, no, shut up. If I'm
Okay.
going left, and this person shows up after me, but they're going straight, are you saying that they're allowed to go straight before I turn left, or do they have to wait for me to turn left before they go straight?
Oh, no, I mean, who got to the road first?
I did, going left.
You get to go left first.
It's just I feel like
It's a
that's
stop
why I'm
sign.
saying it's kind of like a
No, it's
four-way
not a
stop.
stop sign.
No, I know. I'm saying it acts like a stop sign.
Yeah, I'm saying it's
Like,
kind of
it's
like
your-
a four-way stop because it's like whoever got there first. Like if you're right about a four-way stop, let's say there's two cars going in the opposite directions that you are from the person in front of you, right? It would kind of be
There
like
is
that. because-
never an opportunity. Wait,
Okay,
hold
hold
on.
on.
I'll make this so much
Wait,
easier.
wait. Can I
No,
fucking
no,
say?
no, no,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna make
finish
this
my
so much easier.
hypothetical.
I'm gonna make this so much easier. I'm gonna make this
Yeah,
so
go
much
ahead,
easier.
go for it,
I
go for it.
completely understand your hypothetical and like whatever. But like, is there any case in which you arrive at the busy thingy and they arrive at the busy thingy and the person that gets there after you goes first? Is there ever a situation where that's true? Or is it always whoever gets there first goes first?
I feel like it would be
Yes,
whoever
it's
got there
always
first.
if you get there first, unless you're being nice, which everyone tries to do.
No, there's no such thing as like being nice when you're driving. That doesn't make
No,
any
I-
sense.
Yes,
I-
that's
you
why.
don't-
That's
I'm
why it was
saying-
if.
I'm
That's
just-
why it was if.
Yeah,
That's why it
I'm
was if.
describing in real life. In real life, people are gonna just like wait for the, or no, I would. Like I would never take the right, even if I get there first, because I'm always afraid of people like turning into me when I'm turning left. Like I'll just
You're
let
part
them
of the
go.
problem, though.
Okay,
always
yeah, but that's
is.
like I don't want to pay for like a $2,000 like bumper repair because some guy doesn't know like the rules of right of way. Like
Yeah,
you
but
gotta
if-
keep your car in the
but
shop
if-
for like a month.
But you are making it so that like nobody like you're the one in that moment that is not following the rules of the road, not them.
What do you mean?
You
if
have the
I-
right
if
of way.
I-
You need to go first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You're
know.
not obeying
No.
the rules of the road when you
Yeah, I
do
would
that
go
because you're
first.
assuming the other person isn't going to, so you're just not going to. You're not even giving them the opportunity to not follow the rules of the road. You're just choosing not to follow the rules of the road because you assume
No,
that
I
they're
am.
going to.
Okay, wait. Let me amend what I said. I would let them go, or like if I see indication of them like about to go, which is 99% of the time that is going to happen, because people always decide to just turn right whenever they feel like it. I will
No.
like. Yes. What do you mean? No,
You're
it's
part
true.
of the
You know it's
problem.
true.
You
If they're
are
gonna,
part of the problem.
Okay, so you want me to just smash into
You
them
are the
instead?
problem.
Yeah, Radiant's
So
a
I should just
retard.
You're
smash
Always
into
has
them?
been.
assuming that they're not going to do the right thing. What you
No,
do
I'm not
is you
assuming. I'm
drive
saying
and you
if I-
obey. Yes, you
I said
are. You're
I said they show indication of not like just gonna go turn right, right? Because a lot of people don't know that. They don't understand like
what
right
is
away and who
something
gets
that they
there
have
first.
to do in order for you to assume that like they're gonna just take the right and not wait for you?
Stop. Like you can see their wheels moving.
Yeah, if someone starts to turn, then I would assume that they're turning.
Yeah, I know, but like people always do that.
That's different than that is different than what you had said initially. If all you're saying is that you like I don't know, I feel like you're saying something different now, but that's okay.
No,
He is.
I believe you.
It's not okay.
no,
Thank you.
I'm 100% certain that what I'm saying is correct.
No,
Oh, you
if
mean
what
what-
you're
what
saying
I was
is the
saying?
same thing as what you said before.
Wait, what?
Radiant, you came in trying to disagree with me, and you made my point.
No, I didn't. You
You
gave
did
the
because
opposite
I was
point. You
comparing it to a
said-
fucking stop sign, and you said it acts like a stop sign verbatim. So yes,
No,
actually, you
weren't
are
saying
exactly
stop
making my
sign. You were-
point.
Okay, yeah, you were talking about people coming from the oncoming lanes.
Are you like okay? Like, what are you talking about?
The whole point of the scenario is that there's nobody in the oncoming lanes.
People coming from the oncoming lanes, like...
Obviously, if people are coming through the oncoming lanes, it changes the whole thing. The whole point of the hypothetical is that there are no people in the oncoming lanes. So who goes first?
No, I know, but
so I'm saying it's like a four-way stop, okay? If you arrive at a four-way stop,
like a four-way stop
you and the person in front of you arrive at the same time to a four-way stop, right? As you're arriving, there are two people in the four-way stop who are already like partway. They're passing each other, okay? Two people are passing each other in the oncoming lanes, as it were, as you and the person in front of you arrive at the four-way stop, okay? Which one of you goes first? It's just whoever, like one person goes first.
Wait, this is a two-way road, right?
I'm gonna fucking lose.
No?
Yes.
No, wait, this is a two-way road. Okay. This actually depends on what the markings are on the road. Like,
yes, but we're assuming that the markings allow you to do this, retard. Obviously, maybe it doesn't, because obviously maybe there's a median.
No.
Maybe there's a fucking like double yellow. Yes, in theory, yes. Maybe that's an illegal stop. We're assuming these are legal turns, retard.
Like, okay, yeah, I'm saying if there's a median, right? Then you're doing two actions, right? Like first you're entering.
If there's a median, you're not doing this. So obviously that's not the fucking hypothetical, retard.
No, like,
if there's a double yellow, you can't do it. So obviously this isn't the fucking hypothetical.
You know what I'm talking about? You know the medians that you can take a left on? I forgot what they're called. Like the thing like where you stop in the middle of the road and you take a left.
It's because you fucking don't drive, okay? It's like that's like
no,
the easiest proof I've ever needed to know that you don't fucking drive.
There's like nuance to this. No, you know what I'm talking about?
Pete, yeah, I know what you're talking about. The fact that you don't is
like
really
the middle left turn lane.
Your
whatever.
Driver's license should be revoked.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
You don't understand. It becomes two actions if it's like that. That's why I'm saying.
Dang it! I missed the whole thing.
It's retarded.
Oh, now I'm missing all of it.
He's saying, what if there's a median? Like, bro, yes, the assumption is that these are legal turns.
In all cases of a two-way road, you can always it's always like a one action like stop sign thing, and it's not technically true because if there's like a median like that with the left turn lane, like
that's why we're assuming that's not the case, retard. Yes. The whole assumption is that just doing a left turn is a fucking legal turn. Obviously, in this hypothetical, that's the fucking point.
What kind of road has a dashed yellow line in the middle with two lanes on both sides?
What?
Like the thing you're describing only works on like a
the hypothetical doesn't include whether it's the two fucking lanes on each side.
Okay, like the scenario doesn't make sense with only one lane on both sides.
Sure, it does.
I mean, no, not really.
Why not?
Yes, it does.
Notice how you can't answer why not? Oh, yikes, buddy. Yikes.
I forgot why, but
unlucky, bro. No, unlucky. You just got mocked. Sorry. It's over for you.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, bro. You're done.
I forgot why it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. I'll remember it.
You're done, kid.
Keep debating. You're wrong.
I'm not. Okay. Somebody said, please, there's a drone outside of my window. Stop this convo and play this video before I get blasted. Okay. We'll finish this video.
Trees can stop bullets, and they can certainly stop shrapnel from an FPV. So, last-ditch effort, but find something that you can hide around. Find cover.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
The next one I want to be very careful about saying is freezing. You see a lot of clips, especially from the Russians, where they freeze in contact with an FPV and then they get struck. Well, freezing is good in certain circumstances. If you can hear the drone, I would say don't freeze. They probably already see you, and you just got to get to cover at that point. But if you suspect that there's a drone in the air, or if you're in the middle of a patrol crossing an LDA, a linear danger area, I would recommend freezing, making sure that while the rest of your team is moving, you don't move. That way you can react to that drone and they can't find you as easily. Train for denial and deception. Regularly
have the video be the bigger one, or my game be the bigger one?
Maybe the biggest one.
What?
Nothing.
Is that a reference? I didn't get it.
No.
What?
Hmm?
Which should be bigger, the game or the video?
I don't know. I was making a joke, but I'm not gonna repeat every joke I make.
I don't get the joke. What was the joke?
I don't care. It's fine. Just move on.
I want to know. Okay, I was curious.
I don't. What do I name the golden horse?
I don't know. I don't remember what I named it. Could just call it Goldie.
No.
Who the fuck linked this boring video? I think was this Fudge? I don't remember. But
your positions and run exercises with your team that force them to operate without revealing their habitual patterns. So do long training scenarios where you have to stay out in the forest and not get observed and not get killed by this drone. If you're fighting in a war with drones, you probably have a friendly unit that can fly drones too. And they should be helping you train, like chasing you around, trying to find you. Train how you fight. Get drones inside those training scenarios. Medical and casualty preparedness. You gotta expect the worst. You should pre-position medkits in all of your squad. Where's the medkit? Everybody should know. TQ.
Pickles Nathan says name it Agnes Tachyon. I don't know what that is.
Use the same. Rehearse casualty
I'm naming her Rosie.
Very, very important.
I only have 9
and
characters.
learn how to do this with reduced visibility, without turning on a flashlight at nighttime. Have a direct line.
No, but like I was thinking like rose gold.
Whether it's with your command or directly
with them, you should
know the available support in your AO. And you should know to call them and also find out their routines. When do they turn on the jammers for everybody in the area? There's usually a routine, and
Radiant says.
Record. Having a GoPro, you can find out how your squad reacts to this drone.
Well, do we even know if
learn what was effective, what wasn't.
Do you remember characters from the horse fairy? Is that true?
Guys in the back, and better yet,
you can change the amount of characters in your horse, like that you have to name your horses by talking to the horse lady.
I doubt that. I feel like maybe you can rename it that way, but I don't know.
If it doesn't have munitions, say it's a Mavic or a bombing FPV that already dropped its bomb, recover it if you shoot it down. Recover it and give it to the intel guys. They'll be able to find out what frequency they're running on for that month. It's usually like the same unit that's using the same frequency for a month. And that's going to go a long way, not only for yourself, but for everybody around you. That way the EW knows what to target, what frequency. Use decoys and dummy activity. Everybody in Ukraine knows that if you use a Harris radio, which has a very distinct radio frequency, yeah, it's encrypted, you can't tell what's being told on it, but it also creates a very unique signature. So you can use that as a decoy. You can set that up in a position far away from you, and then you make your movement while they're looking at this decoy, wondering, ooh, what's going on here? And they're gonna maybe even launch something big at it instead of you. Does that make sense? Decoys, think about it. It's the human mind, We're creative. Mask logistic movements. Resupply at night or under cover, dusk dawn. And also make sure that the timings of the convoys aren't predictable. And that goes for patrolling as well, infantry movements. You don't want to be predictable. As a Mavic pilot, we would look at MSR knowing that the Russians did not learn. They always came at this time and they're going to be going down this place. Stagger it. When they went out into the field a week later, we didn't catch them until midway through. And they still got away because that EW backpack on them. So make it different for the operators.
Not the EW backpack.
Different than what they're used to, because they're going to react to the routine, not react to what they think you might do. Does it make sense? And going on with that, plan alternate routes and fallback positions.
For sure,
never move along a single predictable trek. You should have prepped, safe locations with water, food, enough room to keep a team inside it. You should have these prepped or know where they are. Ask your leadership, ask the units around you before you go there. That way you know you can go there if the worst happens. Have a drone guard. You should always have an early lookout. Somebody's looking at the sky when you can't even hear it. Vision goes further than hearing, and you can find these drones down in the sky before you can hear them. So always have 1 or 2 people in your squad constantly observing, so you have the earliest detection of these things. Limit electronic emissions and be deliberate with radios. This is a big one.
What was this video for? Whoever is afraid of drones.
Use short bursts and follow comms discipline.
Don't you need to deal with
cues? They can triangulate you. Use natural terrain for masking. No different from the patrol techniques that I got 10 years ago in the Marine Corps. Use ridge lines. Use folds in the ground. Use buildings blind sides for approach and exfil. Use the terrain around you. It can help you, even if the drone is looking at you.
Electronic warfare scrambles the drone feed, it disables the drone, etc. Wow, true. True cryptic. Electronic warfare backpack, I guess. That's very helpful to know. I'll be sure to buy that one soon.
From a 45-degree angle. Laying in the prone can help a lot. Make sure to have camouflage on your position. If you're in a static position, you should be camouflaging everything. You shouldn't be throwing trash everywhere. You shouldn't have the generator.
Don't be out in the open.
You shouldn't be leaving stuff outside. You should have everything packed away, everything camouflaged as much as possible, because that's what a drone looks for. They're looking for signs of life. Keep light discipline. Said it a million times before. Just don't turn on the flashlight. And that is just about everything I want to say. There's a million ways to go encounter these things, and not one of them is going to save your life. It's the whole bunch. Complacency kills, and that's how drone operators like myself back in the day would find people. That's how we would kill people, was complacency, not following these rules that they already knew. So be attentive, keep everybody in your team in check, and just follow the rules. Follow the rules. You know what to do.
Follow the rules,
and drones
guys.
will pounce if you give just 2 seconds of complacency to them.
Watch this guy's videos all the time. He's a good dude. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hope you guys learned something, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one.
People who enjoy being in an active war zone without the luxury of any training. Yeah, I feel like if this video is helpful to you, there's somebody else that's going to be telling you these things. No? I don't know. Selling a Yuga.
One piece.
Or are you playing too?
Yeah, playing Breath of the Wild. Of course. What else would I be playing?
I don't know.
Could be
You're
playing
watching the League of
Pokemon Legends ZA, but when I play Pokemon, I name myself my actual name. I'm not telling everybody my fucking name.
Oh no.
So
Is
can't
it when
do
you
that.
play Pokemon like specifically? Like it's like a rule of yours?
Yeah.
That's cute. That's fun.
Brush up on your DGG lore lookup. What is this gonna be, Radiant? What is the? You play any more Final Fantasy Tactics? No, I haven't actually. Maybe I should, but I've been on Breath of the Wild for a bit. What is this? What? 10 years ago? I don't know about this one, bro. It's good. Subscriber debate.
The sub debates. Fuck.
That's deep lore. I don't know if I need the deep lore, to be honest.
Damn.
Too deep. Too deep for me. Don't break the timestamp? Oh, shit, is that? Is this like a clip that I need to see? Go to 2P7. What is this?
Okay, go.
All right. Team U will begin in 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, my name is Bomjin. We are here to talk about incest and why it's so wrong.
Just like the incest debate? Okay, I'm good. If I wanted to watch an incest debate, I'd watch the fucking incest debate with, what was it, No Bullshit? That guy's retard. That's a funny debate.
Oh my god, I loved the no bullshit ones.
That one's so fucking
I completely
funny.
forgot
There's
about
multiple,
those.
yeah, right? Like comes back.
Whatever
for a
happened to
rematch.
him? I actually feel like I think about him more than like I should, which isn't often, but like monthly maybe, which I still feel like is a lot.
That's a lot.
How is he? Yeah.
Well, let's see.
What's he doing now?
Bullshit. Well,
Can I
I should just
contact
type
with
that
him?
into
I'm
Google.
personally fine. I don't need to, but
Fine what? Oh, wait, what?
a Radiant had said get in contact with him. I
Oh,
was saying
I'm
that
good.
I'm personally good.
I
Yeah.
will not be getting that guy for my debate.
No, thank you.
Last video was 3 years ago. It looks like so. Not around.
Oh man.
Good.
I hope he's
Fuck
doing
that
well.
loser. Had my
True.
internet fixed and upgraded. I've never been faster than ever. Good shit, Flexer. Nice.
That's awesome.
Not no bullshit, Bomb Gen. Yeah, no, Bomb Gen. I'm good on that one. I don't know who that guy is.
I don't know who that is.
Should we watch this video Ron Cohen about the John Bolton indictment? I'm curious. What is he indicted for?
Breakdown, Glenn. We have breaking news right now.
Breaking news.
Yet again, Donald Trump has
4
had
hours
one
ago.
of his political opponents indicted. Can you explain
Yeah.
what just happened?
Yeah, Brian. A
Who's
third
indicted?
Donald Trump
John
enemy
Bolton.
has been criminally indicted.
Oh.
Yeah, that guy. Pretty crazy. Just
Indicted
another
this
enemy.
time, John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security
I was
advisor
scared. I don't know
from
who he
his
is.
first term, who he fired and has been railing against really ever since. So, you know,
Yeah, he hates
we can
Bolton.
now add John Bolton to the collection of Donald Trump enemies that the Department of Justice has criminally indicted. New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. I will say, Brian, I just printed out, probably killing some trees in the process, a
What the heck? Why would you do
26-page
that?
indictment. I read through it very quickly, and
Just read it on your computer, dog. Are you killing trees for this?
you know, it looks like this criminal indictment
The heck?
may be in a slightly separate category than the James indictment and the
Hans, that's what Melania has? Jesus, that's crazy.
Comey indictment. Now, I'm not suggesting
Boltons.
that this is a winning case against John Bolton, and I'm not suggesting that it's not the product of Donald Trump's
My
vindictiveness.
horse is gone. It's like a glitch.
Huh?
My horse, it just disappeared, but it's on my map, and I'm calling to it, and it's like it glitched out on me or something. You know, how sometimes the game does weird things with horses.
Maybe. I mean, you
That's
just
never
go.
happened to you before.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't remember that happening, but might have.
Oh,
That's crazy though. Rip.
sorry.
You're good.
Because, you know, Donald Trump has been on a revenge
Funny to hear.
tour ever since he returned to the Oval Office. But I will say, you know, I view this one a little bit differently. And let me just tell our viewers that it consists of basically two separate.
Maybe if he keeps going, it'll end up like the immigrant asylum situation where people are free because they can't process them fast enough. Yeah, if he just keeps going after enough people, maybe.
Criminal charges.
What's your YouTube time delay relative to Kick? I feel like my chats appear faster on screen on Kick. I mean, that might be the case. I don't know. I think it just depends on like the connection to each one. I've never tested it, but you can test it that way by just checking how fast your chats appear. But I'm looking at my multi-chat, so I'll still see your chats.
But a total of 18
Need to get rid of horses?
counts, 18
Maybe.
crimes
Horses are not real.
alleged in this indictment.
True.
8 crimes of
Oh yeah, you were
transmission
there
of
when we watched
national
that.
defense
Were you there when we watched that?
information and 10
No.
counts of
Oh.
unlawful retention of
Maybe the
national
horses
defense
suck.
information.
I
And
was
talking
let's
about a
just
bumper sticker.
tally up the
Oh, that's actually really
potential
funny.
prison time.
I saw a bumper sticker the other day that said horse
conjunction
deniers,
with
and I thought it
these
was really funny.
18 criminal charges.
See.
They're 10 years a pop.
It's like bird
so
deniers.
the maximum period of imprisonment would
exactly.
be 180 years. Now, of course, we have voluntary sentencing guidelines that will.
One of my family members actually thinks that the birds are, not real. Like actually thinks it.
Actually,
Like actually.
damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
Birds are
That's-
so cool. I think
Yeah.
my mom would think that too if she didn't like really like birds. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
That family member is going through it.
Aw, I'm
But,
sorry.
Yeah.
Rip.
come in
I
much,
hope
It's
they
funny, a
much
little
do
bit, but
better.
also
than that.
yeah.
But you
Yeah,
know,
no, that kind of shit sucks. I'm
uh,
sorry.
The charge of
John Bolton sucks, but like even if he did it, the officer. I mean, yeah, I doubt he. Like even if he did, like this is just obviously bullshit. Like they just found something, right? Birds are CIA creation. Many are saying that's true.
mishandling national defense information actually falls in the United
Family
States
parakeet
Code
for Christmas,
under
true.
the Espionage Act. So these 18 crimes that are being alleged here are in violation of our nation's espionage laws. Now, of course, the proof is always in the evidentiary pudding to see whether prosecutors
Pudding.
will be able
Sure.
to prove up beyond a reasonable doubt and unanimously to all 12 jurors when and if this case goes to trial that they've got the goods to back up what they put in this indictment. But if I can kind of unravel the indictment a little bit, translate it from legalese to English for our viewers, what it appears to be when you read through this 26-page indictment is that John Bolton was providing a whole bunch of information to 2 people. Those 2 people are designated Individual 1 and Individual 2. And as the indictment sets out, it doesn't name them, but it says the identities of
No names.
Individual 1 and Individual 2 are known to the grand jury. I suspect these 2 people testified before the grand jury, but you know they didn't necessarily have to. An FBI agent could have provided information about those 2 individuals who it looks like will be witnesses, most likely, against Bolton at trial. And the flavor of this indictment is that Bolton was providing them lots of information about his day-to-day activities as national security advisor. Repeatedly throughout the indictment, they refer to these as kind of diary entries, a day in the life of a national security advisor. The allegation is that he sent these 2 individuals, Individual 1 and Individual 2, more than 1,000 pages of information, largely describing what he was doing, where he was traveling, what he was tasked with as national security advisor. All of it, Brian, smacks of information he's providing to these people in anticipation of writing the book that he ultimately did write and have
I'm
published.
trolling.
There
I
was some
can't.
litigation about whether he should be permitted to publish the book or not, but ultimately
but the
it
Trinity
was
Quark.
published. So this kind of has the flavor of not John Bolton like giving information to the enemy about classified materials, top secret
Whenever I hear John
documents,
Bolton, I
but
think Troy Bolton,
him
like
kind
from
of,
High School
you know,
Musical.
putting together
see.
what he would
Makes
need
sense.
to write a book.
Similar
I'm not downplaying
Or
it,
John
and I'm not
Bolton, like John
excusing it
Bolton.
because what the prosecutors allege is that lots of these 1,000
Trump is going after Bolton because he knows people generally have no sympathy for him. He's an easy target the public will be reluctant to defend. Yeah, because like the right doesn't like him, the left doesn't like him either because he's Republican. But like, it's so bad if he's going after somebody, even if we don't like that person. Like, so I don't know. I mean, it's bad that he's doing this shit, and especially because he's directing his Department of Justice to do this, which is not something the Department of Justice should be doing.
Pages contain national defense.
Not this nonsense. What is this, Radiant? This is not a good link. Oh, never click another link you send ever again. Let's see.
Yeah.
The worst bug in games is now gone forever.
I can hardly believe that this is
this?
possible now, but it
Oh, this shit again?
to speedrun the game. And before the movie is into each and make it.
Wow. No.
Information, top secret or secret, classified information, and he
Cringe.
shouldn't have been sending
I like
it
clipping.
over his
Fuck the clipping.
public email accounts. AOL or Google are the two that are
It's
listed
fun
in the
watching a
indictment.
speedrun where they clip through the floor.
He had no
Okay.
authority to share it, to disseminate it with others, but that is kind of
Walton's daily schedule. Wake up, goon for 3 hours, do a TV interview about how Iran needs to be bombed, eat, goon for 4 hours, write in his diary about how he wants Iran to be bombed, eat, sleep. True. It's a good schedule. I had to do that. You give that evil guy from Game of Thrones Ramsay Bolton. True. I didn't watch Game of Thrones, but if I did, I'd probably be thinking about that as well. It's the same name.
of what this indictment boils down to. It looks like, if true, if they can prove it up beyond a reasonable doubt, he may have violated our nation's laws in his zeal to write and profit off of a book.
One of these days
Is there
I'll
no
watch Game of
irony,
Thrones, maybe.
Glenn, in the
What's that?
One of these days I'll watch Game of Thrones.
I will never watch Game of Thrones because I refuse to watch something where it's like good for like 4 seasons and is bad for like the last 3 seasons. I'm never doing that shit.
True.
Holy fuck. It's just AIDS.
fact
Why would I
that
ever
he's being
make
indicted by
myself
a
struggle through
president who
that?
himself was indicted.
Like there are cases where I've watched shows like that, but it wasn't because it's because I was watching them as they came out and then it turned out to be shit. And then it's like,
Every show ends bad.
fuck was
Not
that?
Seinfeld.
Every show ends bad. Not every show ends bad. The fuck? Of course not.
Seinfeld's great through and through.
I haven't watched all of Seinfeld, but I think I watched clips and it's pretty funny. But Thrones was really good except for the last season. I feel like people say that the quality drops before the last season as well, but there are plenty of shows that end well. Not every show ends bad. Granted, many shows do end bad, but it depends on the type of show. It depends on like a million factors. I don't think it's just every show ends bad. Plot went off the rails at the end, but it's still enjoyable to watch. What I've heard from people
But like,
was not
it was
enjoyable to
enjoyable
watch.
for you to watch, like, before you knew that the end sucked.
Prime content to replace
like,
the
you
nonsense.
watched it, like, it's different watching it, like, live. Or whatever.
Radiant, this is your second link. If this is not nonsense, I'm not watching an hour Asmund slop. Good one, buddy. Good one. Good meme, Radiant.
Possession of
Good
classified
one, dude.
documents, a crime that he then spent the subsequent
Good
months,
Asmund slop? There is no good Asmund slop. Fuck Asmund Gold.
years,
I've
basically
never watched
excusing.
an Esmongold video ever.
Irony is
Yeah, me
one
neither.
word for
Fuck that
it.
guy.
We have seen those infamous photos of
I don't watch. I don't even know.
Yeah? I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
I could just call him a Nazi. That seems too overdone.
Yeah. Cringe.
Watch ICE supporters say that.
of boxes and boxes of classified materials that Donald Trump was hiding in his bathrooms and his ballroom
Critical and Asmund? Yeah, I
at
don't care
Mar-a-Lago.
either.
And he was indicted for being in a conspiracy, that involved
I like Moist
multiple
Critical,
people
though.
at his
Yeah, I'm not a most critical viewer. And I watched the video where he was
Oh, I
talking about
like him.
MAGA, but I don't know. I don't know if I care that much about their fucking feud, even if it's about fucking MAGA
He's
shit.
Moist Critical is like the only channel that will show up on my recommended, and I like just click his videos, but I like consistently will click them. Do you know what I mean? Like I never go to his channel, but like
Yeah.
I get excited when he pops up on my recommended, and then I watch it usually. But that's,
I do not always
I think
watch
he's
him,
the only one
but
I think of like that.
I have
Yeah,
watched
I
them
like
in the
him.
past, and he seems like a chill guy.
think it
living
was-
in
was it
Florida, I
Tricky
know
Tom
people
that
who
did,
have
like,
met
a
him,
deep
and they always
dive?
say he's cool. But
I think it was Tricky Tom that did like a deep dive on him or whatever. He seems like a really cool dude. As far as like his, I mean, everything that's like public and stuff.
Yeah, I've always heard he's cool.
You know,
Like I
yeah.
live in Florida, so does he. I've met people who have met him, and they always say he's cool.
He like donated all of his money streaming for like or making videos, or I don't remember if he made videos first or what, but like for a long time he like donated it all. But yeah, I thought that was really cool to hear.
Yeah, it's cool.
So shout out to him.
Weird question, but what are the odds Destiny or another streamer of his caliber one day get a biopic? I don't know if there's gonna be streamer biopics. If there were, like not Destiny, but like fucking I don't even know.
Me.
Like Mr. Beast or like fucking I don't know. He's not a streamer.
PewDiePie.
Maybe. But like what like the thing with streamers is that like they have lives that will be good to have like a biopic on. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be cringe.
Yeah. Destiny the movie. Jesus. Cinema. True.
Chris Chan. Oh my god, Chris Chan.
I don't think that would count as a streamer, but also I don't think they would make
He
a
should count as a
biopic.
streamer. He's the streamer. What do you mean? He created streaming. He
Guess so.
built the path for us.
Guess so.
He's awesome. No, I shouldn't say that. He's not
That's it.
awesome, actually. He's
Oh,
done
shit.
very bad things.
Yeah, bad person. Oh shit, the Darius biopic would go hard. I bet it would. But
Jesus
Darius
Christ.
will not have a biopic made of him. I'm working on it. Okay, Corporal Golem says they're working on it, so I guess we'll see. Clip streamer Darnell shows off his fleshlight once he find he had not cleaned it. Live on stream. True. Be fire clip.
Wait, for real that happened?
You didn't know that?
No? When did that happen?
He showed his fleshlight on stream and it was not clean and shit.
Who?
Darius.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Yeah, that was a long time ago.
His direction,
Oh,
moving
boy.
these boxes around and hiding them from law enforcement authorities and violating a grand jury's subpoena for the return of that, government information. So, yeah, irony is one word for it. But, of course, Donald Trump has sworn to take revenge on his enemies. And, regardless of whether or not Bolton did any damage to our national security, it looks like Donald Trump has now made good on his promise to, in a revenge-fueled prosecution, get after guys like John Bolton.
Speaking of, Trump was asked about this news. Here's what he had to say.
Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You tell me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person.
Up the clip,
I think
Peach?
he's a
What?
Are you looking up the
guy.
clip?
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
No,
Okay.
no.
That's the way it goes.
So this is Trump
I say,
saying
like, moving your mouse, I'm like,
for the
oh,
first time, so
like,
clearly
yeah, you
he
don't-
has
you don't
no
wanna see
idea,
it.
completely in the dark, separation of church and state.
I didn't want to see it, and I,
I
saw
didn't
it.
even think
the
I wasn't
president
even
and the Attorney
considering
General,
it.
Of course,
That
Yeah,
thought in my
says,
mind. I've already
he
stopped
thinks he's a
thinking
bad
about
person.
it.
It's too bad, but that's just the way it goes. So what's your reaction to the fact that that this is the way Trump answered?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think anybody believes
Surely
a
it was
word
just
that
cleaning fluid?
tumbles out of
Yeah, let's
Donald
go with that
Trump's
word.
mouth.
Let's go with that.
With respect to whether he knew his Department of Justice, which he, controls with an iron grip. He is de facto the lead prosecutor in all of these vindictive or potentially vindictive prosecutions. So I don't believe that. But also when he continues to rail against somebody who now has a right to a fair trial, and there are actually restrictions on what government officials can say about somebody who is pending trial. They're not supposed to say
You can't
anything
just,
that
yeah,
would
you
make
can't
it
influence the fucking prosecution. I like fucking shit up.
difficult for the defendant to, enjoy a fair
Not a thing
and
you can do.
impartial jury. This is just more evidence of vindictiveness when the President of the United States
Yeah,
continues to badmouth as a bad guy the, enemy
do
that
that.
was just indicted by his Donald Trump's Department of Justice.
So what are the next steps here, Glenn, in terms of this Bolton prosecution playing itself out?
So the next thing that will happen is there will be an arraignment. That is the first court hearing after somebody has been indicted. It's usually a 5 to 10 minute court hearing. I attended James Comey's arraignment last week, and it lasted about 25 or 30 minutes. There was a little bit more to discuss, including on the vindictive prosecution front. But he'll be notified of the charges against him, what he's been indicted on. He will enter a plea, undoubtedly, of not guilty. And then the judge will go about setting the next court hearing, maybe setting a motions schedule, picking a trial date. It's sort of the housekeeping of, a criminal case being initiated.
Free Comey, true. Free Comey.
And then we're going to see motions
Free
filed.
Bolton.
And I have
Free
to believe
James.
we're going to see a vindictive prosecution motion filed on behalf of John Bolton. I don't know if it will be a winning motion or not, but what we do know, Brian, is prosecutors had looked at this case previously and for years had declined to bring a case. So for openers,
True.
that will give John Bolton's defense.
I want new Johnny Somali drama? Fuck no. That shit's so fucking
Ew.
stupid. So dumb. What a fucking moron.
He's
Team,
gone.
at least-
Send him to the cabbage farm. He's gone.
A straight-faced claim that once Donald
Free Comey, free Bolton, free James, free Kaya. No one's free till we're all free. True. Not wrong.
Trump took over again, lo and behold, a different decision was made and John Bolton was prosecuted. But, the flip side of the vindictive prosecution coin is that it's not unprecedented for high government officials to write books and wrongfully,
They will tell people about
and
what
maybe
happened.
even unlawfully end up disclosing information in those books that they shouldn't disclose, because a prime example of that is General David Petraeus, former military general, former director of the
His name is-
CIA.
oh, Petraeus.
He
I
wrote
was
a
gonna say his
book.
name's
The title
Petraeus.
was All In, and what
He's
did
like
he
not
do?
a good guy you
He
want
ended
as a
up
general,
wrongfully disclosing classified information in the book.
Petraeus.
He was-
Petraeus in his name, What was the passenger princess in the corner? He's got cute elf ears. Yeah, sorry, that's me. Zip zip. It's Drista Worden. Free Aquila. True. Has Aquila been unbanned yet, Blexer? Are they still banned? Jesus.
Criminally investigated. He pleaded guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts and I believe was put on 6 months probation. So, this is something that if you're a high government official and you have a security clearance that allows you to access some of our nation's, most closely guarded secrets, and you write a dang book talking about the work you did, well, you're kind of assuming the risk that you might end up like John Bolton or like a General Petraeus.
In those instances, can John Bolton just point to the precedent that was established by David Petraeus as a way to kind of, if the vindictive prosecution defense doesn't work, to give himself some cover using that defense?
It won't give him cover, but any time a defendant can point to a comparable case that was prosecuted against a similarly situated defendant, Bolton could say, look, the government that was in power at the time let General Petraeus plead guilty to 2 misdemeanors and he didn't do a day of jail time. He was allowed to do 6 months of probation. So he was held accountable. He now has a criminal conviction for what he did.
No, he told me he's been unbanned. He said he had to make a dono, though. The corruption never got his day in court. I mean, true. Sorry. It wasn't submitted to the court. Maybe next time. If he gets banned again, can have him on at the court for panel appeals.
So Bolton could say, listen, I am similarly situated. This had nothing to do with me disclosing information to America's enemies, so I should receive that kind of really lenient treatment as well. But I don't know if the evidence in this case is anything comparable to the evidence, the wrongful disclosures and dissemination of classified information by General Petraeus. But let me just touch on one other thing, Brian. There's an interesting tidbit right in the middle of this 26-page indictment. They reveal that nefarious actors from Iran, according to the indictment, hacked into Bolton's AOL account and got a bunch of this information that he had been sending to
Hackers.
Individual 1 and Individual 2. And then it looks like there was some blackmail going on. And, you know, what this conjures up for me and what I want to put our viewers just on notice of is that if nefarious actors hacked into a U.S. citizen's emails, stole a bunch of information, and then took those sort of ill-gotten gains and gave it back
Ill-gotten.
to the federal government, the CIA, the FBI, to be used against the American citizen, that may actually run afoul of the Fourth Amendment. Not that foreign actors are bound by or will feel like they have to comply with the Fourth Amendment, but once evidence that was illegally obtained is then provided to the U.S. government and the U.S. government chooses to use it against an American citizen, let me just say that conjures up a potential attack on the usability, the admissibility of that evidence. I want to plant that seed because you might see some litigation regarding that issue moving forward once they kind of dropped right in the middle of this indictment that Iran had hacked into Bolton's email account and stolen information that somehow made its way as part of the information in this case.
Well, we will continue to cover this case along with the other ongoing prosecutions from Trump's enemies and any subsequent prosecutions that we see from those people who Trump considers his enemies. For those who are watching, if you'd like to follow along, please make sure to subscribe to both of our channels. I'm going to put the links right here on the screen. Great way to support us, and it is 100% free. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Love that guy. What else we got? Any hot takes you have you want to argue about?
No.
Did we figure out the driving thing?
I think so, but I don't know. I'm gonna need to investigate.
Yeah, we
more.
have to look it up. I don't know. We don't know, but I'm assuming it just works like a stop sign. It's just whoever.
I feel like there's something more to it, but only because, like, I don't know. Maybe I just made it more complicated in my head for no reason, but something tells me, like, I had to learn something like that. It was more complicated. That I was tested on it in my driving school or something. No?
I don't know.
Who's to say?
I would feel like I would guess the person on the other side, but just because they're on the other side and they're closer or whatever, so they would get there first. But like because they would try to go first. But I don't know. Click on the second, third short. Third short? This one, the cat one?
This is your daily dose of cats.
Where did you learn to sit like that?
Are they real cats? Because sometimes it's AI cats.
You're so cute.
No, it's AI cats.
Sometimes.
She literally got a fork and put it in her bowl.
And then scooped food out. She wants to.
Oh my god.
Trying to use a fork.
I've never seen a cat do this. Any animal.
What
And
the
she
heck?
can hold a fork. She can hold a knife.
Whoa! No way. Off-road racing.
You're not going
That's
in the
image.
house like that. No. Stop rolling in the dirt. Ugh, it's gross. Stop it. Oh, that works.
What the heck?
Whiskey, what job do you have? What job do you have that constitutes this position right here? No shame.
Yo, it's balanced. Wow. Love this song. The musical key.
Oh my god. I want a kitty so bad.
Now leave it in the car unsupervised. What the heck? Yo! I did that with my puppy a couple years ago. You left your puppy unsupervised in the car?
What?
It's illegal, bro. Can't do that. Why is the cat look so scared?
Pretty boy,
Did it die, Kickoff? What the fuck? Why
you
would you
take
do
your
that?
medicine for me? Please, buddy.
Yo, it's eating the pill.
Thank you, buddy.
Yo, it just ate the pill. Let's go.
Colors like a salamander.
My cat wants to bite me. Yep.
Yo. Yo, this cat. It's Try to teach me kung fu. Holy shit. What's long or short? Yeah, exactly. But hey, we're already in it for the long haul. What's part of the team? Are you drawing something again?
No, I made a list of all the things that I need to upgrade my armor, and I've been hunting things.
Ah, I see. What are you hunting for?
So earlier today, I did fire breath Lizalfos so I could get their tails and their horns, but it's being like a bitch. So I did that for a long time, and I'm taking a break. And then I hopped over to the ice breath Lizalfos. I got all the tails I needed, so I'm good there. I ended up getting all the zap shrooms I needed, and I ended up getting the Sizzlefin Trout is what I just did.
I see.
But now I just have like basically all Gliok stuff and like Lionel stuff, so
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna get my sub.
Your sub?
Yeah. So we started talking about driving because I had mentioned that I tried to eat a meatball sub on the road today.
Why?
It was really hard.
Yeah,
I thought I could do
probably.
it, but then the meatballs were falling out of the sub and it was so much.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I gotta grab it.
I wouldn't try that. You're trying to gotta grab what? The sub?
I know.
Sandwich. Fresh Collargate content. Funny lol YouTuber. What is this? What is this? She ran. True. She ran.
Attention gamers. Online influencers are used to living in the spotlight, having simps back them on every take, relaxing in a cozy coddled
this?
world of never knowing what it's
4,000 views? How did you even find this?
like to work a 9 to 5. But there's a deep, dark, insufferable reality that some of these internet beggars sometimes have to deal with, and that's when their dog has the
It's a
audacity
league?
to
I'm
get
not,
off
bro.
of their
I'm
spot.
sorry. I'm not watching a league video about fucking Collargate. Cannot do that. Holy shit! I will kill myself. I refuse. No league. No league content. Any league enjoyers in my chat? Reveal yourselves now, and I will ban you. Okay? I'm kidding. I won't. But fuck league. It's only 3 hours old. That's why I only have 4K. Oh, I didn't notice that. But okay, fair enough. Fair enough. In that case. New scandal leaves Trump Republicans. Oh, it's the fucking young Republican scandal. Oh wait, no, it's the Nazis.
Republican.
The fucking swastika American flag. Jesus, watch this. Jesus.
A Republican congressman gets busted for a
insane.
staff member's swastika-laden American flag hung up in their office cubicle.
Crazy.
You don't want to know what he lets them wear on casual Fridays. This is just another day. Ever since the pandemic, many Americans are working from home, and today, I'm guessing one Republican congressman wishes he did.
An Ohio Republican is now under investigation, accused of having an American flag with a swastika on it in his office.
Ooh, American flag with a swastika?
Accused.
I mean, I've definitely seen
I
people
mean, not really accused. It's there. It's fucking there.
desecrate the flag in plenty of ways, but this one sounds pretty tough to defend.
To be clear, when you say office, the office encompassing the entire staff. So there's desks and offices for a chief of staff or a press secretary, and it appears as though on one of his staff desks in the background there, this was first uncovered by a progressive blogger in Ohio, picked up by Politico,
Ohio,
and is one of the many hot topics here on Capitol Hill on this Thursday morning.
That's right, this swastika is just one juicy piece of hot goss driving everybody in D.C. swastika crazy. Whether it's getting the dirt on who was spotted having a late-night date with sultry Congresswoman Virginia Fox, someone spilling the tea on a certain someone's sweaty implants that are still drawing eyeballs around town, or chit-chatting in the halls about the fact that Republican Congressman Dave Chandler's office contains a little nugget of anti-Semitic imagery, the Beltway can't get enough of these tantalizing antics. Let's hear more.
In a statement, he says, quote, "I am aware of an image that appears to depict a vile and deeply inappropriate symbol near an employee in my office. The content of that image does not reflect the values or standards
where
of
did
this office, my staff,
chest
or
go?
myself, and I condemn it in the strongest terms.
Well,
Oh, he condemns it. Oh, well, in that case, if he condemns it, then what's the problem?
not the strongest.
Allegedly sounds like something, I don't know, how to say the lawyer on The Simpsons. I haven't watched The Simpsons that much, but yeah, allegedly. Gotta say allegedly, of course. Always. Okay, oh my god, Katie, I didn't even see. Oh,
Yeah.
I missed it.
Sorry.
Yes,
She'll be
terms.
back.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that was the appropriate level of condemnation, but I think if a staffer admitted to Congressman Taylor that he had a swastika in his cubicle, the strongest terms would be like,
Then why the fuck didn't you say so?
just feels a
Ah, Whiplash. I love Whiplash.
little stronger, right? But this is insane. A staff member in a Republican
Guys, we'll play Whiplash in 15 minutes, okay?
congressman's office thought it was more than okay to give his workplace a little SS makeover and thought nothing of it when he hopped on a Zoom call. I mean, at least Jeffrey Toobin technically waited until his meeting was over to... Never mind, that's not important.
New Yorker suspends Jeffrey Toobin from masturbating on Zoom call? Jesus.
But to Congressman Taylor's credit, he
That's
conducted
crazy.
a thorough investigation today, and his office finally released this statement. New details have emerged from a coordinated investigation into the vile symbol that appeared in my office. Numerous Republican offices have confirmed that they were targeted by an unidentified group or individual
Distributed American
who distributed
flags?
American flags bearing a
What?
similar symbol, which were
This is the
initially
story?
indistinguishable from an ordinary American
This is what
flag
they're
to the
going
naked
with?
eye. My
Initially indistinguishable? Are you fucking serious?
office was
Wait,
among
can you read
those...
it to me
You can't hear it?
while you're talking?
New details have emerged from a coordinated investigation into a symbol that appeared in my office. Numerous Republican offices have confirmed they were targeted by an unidentified group or individual who distributed American flags bearing a similar symbol, which were initially indistinguishable from an ordinary American flag to the naked eye. My office was among those that were subjected to this ruse. After a full-scale internal investigation, I'm confident no employee of this office would knowingly display such a despicable image, and the flag in question was taken down immediately upon discovery of the obscured symbol it bore. Obscured, okay? So seriously, I unequivocally condemn hate in any form. Continue to collaborate with Capitol Police and the Committee on House Administration to uncover additional details in this
that were
investigation.
subjected to this ruse.
Holy fucking shit. It was the
Crazy.
fucking invisible
Thank you.
ink that just got back? The fuck?
Thank you for reading it.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck does any of this mean? An unidentified person or group distributed flags that bore a similar symbol to a swastika. Not sure what symbol that would be, but that symbol was also somehow, to the party that makes sweet, sweet love to the Stars and Stripes, initially indistinguishable
even
from an
tell.
ordinary American flag, which, mind you, does not include a swastika or swastika-adjacent symbol.
thanks for clarifying.
And then I
didn't know that
suppose, despite the initial indistinguishability, the swastika appeared, but only after it was fastened to the wall by somebody where someone presumably thumbtacked all four corners
Yeah, and they were like looking at it.
and stared directly at Hitler's logo and still didn't catch it? I'm sorry, but how do you not see what is right in front
How do you?
Nazi.
How do you what? How do you what?
of you? But
How do you
seeing as
not
this is
see?
the second day in a row that Republicans are being confronted with members of their party flouting hateful
Who would
rhetoric and
set up-
imagery,
who would do such
it
a
seemed
thing?
only fitting that Mike Johnson would
Unbelievable.
address it.
With regard to the swastika thing, this happened last night. A Republican congressman, allegedly one of his staffers had something in the
Allegedly.
background or something in a Zoom. That's what I heard
Something in the background.
this morning.
Wow, way to play it super cash, Mike. This swastika thing, that was just something in the background of a Zoom. I ain't too worried
That's
about
all
it.
it was.
Now, who besides my son wants to see how long I can watch porn without masturbating? No takers?
I don't get the reference.
You know about that?
No.
Mike Johnson and his son keep track of each other's porn usage to make sure that they're not engaged in sin.
Shut up. How do they do that?
I don't know.
Do they just report to each other when, like, it's just an
I'm not
honesty
sure.
policy, or do
I'm
they
not-
like
I
comb
don't-
through each other's?
I haven't looked
search
into it that
histories,
much because
or-
I don't want to know. But this is a true thing that like they said. Like this isn't even like like someone saying this about them. They said this. Like I don't get it.
Oh well,
Sounds like
pretty
gay
crazy.
incest to
keep
me.
talking
Sure seems that way.
then.
Obviously,
They share
that
a
is
browser
not the
login? I mean,
principles of
maybe.
the Republican Party. We stand
Like
for the founding
exchanging notes
principles of
on-
America. You want me to articulate them for you right now? Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law.
Think Mike Johnson has an app or something to keep track? Maybe. Jeez. They have like their router set up so
So
it tells you
weird.
if it's fucking out.
Does
Like,
it
I
tell
don't
you
know.
what category? Oh yeah, like so and so's watching Pornhub right now.
Like, that's crazy.
Peace through
Get a
strength,
fucking
fiscal
notification so you know
responsibility, free
that your
markets, human
fucking
dignity.
son
Oh my
/ dad is
God.
like whacking it. Jesus.
That lead to human flourishing. We have stood against that. We fought the Nazis. We defended that evil
did you?
ideology.
Did you now?
We roundly condemn it, and anybody
Oh, he
in
condemns
any
it.
party who espouses it, we're opposing it.
Good.
Unless the guy next in line to the presidency says it and then changes his mind. In that instance, it's all good. But look,
True.
to Mike Johnson's
So
point,
true.
you can't hold an entire political party responsible for the anti-Semitic office decor of one staffer. The problem is, this isn't just one staffer. This is a pattern. I mean, for God's sake, this is from yesterday.
New fallout after the leak of racist
Yup.
text messages linked
Young
to members
Republican
of young
chat.
Republican groups across
Pretty
the
crazy.
country. The website Politico says
Was
it
it
obtained
like ironic or like a joke, like I love Hitler, LOL memes, or
These are not memes.
what's the context?
But they said like whoever doesn't vote for us, we're sending them to gas chambers. And they said, oh, can we redo the showers? I feel like it doesn't fit the aesthetic. Just like,
And it didn't sound like memes.
I mean, it's like memes, but also like, in the same chat, they're also saying, they were talking about like basketball. This like the one on the sunscreen. I'd go to the zoo if I want to watch a monkey play ball. Great, I love Hitler.
That sounds pretty sus.
You're giving nationals too much credit, expecting the Jew to be honest. Are you gonna do whatever it takes? There were. Let me think of the other quotes from this. Trying to remember.
That's bad.
Yeah, like slurs, like a whole bunch of shit. Yeah, it's bad.
Wait, the
months' worth of
Republicans
messages.
are Nazis?
No, this is a group chat from the Young Republicans
Young
organization.
Republicans. Yes.
They were, yes, they are Nazis. Yeah.
So they're Republicans.
Yeah.
But Trump is like Israel's biggest ally. Why do they dislike the Jewish people?
They don't care about Israel because Israel's fine. Okay, they have their own country. That means they can leave this one and go there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm tracking.
Peach really being a context Andy right now. Yeah, fucking always.
Yeah, good.
So cringe. Oh, what's the
Maybe.
context though?
across the country.
What kind of a
The
person does
website
that?
Politico says it obtained 7 months' worth of messages from a group chat in which racist and
You know, 'cause I do
anti-Semitic
that.
slurs were used more than 250 times. Politico says Peter Junta, who was the chair of the New York State Young Republicans, allegedly wrote in a text message, "Everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber." In another exchange, Junta reportedly responded, "Great, I love Hitler."
Aw, I wonder if Peter even wrote little love notes to add off on his mirror. Donald Trump has created a culture of hate.
Yeah, it's like the Young Republican chat is like DGG chat, but they're not being ironic exactly. Like,
And that is
fucking
completely acceptable in the Republican Party and has been going on for years. When it came to the attack on Charlottesville, he said this.
I think there's blame on both sides.
When Trump was asked to denounce white supremacists, he said this.
I remember.
I remember.
Stand back and stand by.
Oh, stand back and stand by.
And perhaps
looks
you
so
remember
young,
this
that's
fine
crazy.
fellow from January.
Oh, Trump does? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a long fucking time ago. Jesus.
Member berries, yes, thank you. I love
6th.
member berries.
Robert
Oh yeah, that's right.
Kiyosaki.
Do you know about the member berries? I don't think so. It's a South Park reference.
Was taken into custody this morning in Newport News. He faces a number of charges. Packer is the protester who was caught on camera wearing a sweatshirt with the word Auschwitz on it.
Again, Trump does not have control over every bigoted fashion choice being worn by people he encouraged to storm the Capitol, but he does have control over making statements like this.
They've been given a
Blood
pardon. I
moon.
thought their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. These
Yeah.
were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate, yeah.
How much more of a layup do you need than not pardoning the guy in the Camp Auschwitz hoodie? And where do
Maybe
you
don't do that maybe next time. You know?
buy that thing? The other Etsy? So, I'm sorry, but it's just a little hard to believe the Republican speaker when he says,
Obviously, we roundly condemn any of that nonsense.
because if he really wanted to roundly condemn it, he wouldn't be sitting back silently as the leader
Do you roundly
of
condemn
his
it?
party.
Peach?
Well,
And then what?
The Young Republicans group chat.
Yeah, it's bad.
True. Same.
Welcomes racists and bigots with open arms. When the vice president downplays thousands of racists,
even if you try to compare their combos with ours, it's so drastically different because they're joking about throwing people into camps while we're joking about being thrown into camps. Yeah, exactly. True.
And bigoted text messages as just some silly kid jokes, yet also ask the question,
what is it that you want people to do when you call them Nazis?
I guess if it's not too much trouble, we want them to not hang
I also
Nazi
have blood
stuff
moon.
in their office.
What the heck?
The
Please.
sad and disgruntling reason Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Mike Johnson, and almost every other Republican do not create more distance between themselves and these racist texts and anti-Semitic flags is because they have realized that their agenda of cutting off healthcare for millions of Americans and giving tax cuts to billionaires is not popular enough to stand on its own. So they have to engage in culture wars and demagoguery like this.
That the Democrat Party's main constituency are made up of
Democrat
Hamas
Party.
terrorists, illegal aliens, and violent criminals.
Wow, what a gleeful and chipper liar.
All Democrats.
Sorry, it's just a little
are
hard to
Hamas,
stop.
terrorists, and legals, and yeah, true. Thank you, Carolyn Levitt. Very cool.
Make your characterization of one party when your party is flooding the zone with hate. This administration is strategically trying
Don't
to
call them Nazis, by the way,
exacerbate
though.
inequality and sow
Don't do that.
division in our communities.
That would be bad.
All in the hopes that people will be too busy fighting against each other to fight back against them. Hate is not a bug. It is a feature of this political movement.
Sure.
And you'd have to be pretty dumb to not see that.
Not see that, not see it.
Before you go, if you enjoyed
Thank you,
this
Ryan.
content and you want to see more and support independent media,
Dragon.
please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media
Sure.
platforms to suppress certain
subscribe to
voices
Brian Tyler
if they
Cohen.
don't
It's
like
good
critical
YouTube.
coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that
Speak
they are
up.
willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever
Sign up to
becomes
his
necessary.
newsletter?
I'll put the link right here on the screen
No
as
way.
well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a
Fox News finally turns on Trump on live
Today
TV.
we join virtually every.
Oh, this is Pentagon thing. True. They are like everyone except freaking OAN, like maybe one other organization is refusing
Hey,
to sign on
yeah,
to
I
the-
actually don't know about that. Have you gone over that yet?
I haven't gone over, but I read about it. What questions do you
about
have
it.
about it?
I just don't know what it is. Like, there's a new press
Yeah, so basically,
briefing thing.
like Pete Hegseth, like the Pentagon, like people are saying
Mhm.
that now they're changing the rules. So if you want to come in to the Pentagon to like do reporting, you need to have like an escort at all times. You can't go anywhere that they're not letting you go. You can't you can't report on anything unless it's like the pre-approved like press release stuff. Obviously that's bad for a million reasons because like it would prevent them from reporting like people who want to like blow the whistle on shit. Obviously people who are like and also like they're saying like, oh, because did you know that before people could just go into anywhere in the Pentagon, like even to classified areas? Like, no, like just use your brain for 2 seconds. How would they be going in classified areas? Like, you know, that you need what is a classified area, right? Like there's a door probably, and probably there's somebody guarding the door, or you need a badge to get through the door. So the press badge would not get you through. They're also saying that they now they need to be wearing badges, and they always needed to wear badges. There's obviously press badges. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it's all just bullshit because they don't want people to be reporting what's going on at the Pentagon because people were reporting that Pete Hegseth was being manic and shit. So
Yeah.
that's it. That's all it is.
Makes sense. Thank you.
As always. You're welcome. In a way that's constitutional, right? Not they care. I mean, probably not, but I don't know. It would depend on the specific wording of stuff, but yeah, it's probably not. Like First Amendment grounds and shit. I don't have anything I can kill these rocks with. Bomb it is, I guess. I bombed myself. Whoopsies. I fell.
every other news.
Wait, what else do we got to watch? Probably react to one more video and I'll end stream.
No.
Sleep early. Relatively. Plus, I started stream early because we had the ban appeals and then the debate between Foodshops and Hobbit.
Boo.
What do you think of it, Peach? Good debate?
I thought it was fun. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. That was good.
I had a good time.
Did you watch the ban appeals before or no?
I feel like I must have, but maybe I didn't. Now that I'm...
It was before the actual
I don't think I
debate.
did. Oh, no, then I didn't see it.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
thought you
we
meant
did
on a
some,
different episode or whatever.
went over some schizo chatters, DGG chatters.
Aw,
on Bandom.
man.
It was fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. I missed it.
Yeah, it was funny. Good memes.
I'll have to go and watch it back.
I'll post the whole thing as a video some point.
Yay.
Probably tomorrow or after, I don't know. Whenever I get to it, pretty much.
Word.
Judges whose
I'm joined
bombshell
by
ruling
Adam
against
Klasfeld
Trump in a critical case. Whoa.
All Rise News.
What's
Adam,
that
we
about?
have major breaking news right now that will have
Major breaking
massive
news.
implications for Donald Trump's ability to be able to deploy
Not
the troops
minor.
around the country.
Major.
Can you explain what just happened in the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals? That's the circuit court that oversees Chicago, where, of course, Donald
Oh.
Trump lost a case in his ability to be able to deploy the troops.
A 3-judge panel, Brian, unanimously
Thank you.
slapped down Trump's attempt to deploy the troops in Chicago. They spoke in one voice in what's known as a per curiam opinion. That means there's not one word of this, I believe, 18-page opinion that one of the other judges disagrees with another judge about. And there's a Trump appointee, a Bush appointee, and an Obama appointee. And they all
I heard it.
said that Trump does not have the legal right. He hasn't shown that he is likely to prevail on having the legal right to send in the troops on the record that they've seen. And they stood up for the findings of the lower court. Judge Perry, who, her opinion not only blocked the Trump administration, it began with this incredible piece of historical trivia that hasn't gotten a lot of attention, but she
Historical
mentioned
trivia.
that
I
when
love historical
the
trivia.
framers were kind of considering how strong a central government we want, Alexander Hamilton apparently went out of the way. He wanted
I'm trying to look busy at work for a while. Thanks for streams it. Bye, Peach. Bye, Warble. Thanks for hanging out.
a very strong central government. And he said that it was incendiary and crazy to think that someday a leader of the United States would come along who would send the militia of one state to another.
Yeah, you can't fucking do that. That's like explicitly something they didn't want to happen. They didn't want states fucking warring against each other. Specifically, they didn't want the federal government making states fight against each other. It's insane.
And so she's pointing out just how absurd and through the looking glass we have gotten, where Trump was sending the Texas National Guard into Chicago. So now, not only were her findings that Trump did not show that he had the legal right to do that, not only were her findings approved, they were affirmed by the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. They did that in this very resounding fashion, where a unanimous panel said that Trump.
So how did E-Court go? I was there for the beginning. I had to leave around the middle. That was fun. The Foodshops won very narrowly, like 51-49 or whatever. It was good. Some good back and forth, some good questioning. Yeah, that was a good time.
Just didn't have the goods.
Now,
don't worry, folks. You get to see the rest of it. I think technically you can watch it now if you rewind the VOD, and you can. Once I upload it on YouTube, you'll be able to see the rest of it. It was put up to a vote. No, it wasn't a vote. It was just Kafka himself. Like, he ruled in Foodshop's favor, but it was like narrow for him. I missed this amazing stream. True, I guess. If you can see Brent's Out of Corona video. Hell yeah.
Is there any indication, not to be a buzzkill here, any indication that the federal government is going to appeal this thing up to the Supreme Court now that we have a ruling, a definitive ruling at the circuit court level?
I think it's inevitable.
Are you winning?
And
I can't hold any more
happens
meals
on the 9th Circuit level. So what we have here.
But why do you have so many?
Because it's a blood moon. Girls got cooked.
Just do what I do and don't cook meals at all.
That's not fun at all.
I have 15 meals, and that's just because people give me meals sometimes.
That's crazy.
That's great.
Very
And I don't
often,
fucking
the Supreme
cheese my way
Court
through
will
every
hear a
fight by just
case
eating.
when there's what's called a circuit
I don't
split. Now,
either,
the
but
Ninth Circuit.
just because you don't use a function in the game doesn't make you like cool. That
It does.
doesn't...
It makes me way cooler than you.
No, it's dumb to not
Like, I
use a
already was
function in
cooler
the
than you,
game.
but like that makes me even more cooler, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just how it is.
It still hasn't ruled on the case in Oregon, but they did rule, at least on the 3-judge panel level, on a stay in California. The California case came out the other way. So we could have it's all in the details here, how they arrived at it. They mention in the Seventh Circuit the Newsom standard, and the court says it just doesn't even follow that standard either. But I just want to read some portions of this, Ryan, because it says here, the facts do not justify the president's actions in Illinois under the relevant statute, 12406, even giving substantial deference to the assertions. That was the deference that the Ninth Circuit mandated. So they denied the administration's position. They rejected the notion that it was a rebellion. You know, to your point, Brian, I think it's pretty much inevitable that this is going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and we'll see what happens. But for now, this is an order blocking Trump's deployment of the National Guard in Chicago.
Let's go. No National Guard.
You know, you had mentioned that the Ninth Circuit, which is overseeing the case in California and also will ultimately be overseeing the case in Portland, both of those fall into that circuit's jurisdiction, has ruled only to stay the lower court ruling. So Judge Breyer in California ruled against the Trump administration. The Ninth Circuit stayed that decision, so basically blocked the lower court's ruling from taking effect. But they haven't ruled
disconnected
where the Ninth Circuit's very powerful 18-page ruling signed on by every judge could have a very real persuasive effect.
You look live to me.
All of these cases, I should point out, are on the question of a stay.
Why the fuck did OBS tell me that?
Rejected a stay as it proceeds to the merits.
Wow.
Maybe you meant on like one place?
This is hardly the end of the road. And even at the Ninth Circuit level,
maybe
you do have this question about whether the Ninth Circuit is going to have an en banc review, where you have the entire court reviewing the first decision that gave Trump that much deference, to the point where the National Guard is still allowed to be in Los Angeles. That could be overturned. But what this does, it's a powerful ruling by all three judges,
here, no blips?
including
All right,
Trump
then.
appointee.
Guess
And
we're good.
Yes,
I
that
don't
can
know.
absolutely
I'll assume
be
OBS is just being
persuasive.
schizo.
It won't be controlling. These are different circuits, but they can absolutely persuade.
Did it accidentally hit his lag switch and is trying to play it off? A lag switch? Is that a thing? Oh, you mean like... Oh, I see.
There are appellate
No, I did not do
judges
that.
as
That's
they
funny,
are
though.
considering what to do.
So, Adam, with these cases that we've seen in Los Angeles, in Portland, in Chicago, the Trump
Maybe I did.
administration is relying
maybe.
on the same conditions being met to be able to justify their troop deployment.
beat the
And
Guardian.
those conditions have to
Woohoo.
be one of either a
Mayor
foreign
Wolves.
invasion, a domestic rebellion or insurrection, or a failure of the local government to be able to effectuate its laws. We haven't seen that in any of these
course not.
places. Although
That's
they're
just
trying
not
to
the
make that
case.
case in Los Angeles, but clearly in
So you
Portland,
need to know what a
no
lag
judge
switch
was
is? I know what
buying
it
it,
is.
including the judge who
Okay.
Trump himself appointed, said
But
that
you're
was
referring to something
untethered to the
else.
facts. The judge
know
in,
what it is.
in
Equals
Chicago,
games.
Judge Perry, said the exact same thing. That's been largely upheld now at the Seventh Circuit,
I don't
as
think
we've
that
been
would work the way
discussing. Do you think that there's
Richie
any
does it.
likelihood
Convince these
that the
two
Trump
into drink,
administration is going to recognize that this is not a
I'm
good
not understanding.
vehicle for them to be able to effectuate what they want to effectuate, and so instead they have to figure out some new pretext to be able to send in the troops that doesn't rely on any of these three conditions being met?
Well, I think that's exactly why you're hearing all that whispering and not even whisperings, talk out loud about the Insurrection Act and Trump cozying up to that. He knows that there's a
Saying he's
political
gonna do it on
cost to
Saturday 'cause
take
of No
that
Kings shit,
really
like,
drastic step.
It's a normal
So,
thing.
I mean,
So everybody out there, all of you should go to No Kings, find the closest No Kings protest to you, and go
True.
this Saturday. Just 2 days. Go.
he's
You better play on my server, by the way. Like my
poll
Minecraft
number
server? Maybe. I don't have Minecraft on this computer, but I might. It could be fun.
are underwater. He knows that that is even
He's
more
streaming with Dallas
drastic
one. Nice,
than
Pickles.
trying to use.
I consider
For
streaming
fun.
the one here, but I don't know if I want to. I might, but I don't know.
This legal mechanism to try to do his wishes. So we'll see what happens. Now, what we've seen, to your point about those three conditions, every single court, including the Ninth Circuit in the Los Angeles case, has found, no, it's not an invasion. No, it's not a rebellion.
Why they found that?
Under
Maybe
a
it's 'cause
highly deferential standard, the Ninth Circuit, in only the Los Angeles case, talked about the third prong of regular forces. I want to read a passage of this ruling that's just rejecting in really resounding language, this whole rebellion nonsense. And it
is nonsense.
puts it aside by saying a protest does not become a rebellion merely because the protesters advocate for myriad legal or policy changes, are well organized, call for significant changes to the structure of the U.S. government, use civil disobedience as a form of protest. And get this, Brian, they add, because this is true in this jurisdiction, or exercise their Second Amendment right to carry firearms as the law currently allows. So even under all of those circumstances, you have this 3-judge panel of the Seventh Circuit saying that's not a rebellion. A rebellion is something entirely different.
Work.
So you have all of the courts rejecting this overheated language from Trump and his surrogates claiming.
I'm gonna start Divine Beast mission.
Oh yeah.
That there's a rebellion going
on,
that there's terrorists running amok,
Good luck.
that there's
that music slaps
invasion
too.
happening.
Yeah.
The only one who's going to lend any credence to any of the prongs of the law that they need to fulfill that you pointed out.
That's okay.
Were able to execute the laws with regular forces, and that was specifically in the Los Angeles context, and even that decision is under review.
Right.
So I think that that's something that should really be taken away from
practicing her lightning powers, just like in Tears of the Kingdom. No way.
This opinion that even beyond everything else, even beyond the different outcomes that we're seeing in Los Angeles and Chicago and Oregon, that every single court thinks that this overheated language of a rebellion and a invasion is absolute nonsense.
But if this is the excuse that they used in all of these states, in California, in Oregon, and in Illinois, one has to assume that they thought that this was their best vehicle. And so what do you presume they would defer to next? Recognizing that this isn't getting them where they wanted to go, they've got to find some other vehicle to give themselves a pretext to be able to deploy the troops. And it would stand to reason that if they didn't go with whatever that is first, it's because it's not even as strong as the excuse that they're using right now. So I got to imagine if this stuff isn't working, their plan B is probably not going to be much better, right?
Right. Well, one of the things, if we go back to the very beginning of all this, when they just sent in the troops into LA, the position that they were putting was that courts can't review us. You know, the president decides to send in troops somewhere, you can't question him, you can't challenge him, and that was the point of view that was rejected. So I think that they're trying to get away the sweeping vision, as far as they can bring it, of executive power, of Trump cannot be questioned. And the same reason we're about to have no King's protests this weekend.
Hell yeah.
That's a kind of legal
king.
position
You can question
that
him.
has been
He's not a king.
rejected from every court. Will they try to resuscitate it from the Supreme Court and see what happens? I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Among Us?
I think that they're seeing that they are going to give the maximum legal position, not seeing, hey, what is likely to work? What is a judge likely to swallow? I think that their reasoning that we've seen throughout Trump 2.0 is, let's see what the courts will let us get away with.
And finally, on that point of the No Kings protest, do you think that Trump will use that protest in very much the same way that he's pointed to these minuscule protests against him in LA, Portland, and Chicago as some justification, some lame justification to be able to say, look, this is some mass rebellion against the government. We have no choice but to send in the troops right now, and use that as some pretext to do what he's failing to do legally in all of these other states.
Right.
But
Well,
make 'em
I
do it,
remember
you know?
No Kings 1.0, where Trump was saying that, and he was going to he and his surrogates were already
Shut the
even
feet
back then trying
of
to
the
frame
Chinese.
this as a
Yay.
kind of
I
terrorism
quick.
threat, and we're seeing
Yeah,
folks
I've done
like
this shit
Mike
a couple
Johnson
times.
claiming that it's a
Nice.
Hate America rally and using overheated terrorism language from it. One of the interesting things about that
Everyone I don't
is
like is a
that
terrorist.
No
So
Kings 1.0 happened at the beginning of the deployment of the National Guard, and there's an argument that the public protest,
And if I don't like you a lot, you're especially a terrorist.
the fact that people went out there was an antidote to that. It held people in line. It showed people that they weren't going to be afraid to exercise their First Amendment rights to peaceful assembly, to protest, to free speech, and that I think that we're already seeing Trump using the fact that he's being protested as an excuse to try to clamp down on those protests. But we haven't seen that become
Would it be
a
anything
kind of
else?
successful ploy. In fact, what's happened is the existence of these protests have been a check on power, and that's what the First Amendment is designed to do.
Yeah. We'll leave it there. Adam, as always, thank you for your help. For those who are watching
Thanks,
right
Adam.
now, if you'd like to support Adam's work, he is an independent journalist, not backed by some major media conglomerate. So a great way to support his work and to support independent media more broadly is to subscribe to
check him
All
out.
Rise News. I'm going to
All
put
Rise
that link
News.
right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. It is a great way to support him and independent media more broadly. Adam, as always, appreciate your
Good.
time.
As
Yes.
always a
Are
pleasure.
you fighting?
Gloom hands. But I tried to take a picture of them first because I figured I would have to, but I guess you can't take pictures of them.
Guess not. I don't know. Why do you like you're trying to fill up the fucking like camera Pokedex or whatever the fuck of like everything?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
That seems like
You
a
haven't
tall
noticed
order.
that on stream? I'm like looking at like everything through my camera to see if I have a picture of it or not.
I guess so. I mean, that's fine. But that seems
I
like
will fill it up.
That's a little much for me. I wouldn't do that. But
I
good
will.
on you. Sheesh.
Thanks.
I think that's it for stream, y'all. It's midnight, and I start stream early. So, let me resend the server invite. Y'all can, if you guys didn't join my server.
Okay.
Resend
I'll
it
go
and
too.
stuff.
Good night.
Are you going? Okay, bye. But yeah, join the Discord. Everybody. Yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Follow on Kick, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. If you want to see, if you missed some of the debate, then it'll be uploaded at some point on my YouTube. So make sure you subscribe on YouTube. And yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Good night, everybody. See you next stream. Bye. Alright, let me see. Who can I raid? Who can I host? Foodshops is here. So everybody go watch Foodshops. Hosting Foodshops. Bye. Good night, y'all.